Greetings, dear viewers. Welcome to the Nexus 616. Today's featured story is what if Harry was taken to St. Mungo's after the zoo incident and the healers arrested the Dursleys. Love what we do. Show your support by liking, commenting, and subscribing. Every little bit helps us create more content for you. Let's get started with today's story. Chapter 1, The Healer's Oath. The snake was from Brazil. Harry knew this because Dudley had pressed his fat face against the glass and read the placard aloud, slowly, the way he always read, as though the letters were doing something personally offensive to him. Boa constrictor. Brazil. Then he'd slapped the glass and shouted, "Move. Do something." The snake hadn't moved. It had been sleeping, or pretending to sleep, which Harry understood completely. He'd spent most of his life pretending to sleep while the Dursleys thundered past his cupboard. Uncle Vernon had rapped his knuckles against the glass too, as if a fully grown man banging on the enclosure might accomplish what his son's sticky palms couldn't. The snake remained still. Dudley lost interest in approximately 4 seconds, a new personal record, and waddled off toward the Komodo dragons with his friend Piers Polkiss, who trailed behind him like a thin, rat-faced shadow. Harry waited until they were gone. Then he stepped closer to the glass. "Sorry about them," he said quietly. The snake raised its head. Harry blinked. The snake blinked. They regarded each other with a mutual recognition that Harry would spend years trying to understand, two creatures in enclosures too small for them, watched by people who didn't care, performing for an audience that found them either boring or frightening. "It must be awful," Harry said, "being stuck in there. With everyone staring at you all day." The snake flicked its tongue and turned its head toward the placard. "Bred in captivity." "Oh," Harry said. "So you've never been to Brazil either?" The snake shook its head. Actually shook its head, the way a person would. Harry opened his mouth to respond, and then something hit him. Hard. Piers Polkiss's elbow drove into his ribs as the boy lunged past him, shrieking at Dudley, "Come look. Come look at what the snake is doing." Harry hit the concrete floor. His glasses cracked against the ground and his vision fractured into pieces, but he heard what happened next even if he couldn't properly see it. Dudley shoved past him, sneakers grinding across Harry's fingers, and pressed both hands against the glass. The glass vanished. Not shattered. Not cracked. Simply ceased to exist, as though it had never been there at all, and 400 pounds of Brazilian boa constrictor slid out onto the floor of the reptile house like a leather river finding its natural course. The screaming started immediately. Piers went white and stumbled backward into a bin. Dudley, who had been leaning forward against the glass that was no longer there, pitched headfirst into the enclosure and splashed into 3 inches of tepid water. Harry, still on the ground, could have sworn the snake paused beside him on its way out. He could have sworn he heard it say, felt it say, the words arriving somewhere behind his eyes rather than through his ears, "Thanks, amigo." Then it was gone, weaving between the legs of screaming visitors, and the reptile house erupted into full-blown pandemonium. Harry would have laughed. He was 10 years old and a snake had just thanked him in what might have been Portuguese, and it was, without question, the most extraordinary thing that had ever happened to him. He would have laughed. But Uncle Vernon's hand closed around the back of his neck, and laughter was no longer an option. Dahlia Whitmore had been having a lovely afternoon. She'd taken Rosie to the zoo for her 6th birthday, and they'd eaten ice lollies and watched the penguins, and Rosie had declared, with the absolute certainty that only 6-year-olds possess, that she was going to become a penguin when she grew up. Not a zookeeper. A penguin. Dahlia had said that was a fine career choice and asked if she'd like to see the snakes. They'd been in the corridor outside the reptile house when the screaming started and people began pouring out of the doors. A woman in a floral dress grabbed Dahlia's arm and gasped something about a snake escaping, and Dahlia had been about to retreat with Rosie when she felt it. Magic. Accidental magic had a texture to it, a particular vibration that any trained witch or wizard could sense if they were paying attention. It was like static electricity mixed with the smell of rain on hot pavement, a wrongness in the air that said the normal rules had just bent. Dahlia Whitmore, senior healer at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Creature-Induced Injuries Ward, had felt accidental magic before. Usually it was a toddler blowing up a toy or a stressed teenager setting curtains on fire. This was different. This was strong. Not just bending the rules, rewriting them entirely. Vanishing solid glass required real power, even accidentally. Especially accidentally. She pulled Rosie behind a pillar and watched. The crowd thinned as people fled toward the exit. Through the reptile house doors, she could see a massive snake gliding down the corridor with surprising dignity, and behind it, in the emptying room, a very large man with a purple face was dragging a boy across the floor by his collar. The boy was small, far too small for the age he appeared to be. Thin arms, clothes that hung off him like sacks, broken glasses. Black hair that stuck up in every direction. And the large man, his uncle. Father. Was not simply removing him from the building. He was squeezing the boy's arm hard enough that Dahlia could see the skin going white around his fingers from 20 feet away. "You," the man snarled, and his voice carried the way angry voices always do, cutting through the residual panic, "You freak. You did this. I don't know how, but you did this, and so help me." He raised his hand. Dahlia didn't see the blow land because Rosie tugged her arm at that exact moment, asking why the man was so angry. When she looked back, the boy was stumbling, his hand pressed to the side of his head, and the large man was hauling him toward the exit. A thin woman with a face like a horse was already there, holding a fat blonde boy wrapped in a damp towel. "Vernon," she said, her voice tight and thin. "Not here. People are watching." "Let them watch," the man, Vernon, growled. But he lowered his hand and switched to a grip on the boy's upper arm that would leave bruises. Dahlia knew what bruise grips looked like. She'd seen them on the children who came through St. Mungo's after accidents at home. She followed them. She told herself she was just going to see. Just going to make sure the boy was all right. Just going to note the car, maybe, the license plate. She'd report the accidental magic to the ministry, that was protocol, and mention what she'd seen. Someone would look into it. But then she saw the boy's face as Vernon shoved him into the back of a battered car in the car park. Not crying. Not fighting. Not doing any of the things a child should do when an adult hurts them. Just, blank. Resigned. Absorbing it the way a sponge absorbs water, because that's what sponges do. That's what they're for. Dahlia had seen that face before, too. "Rosie, sweetheart," she said, very calmly. "We're going to play a game. We're going to follow that car in our car. It's like being a detective. Won't that be fun?" Rosie, who had inherited her mother's sharp eyes and her father's unfortunate tendency to take everything literally, said, "Detectives don't usually have a 6-year-old with them, Mom. The best ones do. Get in the car." Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, was exactly the kind of house Dahlia expected it to be. Neat. Normal. Oppressively normal, from the trimmed hedges to the polished brass number on the door to the way it sat in its row of identical houses like a soldier standing at attention. The car pulled into the driveway and the family got out, the large man, the thin woman, the fat boy, and the small boy who was not, Dahlia noticed, walking beside the others but being marched ahead of them, Vernon's hand still locked on his arm. They went inside. The door closed. Dahlia parked 3 houses down. She told Rosie to stay in the car, count to 1,000, slowly, and "I'll be back," and got out. She walked to number 4, keeping to the pavement, and glanced through the front window as she passed. The curtains were partly drawn, but there was a gap. Through it, she saw the hallway. Vernon had the boy against the wall. Not hitting him, worse. Holding him there with one meaty hand on his chest while he spoke in a low, intense voice that Dahlia couldn't hear through the glass but could read in the tension of his jaw, in the way his finger jabbed toward the boy's face, in the way the boy had gone absolutely still. Like a rabbit in the shadow of a hawk. Then Vernon opened a door under the stairs. A cupboard. He shoved the boy inside and slammed the door shut. A bolt slid across. Then another. The boy was locked in a cupboard under the stairs. Dahlia stood on the pavement in little whinging and felt something cold and precise settle into her chest. It was the same feeling she got in the hospital when she realized a patient's injuries didn't match the story their parents were telling, the feeling of pieces clicking into place to form a picture that made her sick to her stomach. She walked back to her car. She got in. Rosie had counted to 412. Dahlia took out her wand, disguised as a pen, as all off-duty wands were when she carried them in Muggle areas, and tapped it against a small mirror in her purse. "Auror Office, Department of Magical Law Enforcement," she said clearly. A voice answered. "Board, official. Auror Desk, state your emergency. This is Healer Dahlia Whitmore, St. Mungo's staff number 274. I need to report a case of accidental magic involving a minor, and," she paused. Swallowed. "And a case of suspected child abuse. Muggle household. The child is magical. I witnessed the abuse firsthand." The boredom vanished from the voice on the other end. "Address? Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey." There was a silence. Then, and Dahlia would remember this, the voice said, in an odd, strained tone, "Did you say Privet Drive?" "Yes." "Ma'am, can you describe the child?" "Small. Very thin. Black hair. Broken glasses. About 10 years old, I'd say, but he looks younger. Possibly malnourished." Another silence. Longer this time. "Ma'am, did the child have a scar on his forehead?" Dahlia's breath caught. She'd been too far away to see a scar. But the age, the black hair, the magical power, and the address, which clearly meant something to whoever was on the other end of this connection, I couldn't see from my distance. "But if you're suggesting what I think you're suggesting, Aurors are being dispatched now. Please remain on site, Healer Whitmore. Do not approach the house again." The connection went dead. Dahlia sat in her car. Her hands were shaking. Rosie, who had given up counting and was now drawing a penguin on a napkin, looked up and said, "Mum. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, sweetheart." "You don't look fine." Dahlia looked at number 4, Privet Drive, and thought of a small boy locked in a cupboard on a summer afternoon while the rest of the world went on as though he didn't exist. "No," she admitted. "I don't suppose I do." They arrived with the crack of apparition, appearing in the alley between numbers 3 and 5 with a sound like a car backfiring. 2 of them. The first was a tall black man with a shaved head and a single gold earring, who moved with the quiet, balanced gait of someone who could handle himself in any situation and rarely had to prove it. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Senior Auror. The second was a young woman, barely out of training, by the look of her, with hair that was, as Dahlia watched, shifting from bubblegum pink to a deep, professional brown. The woman grimaced, as though the brown physically pained her. "Healer Whitmore." The tall man's voice was deep and calm, the kind of voice that made you feel like everything was going to be handled. "Yes. Thank you for coming so quickly. Senior Auror Shacklebolt. This is Junior Auror Tonks. Tell us what you saw." Dahlia told them. The zoo. The vanished glass. The blow. The drive to Privet Drive. The cupboard. The bolts sliding shut. Kingsley's expression didn't change during any of it. But something shifted in his eyes, a hardening, like steel cooling. Tonks, beside him, was less controlled. Her hair flickered pink at the edges, and her jaw was tight. "The report flagged this address specifically," Kingsley said. "We know who lives here. We know who the child is. Who? Dahlia asked, though she was beginning to suspect. Kingsley didn't answer directly. He looked at number 4. Nymphadora, with me. Don't call me that, Tonks muttered automatically, but she fell in step beside him, and they crossed the street together. Kingsley knocked. Not aggressively, 3 measured raps. Professional. Controlled. The door opened. Vernon Dursley filled the doorframe. He'd changed into a clean shirt, as though appearances could retroactively undo what he'd done. His eyes went from Kingsley to Tonks to the ones they hadn't drawn but were clearly visible, and his face cycled through several colors, white, red, purple, back to white. What do you want? He blustered. If you're selling something, Mr. Dursley. Kingsley's voice carried effortlessly. I am Senior Auror Shacklebolt of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We have received a report of accidental magic at this address, and a report of suspected child abuse. We are here to investigate. May we come in? Vernon's face went through the color cycle again, faster this time. There's no magic in this house, he spat. We're normal. We're perfectly normal. I don't know who you think you are, but, Mr. Dursley. Kingsley didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. You can let us in, or I can come in anyway. I would strongly prefer the former. It involves less paperwork. Vernon tried to close the door. Kingsley caught it with one hand and held it open without apparent effort. Vernon's eyes went wide. Kingsley was strong, but it wasn't just strength. There was a solidity to him that suggested he was the kind of person doors opened for, one way or another. Petunia. Vernon shouted over his shoulder. Petunia, these people are. Petunia Dursley appeared in the hallway behind her husband. She was pale. She looked at Kingsley and Tonks, and unlike Vernon, she didn't bluster. She went still. Very, very still. And Dahlia, watching from the pavement, saw recognition in the woman's eyes. Not of these specific people, but of what they were. She'd seen their kind before. Let them in, Vernon, Petunia said quietly. I will not, let them in. Vernon, stunned by something in his wife's tone, stepped aside. Kingsley and Tonks entered number 4, Privet Drive. The house was immaculate. Dahlia learned this later, from the report, but she could have guessed. The kind of house where every surface was polished, every photograph dusted, every cushion plumped, a house maintained with the ferocious, obsessive energy of people who believed that cleanliness was next to godliness and normality was next to both. The photographs on the walls told a story. A blond boy at every age, baby, toddler, child, grinning with a smear of cake on his face, unwrapping mountains of Christmas presents, posing with a new bicycle. The same boy in every frame. Only one child in this house, the photograph said. Only one child worth photographing. Kingsley took this in. Tonks took this in. Where is the boy? Kingsley asked. What boy? Vernon said, and the stupidity of the lie was so vast that even Petunia flinched. Mr. Dursley, we know a child resides at this address. A child who is not your son. Where is he? Vernon's face was purple again. He drew himself up, which was impressive only in terms of sheer mass. That boy is our nephew. He's our responsibility. What we do in our own home, is very much our business when it involves the welfare of a magical child, Kingsley said. I'll ask one more time. Where is the boy? Silence. Tonks had been drifting down the hallway. Not obviously, she'd appeared to stumble, which was easy because she was genuinely clumsy, and braced herself against the wall near the staircase. Now she straightened up and looked at the small door under the stairs. At the 2 bolts, both slid shut. At the small vent near the bottom that was the only source of air. Kingsley, she said. He turned. Looked at the cupboard. Looked at the bolts. Looked at Vernon Dursley. Open it, he said. Now see here, open it. Now. Vernon didn't move. Kingsley moved past him, not shoving, not aggressive, simply occupying the space Vernon was in until Vernon wasn't in it anymore, and slid both bolts back. He opened the cupboard door. The cupboard was perhaps 4 feet wide and 6 feet deep. A thin mattress lay on the floor, stained and flat, with a single threadbare blanket. The walls were covered in drawings, crayon, mostly, the colors faded. A stick figure family, 2 tall shapes, 1 small shape between them. Flowers. A flying motorcycle. A green flash of light. On a small shelf, 3 broken toy soldiers and a pile of Dudley's old socks, balled up to serve as a makeshift pillow. Spiders had built webs in the corners. One was currently descending toward the mattress on a silk thread. On the mattress, curled into a ball so tight he'd made himself as small as physically possible, was Harry Potter. His arms were wrapped around his knees. His broken glasses sat crooked on his face. His eyes, green, startlingly green, visible even in the cupboard's gloom, were wide open and fixed on the door. Not with hope. With the wary, calculating stillness of a child who had learned that open doors could mean food or could mean a hand across the face, and who had stopped expecting the former years ago. He didn't speak. He didn't move. Tonks made a sound behind Kingsley. Not a gasp, she was an Auror, she didn't gasp, but something close. Her hair went white for a full 3 seconds before she got it under control. Kingsley crouched down slowly, the way you'd approach a wounded animal. He made himself smaller. Less threatening. When he spoke, his voice was the gentlest thing Dahlia had ever heard from a man who looked like he could bench press a car. "Hello, son," Kingsley said. "My name is Kingsley. I'm here to help you. You're safe now." Harry looked at him. Those green eyes evaluated him with an intelligence and a wariness that no 10-year-old should possess. "That's what the last one said," Harry whispered. "When Mrs. Fig's cat scratched me. She said it would be fine. Then they sent me back." Kingsley was quiet for a moment. "Then, I'm not sending you back. Promise?" "I promise." Harry uncurled. Slowly, joint by joint, like a fist opening. He was so thin that Kingsley could count his ribs through the oversized t-shirt he wore, Dudley's cast-off, faded, with a tear at the collar. There was a red mark on the side of his face where Vernon had struck him, and older bruises, yellow-green, healing, on his forearm. Kingsley held out his hand. Harry took it. What happened next happened fast. Kingsley carried Harry out of the cupboard. Not because Harry couldn't walk, he could, but because when Harry stood up, he swayed, and Kingsley caught him, and Harry didn't pull away. He leaned into it. Like a boy who had never been carried before and had just discovered what it felt like. Tonks stood in the hallway with her wand out, not pointing it at anyone but not hiding it either. Vernon was red-faced and sputtering about private property and English law, and who did they think they were? Petunia stood against the wall with her arms crossed, and she was looking at Harry and Kingsley's arms with an expression that Dahlia, watching from the open front door now, couldn't read. Guilt? Fear? Relief? Dudley was nowhere to be seen. Hiding upstairs, probably. Smart boy, whatever else he was. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley," Kingsley said, and his voice had lost all its gentleness, "you are being placed under investigation for the abuse and neglect of a magical minor. You will not leave this residence. Aurors will return within the hour to take your statements. If you attempt to flee, you will be found. If you attempt to destroy evidence, you will be caught. Do you understand?" Vernon opened his mouth. Petunia put her hand on his arm. "We understand," she said. Kingsley looked at her. Something passed between them, a conversation in glances that Dahlia couldn't follow. Then he turned and walked out the front door with Harry Potter in his arms. Dahlia took over at that point. She'd called ahead to St. Mungo's through the mirror while Kingsley was inside, and a private room was waiting on the fourth floor, spell damage, usually, but cleared and sterilized for a new patient. Kingsley Operat with Harry from the alley between the houses. Side along, which was uncomfortable even for adults. Harry's eyes went huge when reality compressed around him, and he made a small, choked sound, and then they were standing in the reception area of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Harry stared. He stared at the witches and wizards in lime green robes. He stared at the floating clipboards that trailed after the healers like obedient dogs. He stared at the portraits on the walls that waved at him. He stared at the candles that hovered near the ceiling without any visible means of support. "This isn't real," he said. "It is," Dahlia said gently, appearing beside them. She'd left Rosie with a Muggle neighbor and Operat directly. "I know it's a lot. But it's real, and you're safe here." "You were at the zoo," Harry said, looking at her. "You were watching." Sharp boy. She hadn't thought he'd noticed her. "I was. I saw what happened, and I came here to make sure you were all right." "Am I in trouble?" "For the glass." Dahlia's heart cracked along a fault line she hadn't known was there. "No, Harry. You're not in trouble. You're not in any trouble at all." They brought him to the room. Clean white sheets. Soft pillows. A window enchanted to show a meadow under summer sunshine, though they were actually deep inside the building. Harry sat on the edge of the bed and touched the sheets with both hands, running his fingers over the fabric. Mapping its texture. Learning it. "These are clean," he said. "Of course. Mine weren't. At home." He said home the way most people said prison. "Aunt Petunia washed Dudley's sheets every week. Mine got done when she remembered. Sometimes that was a while." Dahlia sat down in the chair beside his bed. "Harry, I need to ask you some questions, and I need you to be honest with me. Can you do that?" He looked at her with those green eyes. Evaluating. Deciding. Then he nodded. "How long have you lived in that cupboard?" "Always. Since I was a baby, I think. That's what they told me. They said I was left on the doorstep. In a blanket." "Have they ever hurt you? Hit you? Thrown things at you?" "Uncle Vernon hits me sometimes. When I do something freakish." The word came out without inflection, worn smooth by years of use. "Mostly he grabs my arm or my neck. Aunt Petunia swung a frying pan at me once but she missed. Dudley hits me a lot. He and his friends play a game called Harry Hunting." Dahlia's quill was scratching across parchment of its own accord, a self-dictating medical intake form, standard at St. Mungo's. The words appeared in neat clinical script as Harry spoke, and each sentence was worse than the last. "Do they feed you?" "Sometimes. If I've done my chores. I cook breakfast for them every morning. I've done that since I was 5. Aunt Petunia taught me how to use the stove. If I burn anything, I don't eat. If Dudley says I looked at him funny, I don't eat. There's a list on the fridge of reasons I don't eat. Dudley made it. He thinks it's funny." Dahlia set down her quill. She stood up. She walked to the window and looked at the enchanted meadow and pressed both hands flat against the cool glass and breathed until she was sure her voice would be steady. Then she came back and sat down. "Harry, I'm going to have another healer come in and do some tests. They won't hurt, I promise. They're just to see how you're doing, health-wise. Is that all right?" "Tests like at a doctor." "Similar. But ours use magic." Harry considered this. "Am I really a wizard?" "You really are. Uncle Vernon said magic isn't real. He said if I ever mentioned it again, he'd lock me in the cupboard for a week. He did that once. Locked me in for 5 days because I accidentally turned my teacher's wig blue." Dahlia stood up again. This time she didn't go to the window. She went to the door and stuck her head out and said, in a voice that carried the full authority of a senior healer who had been at St. Mungo's for 15 years and had never once asked for something she didn't need. "I need Augustus Pye in room 417. Now. Full diagnostic workup. And someone contact Amelia Bones." The junior healer in the hallway blanched. "Madam Bones? From the DMLE? Did I stutter?" "No, ma'am." "Then move." Augustus Pye was a thin, earnest man with the kind of face that inspired trust in children and mild exasperation in colleagues. He talked too much, smiled too easily, and had an annoying habit of being extremely good at his job. He arrived in room 417 carrying a leather case full of diagnostic instruments and wearing an expression that suggested he'd been briefed on exactly nothing, which was how Dahlia preferred it. She wanted his findings clean, unbiased by context. "Young man," Pye said, setting his case on the bedside table and shaking Harry's hand with the gravity of someone greeting a head of state. "I'm Healer Pye. I'm going to do some tests. They involve waving my wand over you and reading the results on this parchment here. You might feel a bit of tingling. Nothing scary. All right?" Harry nodded. He'd drawn his knees up on the bed again, that defensive curl, that instinct to make himself small, but his eyes were curious now. Watching Pye's wand the way a starving man watches a kitchen. "Has anyone ever explained magic to you?" Pye asked, withdrawing his wand. "No." "Well, that's criminal. Figuratively. And possibly literally, given the circu," he caught Dahlia's look. "Right. Tests. Here we go." He began the diagnostic. Standard stuff first, the vitals charm, which painted glowing numbers in the air above Harry's head. Heart rate, blood pressure, temperature, magical core density. Then the deeper scans. Bone density. Muscular development. Nutritional markers. Hormonal levels. Growth trajectory. The parchment on the bedside table filled itself in as Pye worked. Numbers and terms in clinical shorthand that painted a picture more clearly than any photograph. Dahlia read over Pye's shoulder. Height, 4 feet 2 inches, expected for age, 4 feet 8 inches, 4 feet 11 inches, weight, 5 stone 2 pounds, expected for age, 5 stone 10 pounds, 6 stone 8 pounds, bone density, 78% of expected value. Evidence of calcium deficiency, chronic. Historical fractures detected, left radius, healed, approximately age 7, no medical treatment administered. Right ribs 4 to 5, healed, approximately age 8, no medical treatment administered. Nutritional status, moderate to severe malnutrition. Iron deficiency. Vitamin D deficiency. Caloric intake estimated at 40 to 60% of recommended for age and activity level. Growth hormone levels, suppressed. Consistent with chronic stress and inadequate nutrition. Cortisol levels, elevated. Consistent with sustained psychological trauma. Pye had stopped talking. He was reading the parchment with his lips pressed together in a thin line and his wand hand very still. After a long moment, he continued the scan. Moved to Harry's head. The wand traced over Harry's forehead. Over the lightning bolt scar. The parchment reacted. The neat clinical text gave way to something different, the quill scratching frantically, as though trying to transcribe something it didn't have the vocabulary for. Words appeared and were crossed out. Numbers spiked and crashed. Then, finally, 3 lines of text stabilized, curse scar, forehead dark magical signature detected. Classification, unknown. Signature does not match any catalogued curse residue. Note, secondary magical presence detected within scar tissue. Nature, parasitic. Origin, external. Status, dormant. Recommend immediate consultation, Department of Mysteries. Pye looked at Dahlia. Dahlia looked at Pye. What is that? Dahlia whispered. I have absolutely no idea, Pye said, and for the first time since she'd known him, Augustus Pye sounded frightened. Harry, sitting on the bed, watched them both. He couldn't read the parchment from his angle, but he could read faces. He'd spent his entire life reading faces. It was a survival skill, knowing when Uncle Vernon was about to snap, knowing when Aunt Petunia's tight smile meant danger, knowing when Dudley's boredom was about to curdle into cruelty. These two were scared. Not of him. For him. That was new. "What's wrong with me?" he asked. Dahlia turned to him and smiled, and it was the most convincing lie she'd ever told. "Nothing's wrong with you, Harry. You're going to be just fine." Harry didn't believe her. But he appreciated the effort. Night fell over St. Mungo's. The enchanted window in room 417 shifted from the sunny meadow to a moonlit field, stars scattered across a velvet sky. Harry lay in the clean bed and stared at the ceiling and tried to process the fact that his entire life had changed in the space of an afternoon. He was a wizard. Magic was real. There was a whole world of magical people hidden alongside the normal one, or the Muggle one, as Dahlia had called it, and he was part of it. He'd always been part of it. The glass at the zoo, the teacher's wig, the time he'd somehow ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him, all magic. His magic. Uncle Vernon had called it freakish. Had beaten it out of him, or tried to. Had locked him in the dark for it. Harry turned onto his side and looked at the door of his hospital room. It was open. No locks. No bolts. He could walk out whenever he wanted. He'd tested this already, gotten up to use the bathroom down the hall and nobody had stopped him. Nobody had shouted. A healer had smiled at him and asked if he needed anything. He could leave. He could walk out and nobody would stop him. He stayed. Dahlia was in the chair by his bed again, reading a book by Wandlight. She'd sent her daughter home with her husband. Marcus is perfectly capable of bedtime stories, despite what he claims, and returned to sit with Harry. "You don't have to stay," Harry said. "I know. Then why are you?" She lowered her book. "Because you shouldn't be alone tonight. And because I want to be here." "Why?" The question wasn't accusatory. It was genuinely baffled. Why would anyone choose to sit in a hospital room with him? What was in it for her? "Because that's what people do for each other, Harry," she said. "When someone needs help, you help them. When someone's alone, you sit with them. It's not complicated." Harry thought about this for a long time. Uncle Vernon says people only do things because they want something. Uncle Vernon, Dahlia said carefully, was wrong about a great many things. Harry was quiet. "Then, what's going to happen to me?" "Tomorrow, some important people are going to come and talk about that. People who want to make sure you're safe and taken care of. And then I go back." "No. You will never go back to that house. I promise you that." Harry's lower lip trembled. "Just once. Just barely." He clamped down on it immediately, the way he'd learned to clamp down on every emotion that could be used against him. "Don't cry, crying gets you hit. Don't smile, smiling means you're up to something. Don't want things, wanting things means they can be taken away." But Dahlia saw it. The tremor. The crack in the wall. "It's all right to feel things, Harry," she said softly. "Whatever you're feeling right now, it's all right." He turned his face into the pillow. His shoulders shook. He didn't make a sound. 10 years of practice had made him an expert in silent crying, but his body shook, and Dahlia put her book down and moved to sit on the edge of the bed and placed her hand on his back and let him cry. It took a long time. When it was over, Harry turned his head and looked at her with red-rimmed eyes. "Am I really a wizard?" he asked again. She smiled. "You really are, Harry." He was quiet for a long time, staring at the enchanted stars on the ceiling. "Good," he said. "Because I never want to go back there." Morning brought chaos. It started at 6 a.m. when Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived with a team of Aurors and a warrant signed by the head of the DMLE herself. He brought Tonks, who had not slept and whose hair was cycling through colors at random, and 2 senior Aurors named Dawlish and Proudfoot. "We're going back to Privet Drive," Kingsley told Dahlia in the corridor. "Full evidence collection. The cupboard, the house, witness statements from neighbors. I want everything documented before anyone has a chance to sanitize the situation." "You think someone might try?" Kingsley's expression was carefully neutral. "The boy in that room is Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The child Albus Dumbledore personally placed with those people. There are going to be forces that want this to go away quietly. I intend to make sure it doesn't." He left. Dahlia watched him go and felt a surge of fierce gratitude for the existence of decent people with authority. Tonks lingered for a moment. She looked younger than she had the day before. The night had stripped away some of her professional veneer, leaving a 20-year-old woman who'd seen a child in a cupboard and hadn't been able to stop seeing it since. "Is he all right?" she asked. "The kid? He's sleeping. First peaceful sleep he's had in a long time, I think." Tonks nodded. Her hair settled on a determined shade of red. "Good. I'm going to go arrest his uncle now." She said it cheerfully. There was nothing cheerful about her eyes. The arrest of Vernon Dursley was, by all accounts, enormously satisfying. Kingsley knocked at 7 a.m. Vernon opened the door in his bathrobe, saw the Aurors, and attempted to slam it. Tonks caught it with a sticking charm so casual she might have been brushing lint off her sleeve. "Vernon Dursley," Kingsley said, "you are under arrest for the physical abuse and criminal neglect of a minor under your care. You will be escorted to the Ministry of Magic for processing. Please come quietly." Vernon did not come quietly. Vernon roared about his rights and British law and normal people and the police and solicitors and who the bloody hell did they think they were. He grabbed a golf club from the umbrella stand and swung it at Kingsley. Kingsley caught the golf club mid-swing. With one hand. Without blinking. Then he stunned Vernon Dursley with a casual flick of his wand, and the man dropped like a sack of wet concrete. Petunia Dursley stood in the kitchen doorway. She was fully dressed. She'd been expecting them. She'd been expecting them since the moment she'd told Vernon to let them in. Maybe she'd been expecting them for 10 years, since the morning she'd opened her front door and found a baby on the step with a letter she'd read 3 times and understood completely. "Mrs. Dursley," Kingsley said. "I know," she said. "I'll come." "Mummy?" Dudley's voice, from upstairs. Frightened. Lost. Petunia closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were dry. "There's a telephone number on the refrigerator," she said. "Vernon's sister, Marge. She'll take Dudley. Please, please don't let him see his father like this." Kingsley nodded. Tonks. Tonks went upstairs. She was good with children, despite everything, or maybe because of it. She sat with Dudley in his bedroom surrounded by his mountains of presents and told him his parents had to go away for a while and that his Aunt Marge was coming to get him. Dudley cried. Tonks let him. She didn't comfort him the way she would have comforted Harry, because Dudley Dursley was not a victim in this story, but he was still an 11-year-old boy watching his world fall apart, and Tonks was not cruel. Across the street, Arabella Figg watched from behind her lace curtains. She was crying. She'd watched over Harry for Dumbledore, watched him grow thinner, watched the bruises come and go, watched Dudley chase him down the street, and she'd reported it all, faithfully, to the old headmaster. He'd told her the wards required Harry to stay. He'd told her the blood protection was essential. He'd told her to watch and report and not interfere. She'd obeyed. Standing in her sitting room with her cats winding around her ankles and the Aurors loading Vernon Dursley's stunned body into a modified vehicle across the street, Arabella Figg wondered when obeying had become the same thing as failing. At 9 a.m., Amelia Bones arrived at St. Mungo's. She did not arrive quietly. She arrived the way she did everything, with purpose, precision, and an absolute absence of nonsense. She was a tall woman, square-jawed, with close-cropped gray hair and a monocle that made her look like she was perpetually examining you for flaws and finding plenty. She wore her DMLE robes like armor and carried herself with the kind of authority that came not from title but from decades of being the most competent person in every room she entered. She strode through the hospital corridors and staff parted before her like the Red Sea before Moses, if Moses had been a 50-year-old witch with a legendary temper and the highest conviction rate in DMLE history. Dahlia met her outside room 417. Healer Whitmore. Status: he's awake. He ate breakfast, 3 helpings, couldn't stop himself. I've started him on nutritional potions. Bone-strengthening drafts will begin this afternoon. Physically, he'll recover. He's young. The body heals. And the other matter? Pye's report mentioned, the scar. Yes. I've flagged it to the Department of Mysteries. An unspeakable named Croaker has been assigned. Amelia absorbed this with a single nod. I want to see the boy. Madam Bones, he's been through a great deal. He's wary of adults, with good reason. If you could, I have a niece his age, Healer Whitmore. I am not going to interrogate him. I am going to introduce myself and tell him he is safe. May I? Dahlia stepped aside. Amelia entered the room. Harry was sitting up in bed, wearing new clothes, hospital issue, but clean and fitted to him, the first clothes in his life that actually fit, and eating a biscuit with the focused intensity of someone who wasn't entirely sure the food wouldn't be taken away. He looked up. Saw Amelia. Read her the way he read everyone, the set of her shoulders, the directness of her gaze, the way she took in the room with one efficient sweep before her eyes settled on him. Not pitying. Not angry. Assessing. You're in charge, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Amelia's eyebrow rose a fraction. Yes. I'm Amelia Bones. I run the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I'm the one who decides what happens next. What happens next? That depends on several things. But I can tell you what won't happen, you will not go back to those people. Whatever else occurs, that is settled. Harry studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, as though they'd reached a business agreement. Amelia almost smiled. Almost. She sat down in the chair Dahlia had occupied and said, I need to ask you some questions, Harry. Not like the healer's questions, she needed to know about your health. I need to know about your situation. Your life with the Dursleys. Everything you can tell me. It will be used as evidence in their case. Do you understand? You're going to arrest them. Your uncle is already in custody. Your aunt is being processed. Something moved across Harry's face. Not triumph. Not relief. Something quieter, the expression of a boy who had spent 10 years enduring and had just been told, for the first time, that the enduring was over. All right, he said. What do you want to know? He told her everything. Not dramatically, he didn't have the energy or the inclination for drama. He told it plainly, the way you described the weather. The cupboard. The chores. The meals withheld. Dudley's gang. Vernon's temper. Petunia's cold, deliberate cruelty, never hitting, rarely shouting, just a constant, grinding erasure. You're not welcome. You're not wanted. You're not one of us. You're a freak, a burden, a waste of space. He told her about cooking breakfast at 5, standing on a step stool to reach the stove. About wearing Dudley's enormous cast-offs while Dudley got new clothes every month. About the locks on the cupboard door, 3 of them, installed over the years as Harry grew clever enough to pick the earlier ones. About the time Vernon grabbed his arm so hard it broke and told him to stop screaming or he'd give him something to scream about, and how the arm healed crooked and still ached when it rained. Amelia listened. Her face didn't change. Her quill recorded everything on a long scroll of parchment that would, in time, become the most damning piece of evidence in wizarding legal history. When Harry finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Harry, I'm going to tell you something, and I want you to listen carefully." He looked at her. "None of that was your fault. Not one moment of it. You did nothing wrong. You are not a freak. You are not a burden. You are a child who was failed by the people who were supposed to protect you. Every single one of them." Her eyes hardened on the last sentence, and Harry had the sense that she wasn't just talking about the Dursleys. "I know," he said quietly. Amelia blinked. She'd expected tears, or denial, or the fragile gratitude of a rescued child. What she got instead was a boy who had somehow, despite everything, figured out the truth on his own. "You know, I knew they were wrong about me. Not at first, when I was little, I believed them. I thought I was a freak. But then I started reading. At school, in the library, it was the one place Dudley wouldn't follow me, because he hates books. I read about families. Normal ones. And I realized what the Dursleys were doing wasn't normal. It wasn't my fault. They were just." He searched for the word. "Mean. They were just mean people." Amelia looked at this thin, battered, 10-year-old boy who had figured out the fundamental truth of his own abuse through library books, and she made a decision. She was going to protect this child. Personally. Whatever it took. The afternoon brought one more visitor. Dahlia heard him before she saw him, or rather, she felt him. A shift in the hospital's atmosphere, a subtle change in the way people moved and spoke, as though a gravity well had appeared in the building and everything was reorienting around it. Albus Dumbledore walked down the fourth-floor corridor of St. Mungo's hospital wearing midnight blue robes embroidered with silver stars, half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose, and an expression that Dahlia had never seen on his face before. She'd met Dumbledore several times at ministry functions, everyone in the magical world had, and he always radiated a kind of serene, twinkling authority. The wisest wizard in the world. The man who defeated Grindelwald. The headmaster of Hogwarts. Today, the twinkle was gone. He looked old. Not the performative, grandfatherly old that was part of his persona, genuinely old. Tired. The weight of something enormous sitting on his shoulders and pressing down. Amelia was in the corridor when he arrived. She'd been reviewing Kingsley's evidence report. She looked up and saw Dumbledore, and her face went flat and hard. "Albus. Amelia. I came as soon as I heard." "Did you?" It wasn't a question. Dumbledore stopped. He read her expression. He was excellent at reading people, which made his failure with the Dursleys all the more damning, and inclined his head. "You have questions." "I have rather more than questions, Albus. I have a 10-year-old boy in that room with 2 healed fractures that were never treated, malnutrition severe enough to stunt his growth by 6 inches, and a trauma history that would make a seasoned Auror flinch. And I have your name on the letter that placed him in that home." Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, they were very blue and very steady. "Perhaps we should speak privately." "No. We'll speak here. I want Healer Whitmore present as a witness. And I want answers." Dahlia, who had been pretending to review a chart nearby, stopped pretending. She stood beside Amelia and faced Dumbledore. He looked at them both. Then he began. "When Lily and James Potter were murdered, their son became the most famous child in our world. Every Death Eater who avoided Azkaban had reason to find him. Every dark sympathizer, every opportunist, every fool who wanted to claim the boy who lived as their own, Harry was in danger from all of them. I needed to place him somewhere safe. Somewhere no one would look." "A Muggle household," Amelia said. "Lily Potter's sacrifice created a protection tied to her blood. As long as Harry lived with someone who shared Lily's blood, her sister, Petunia, that protection would hold. No dark wizard could touch him there. The wards I placed on Privet Drive were the most powerful I have ever constructed. They have held for nearly 10 years. Protection from dark wizards, Amelia said, and her voice could have etched glass. Very thorough, Albus. Did it occur to you that the danger might come from inside the house? Silence. I placed monitoring charms, Dumbledore said. Mrs. Figg reported to me regularly. And what did she report? Another silence. Longer. She reported that Harry was not happy. That the Dursleys were not kind to him. That he was thin and wore poor clothing and was often left in the company of Mrs. Figg herself while the Dursleys took trips without him. And you did nothing. I spoke to Petunia. On 2 occasions. I reminded her of her obligation and of the importance of, you spoke to her. Amelia's voice was quiet now, which was worse than shouting. A child was being starved and beaten, and you spoke to the woman doing it. Dumbledore's hand, the one not holding his wand, trembled slightly. It was so subtle that Dahlia almost missed it. I made a judgment, he said. I weighed the protection of the blood wards against the quality of Harry's home life. I judged that the protection was essential, that the forces arrayed against Harry were so dangerous that the wards justified the cost. The cost, Amelia repeated. You're calling a child suffering a cost. Yes. And I have called it that every day for 10 years, and I have lived with the weight of it, and I am telling you now, Amelia, that I was wrong. The words hung in the corridor. Dahlia watched Dumbledore's face. She was a healer, she knew what pain looked like, even when people tried to hide it. Dumbledore was not faking this. The regret in his voice was real. The self-recrimination was genuine. But genuine regret didn't heal broken bones. You placed a child in danger to protect him from danger, Amelia said. I want you to hear how that sounds. I hear it. I have heard it since the moment Kingsley's report reached my desk. I came here to face Harry, and to face you, and to accept whatever consequences. You'll face consequences. But not today. Today I'm dealing with the child you failed. I want to know about the blood wards. Can they be replicated without the Dursleys? Dumbledore paused. Recalibrated. The shift from guilt to problem-solving was visible, the old wizard's mind was still formidable, even weighed down by remorse. The wards require a connection to Lily's blood. But the connection need not be Petunia. It can be maintained through Harry himself, through a willingly given blood sample used in a modified ward scheme. I have been considering alternatives. In case this day came. You expected this? I feared it. Which is not the same thing, though perhaps it should have been. Amelia stared at him for a long time. Then, I'm taking guardianship of Harry. Legal, magical, and physical. You will assist with the ward modifications. You will have limited oversight for the purpose of Harry's magical protection. You will not make decisions about his life, his placement, or his education without my consent. Is that clear? Perfectly. And Albus, if I find out there's anything else. Anything you've hidden, any other costs you've decided a child should bear, I will end you. Politically. Professionally. Completely. We understand each other. We do. Amelia turned and walked into Harry's room. Dumbledore stood in the corridor, looking at the closed door, and seemed to shrink. Dahlia studied him. You should have done better, she said. Dumbledore looked at her. The blue eyes were wet. Yes, he said. I should have. Through the door, Dahlia could hear Amelia's voice, steady, warm in a way that Amelia Bones was not generally known for being warm. Explaining guardianship. Explaining what it would mean. A home. A room, with a door. A family. Harry's voice, small and uncertain, why would you want me? Amelia's answer, so quiet Dahlia had to press her ear to the door to hear it, because every child deserves someone who fights for them. And I'm very good at fighting. A pause. Then Harry, okay. One word. Quiet. Trembling slightly at the edges, the way a hand trembles when it reaches for something it's afraid will be snatched away. Okay. Later, much later, after Amelia had left to begin the legal proceedings and Dumbledore had departed looking like a man who had aged a decade in an afternoon and Pi had administered the first round of nutritional potions that made Harry's face scrunch up in disgust, Dahlia sat by Harry's bed one last time. The enchanted window showed stars again. The hospital was quiet, save for the distant murmur of the night staff and the occasional sound of a healing charm being cast in a nearby room. Harry was lying on his back, staring at the ceiling. His color was already better, the potions worked fast on young bodies, and there was something in his face that hadn't been there before. Not happiness, exactly. Something more fundamental than happiness. Hope, maybe. The first, tentative green shoots of it pushing through soil that had been frozen solid for a decade. Dahlia, he said. Yes, Harry. The things you said. About me being a wizard. About this whole world of magic people. Is there more? More than just hospitals and wands and things. She smiled. So much more, Harry. There's a school. Hogwarts. It's a castle in Scotland, and you'll go there when you turn 11. You'll learn magic, real magic. Spells and potions and how to fly on broomsticks. Broomsticks. There's a sport called Quidditch, it's played on brooms, in the air. There are shops in a hidden street in London called Diagon Alley where you can buy wands and cauldrons and spell books. There's a bank run by goblins. Goblins are real. Goblins, dragons, unicorns, merpeople, all real. Harry's eyes were wide. For one moment, the wariness was gone, the walls were down, and he was simply a 10-year-old boy hearing the most extraordinary story of his life. And my parents, he said. They were magical too. Your parents were two of the finest witch and wizard of their age. Your father, James, was, by all accounts, brilliant and brave and a terrible show-off. Your mother, Lily, was one of the most talented witches Hogwarts ever saw. They loved you very much, Harry. They died protecting you. The Dursleys said they died in a car crash. They didn't die in a car crash. How did they die? Dahlia hesitated. This wasn't her story to tell, not all of it. But the boy deserved something. Some truth, after a lifetime of lies. There was a dark wizard. A very powerful, very evil man. He tried to hurt you. Your parents stood between you and him, and they gave their lives to save yours. Your mother, especially, she did something with her love, some magic that no one fully understands, and it protected you. It's why you survived when he tried to hurt you, too. Harry's hand went to his forehead. To the scar. This is from him. The Dark Wizard? Yes. What happened to him? He was destroyed. Or, most people believe he was destroyed. When he tried to hurt you and your mother's protection stopped him, the curse rebounded. He vanished. You're famous for it, Harry. In our world, everyone knows your name. They call you the boy who lived. Harry processed this. She could see him turning it over, fitting this new piece into the jigsaw of his identity. The boy in the cupboard was also the boy who survived. The freak was also the hero. I don't feel like a hero, he said. You don't have to feel like one. You just have to be yourself. The rest will sort itself out. He was quiet for a long time. Dahlia? Yes. Thank you. For following us. For seeing. She reached out and took his hand. He flinched, just slightly, a reflex he'd carry for years, and then held on. I'll always see, Harry. That's what healers do. We see what's wrong, and we fix it. I saw you, and I'm going to make sure you're fixed. Not because you're famous. Not because you're the boy who lived. Because you're a boy. That's enough." Harry held her hand and looked at the enchanted stars and said nothing. There was nothing to say. For the first time in his life, someone had looked at him, really looked, seen the bruises and the hunger and the loneliness and the fear, and instead of looking away, they'd done something about it. It was, he thought, the most magical thing that had happened all day. And a snake had spoken to him in Portuguese. In the corridor outside room 417, two things happened simultaneously. Augustus Pye, working late in his office, finalized his report on Harry Potter's scar and flagged it with the highest priority classification available to a St. Mungo's healer. Within minutes, the flag was picked up by the Department of Mystery's automated monitoring system, a series of enchanted quills that tracked any mention of dark magical anomalies across the British Isles. An unspeakable named Saul Croker read the report in his windowless office deep beneath the Ministry of Magic. He read it once quickly, then again slowly, then a third time with his hands flat on the desk and his breathing very carefully controlled. Secondary magical presence detected within scar tissue. Nature, parasitic. Origin, external. Croker had spent 37 years studying the darkest corners of magical theory. He had read texts that would shatter most minds. He had examined artifacts that predated civilization. And in all those years, he had encountered only one phenomenon that matched what Pye's report described. A soul fragment. Lodged in living tissue. Feeding off the host's magical core like a tick feeds off blood. There was a word for the magic that created such things. An old word, from a branch of sorcery so abhorrent that it had been stricken from every library in the civilized magical world. Horcrux. Croker stood up. He walked to his filing cabinet, warded, blood-locked, trapped with 6 separate curses, and withdrew a thin folder labeled with a date, October 31st, 1981. He opened it. Inside was a single sheet of parchment, old and yellowed, containing a list of suspected magical artifacts associated with Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort. At the bottom of the list, in Croker's own handwriting, was a note, possible Horcrux creation suspected. Number unknown. Evidence insufficient. He picked up his quill and, with a hand that was entirely steady despite the cold dread pooling in his stomach, added a new line, evidence found. Location, Harry Potter, scar, forehead. Living Horcrux confirmed. He set the quill down. Stared at the words. Then he reached for the communication mirror on his desk. He needed to speak with Amelia Bones. Tonight. Because if what he suspected was true, if the darkest wizard of the modern age had made at least one Horcrux, possibly more, then Voldemort was not dead. Had never been dead. Could not die, as long as the fragments of his soul endured. And one of those fragments was living inside the forehead of a 10-year-old boy who had just been rescued from a cupboard under the stairs. The mirror connected. Amelia's face appeared, tired and drawn. Croker. It's midnight. What, we need to meet. Now. In person. Bring Dumbledore. Dumbledore? I just spent an hour telling that man exactly what Amelia. Bring him. What I have to tell you changes everything. The mirror went dark. Croker sat in his office beneath the Ministry of Magic and felt the weight of the world shift, imperceptibly, towards something terrible. The boy who lived was alive, and he was safe, and he was sleeping in a clean bed for the first time in 10 years. But the thing that lived behind his scar was not sleeping. It was waiting. And somewhere, in a forest, in a shadow, in the space between life and death, the broken remnant of the darkest wizard who ever lived stirred in its exile, and felt, for the first time in 9 years, the faintest pulse of connection. A heartbeat that was not its own. The boy lives, the shadow thought. And so, therefore, do I. Chapter 2, The weight of a name. The Daily Prophet hit doorsteps across magical Britain at 6 o'clock in the morning, delivered by a fleet of owls so vast they briefly blotted out the sunrise over London. The headline was set in type so large it consumed half the front page: Boy who lived found abused in Muggle home, Dumbledore's placement decision under fire as DMLE launches investigation. Below it, in slightly smaller but no less damning text, Harry Potter, 10, discovered living in a cupboard. Healers report malnutrition, untreated fractures. Muggle guardians arrested. Full story, pages 2 to 5. Editorial, page 7. Letters to the editor, page 12, overflow, pages 13 to 16. The reporter was a woman named Emmeline Clearwater, not Rita Skeeter, who had been salivating over the story but couldn't get past the DMLE's press lockdown. Clearwater was meticulous, measured, and devastating. She had sources inside St. Mungo's, a junior healer who shouldn't have talked but did, sources inside the Auror office, anonymous, careful, and a gift for presenting facts in a way that made the reader's blood boil without ever crossing into sensationalism. She didn't need to sensationalize. The facts were enough. The reaction was immediate and volcanic. Howlers descended on the Ministry of Magic like a red, screaming plague. They piled up in the atrium, in the mail room, in individual offices. They targeted 3 people primarily: Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, who had nothing to do with Harry's placement but who was responsible for everything by default; Millicent Bagnold, the former minister who had been in charge when the placement occurred and who was now retired in Cornwall growing prize-winning roses; and Albus Dumbledore, who received so many howlers that morning that the pile in his Hogwarts office achieved a kind of critical mass and detonated simultaneously, blowing out 2 windows and singeing Fawkes's tail feathers. The Phoenix gave Dumbledore a look of such pointed reproach that the headmaster almost smiled, despite everything. Almost. In the leaky cauldron, Tom the barman couldn't pour drinks fast enough for the crowd of witches and wizards who'd gathered to discuss the story. In Diagon Alley, people stopped strangers to ask if they'd read The Prophet. In homes across the country, families sat around breakfast tables and felt something they hadn't felt in years: collective shame. They'd celebrated Harry Potter. They'd toasted the boy who lived on every anniversary of Voldemort's defeat. They'd named children after him, written books about him, turned his survival into the founding myth of their peacetime world. And while they celebrated, while they raised their glasses and told the story of the brave baby who vanquished the Dark Lord, that baby had been growing up in a cupboard, starving, beaten, and alone. Nobody had checked. Not once. Not in 10 years. The guilt landed differently on different people. For most, it was a vague, uncomfortable feeling that would fade by lunchtime. For some, it was sharper. Minerva McGonagall read the article in her office at Hogwarts and set it down and sat very still for a long time, remembering the night she'd spent as a cat on the wall of Privet Drive, watching the Dursleys, telling Dumbledore they were the worst sort of muggles. She'd been right. She'd known she was right. And she'd let herself be overruled. For Albus Dumbledore, it was not guilt that sat heaviest. It was the meeting he'd had the night before, in the small hours of the morning, in Amelia Bones's office, with Saul Croker sitting across the desk and speaking in the flat, precise tones of a man delivering a terminal diagnosis. Horcrux. The word had landed in the room like a curse. Amelia had gone white. Dumbledore had gone very, very still, not with surprise, Croker noticed, but with the terrible confirmation of a suspicion he'd been nursing for years and hoping was wrong. "You knew," Amelia had said, reading his face. "I suspected. I had no proof. I hoped, you hoped." She'd said it the way she'd said, "You spoke to her," earlier that day, turning the word into an indictment. "The scar has always troubled me. The connection between Harry and Voldemort, the way Harry survived the killing curse, I had theories. Dark ones. But without diagnostic confirmation, which you never sought." Silence. "You could have brought him to St. Mungo's at any point in the last 10 years, Amelia said. Had the scar examined. Had the fragment identified. You chose not to. I chose to wait until Harry was older. Until he was better prepared to, he was living in a cupboard, Albus. How was that preparing him for anything? Dumbledore had no answer. For perhaps the first time in a career spanning a century, the greatest wizard of the age had absolutely nothing to say. Croaker had broken the silence. The question now is what to do about it. The fragment is dormant but stable. It's been feeding off Potter's magical core, minimally, but consistently. In theory, it could be removed. In practice, he'd spread his hands. We've never dealt with a living Horcrux before. The risks are substantial. How substantial? Amelia asked. The fragment is integrated with Potter's magical signature. Removing it carelessly could damage his core. Or kill him. Then we find a way to do it carefully. That could take years. Then it takes years. But we start now. Who else knows? The three of us. Healer Pie saw the diagnostic but doesn't know what the dark signature means. I'll need to bring in specialists from my department, 2, perhaps 3 unspeakables with relevant expertise. Vetted personally. By me. Agreed. Amelia had turned to Dumbledore. And you will tell me everything you know or suspect about Voldemort's Horcruxes. Not tomorrow. Not when it's convenient. Now. Dumbledore had told her. Not everything, he had suspicions that were barely formed, threads he was still pulling, but enough. Enough for Amelia to understand the scope of the problem. Enough for Croaker to start building a research framework. Enough for both of them to lie awake that night staring at their ceilings, thinking about a 10-year-old boy with a piece of a monster's soul living behind his forehead. That had been last night. This morning, the prophet had broken the story, and the world was on fire, and Harry Potter was eating porridge in a hospital bed, blissfully unaware that his situation was more complicated than anyone had told him. Harry discovered he was famous on the second day. It happened because of the flowers. They started arriving at St. Mungo's around mid-morning, bouquets and wreaths and potted plants and one deeply confused owl carrying a small cactus, accompanied by cards from people Harry had never met. Dear Harry, we're so sorry. Dear Harry, you deserved better. Dear Harry, we hope you're well. Dear Harry, our thoughts are with you. By noon, room 417 looked like a botanical garden had exploded inside it, and Dahlia was sneezing so violently from the pollen that she had to cast a bubblehead charm on herself, which made her look like an astronaut and made Harry laugh for the first time since he'd arrived. Why are they sending me flowers? He asked. They don't know me. Dahlia, her voice muffled by the bubble, said, they feel guilty, Harry. They should have looked after you and they didn't, and flowers are what people send when they don't know what else to do. That's a lot of guilty people. Yes. It is. The letters were worse than the flowers. Hundreds of them, screened by the hospital staff for curses and hexes, 3 contained minor jinxes, which said something depressing about humanity. Most were sympathetic. Some were bizarre. A few were from people who claimed to be Harry's real parents, or his long-lost siblings, or his destined soulmate. He was 10. One was from a woman in Cardiff who wanted to adopt him and raise him on a diet of exclusively magical vegetables. Another was from a man who wanted Harry to endorse his brand of self-stirring cauldrons. Dahlia sorted through them, discarding the mad ones and saving the genuine ones in a box by Harry's bed. Harry picked through a few, read them with a puzzled expression, and set them aside. I didn't do anything, he said. I was a baby. The thing with the dark wizard, I didn't choose to survive. I don't even remember it. People need heroes, Harry. Especially after a war. You gave them hope. I was in a cupboard. I know. It's not fair. None of this is fair. Harry looked at the pile of letters and the forest of flowers and seemed, for a moment, overwhelmed. Then he took a breath, squared his thin shoulders, and said, Can we close the curtains? The flowers are making my eyes itch too. Dahlia closed the curtains and cast an air-freshening charm, and Harry went back to his porridge, and the world outside continued to burn. The visitors began on the third day. Minerva McGonagall arrived first, at precisely 9 o'clock, because Minerva McGonagall did everything at precisely the right time. She was a tall, severe woman in emerald robes, with her hair pulled back in a bun so tight it could have been used to tune a piano. She carried a tin of shortbread and an expression that could have curdled fresh milk at 20 paces. Harry watched her enter the room and immediately identified her as someone who did not suffer fools. He respected that. The Dursleys had been fools, and he'd suffered them for a decade. "Mr. Potter," she said, setting the shortbread on his bedside table with a precision that suggested she'd rehearsed the gesture. "I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I taught your parents. You knew my mum and dad." Something shifted behind McGonagall's stern facade, a crack in the armor, quickly repaired but not quickly enough. "I did. Your father was one of the most gifted Transfiguration students I ever taught, and one of the most exasperating. He spent half his time turning things into other things and the other half turning my patients into dust. Your mother was brilliant. Kind. She had a temper that could peel paint off walls when she was angry, but she was the first person to help when someone was in trouble." Harry listened with an intensity that made McGonagall's throat tight. This boy was drinking in every word about his parents like water in a desert. Nobody had ever told him these things. The Dursleys hadn't just neglected him, they'd stolen his history. "Your father played Quidditch," she continued, sitting down with an uprightness that suggested the chair wasn't quite up to her standards. "Chaser. Very good. Reckless, of course, all Potters are reckless, it's practically genetic, but talented. He once scored 7 goals in a single match against Slytherin, and I had to pretend I wasn't enjoying it because I'm supposed to be impartial." "Were you impartial?" "Absolutely not. Don't tell anyone." Harry smiled. It was small and uncertain, like a plant pushing through concrete, but it was real. McGonagall saw it and had to take a very deliberate sip of the tea Dahlia had provided to stop herself from doing something undignified, like crying. She stayed for an hour. She told Harry about Hogwarts, the castle, the houses, the moving staircases, the suits of armor that sang carols at Christmas, the lake with the giant squid. She told him about classes, Transfiguration, my subject, naturally the most important, charms, potions, defense against the dark arts. She told him about the Sorting Hat. "It reads your mind?" Harry asked, alarmed. "It reads your character. Your qualities. Then it places you in the house that suits you best. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin." "What house were my parents in?" "Gryffindor." "Both of them." "What house were you in?" McGonagall's lips twitched. "I am the head of Gryffindor House, Mr. Potter. I suspect you can work it out." When she left, she paused at the door and looked back at him. Harry saw her eyes glistening behind her spectacles, and he understood, with the preternatural emotional intelligence of a child who'd spent his life reading adults to survive, that this woman blamed herself for something. "Professor?" "Yes, Mr. Potter." "It's not your fault. Whatever you're thinking, it's not your fault." McGonagall stared at him. Then she said, very quietly, "You are very much your mother's son," and left before the tears could fall. Hagrid arrived that afternoon, and he was not subtle about it. The half-giant had to duck to get through the hospital room door, and even then his massive head brushed the ceiling. He was enormous, easily twice the height of a normal man and 3 times as wide, with a wild tangle of black hair and a beard that could have housed a family of badgers. He wore a moleskin coat with approximately 400 pockets, each containing something that clinked, squirmed, or occasionally growled. He took one look at Harry, small, thin, bruised, sitting up in bed with a cup of tea, and burst into tears. Not delicate tears. Hagrid tears. Great, heaving, catastrophic sobs that shook the bed, rattled the windows, and caused a passing healer to stick her head in and ask if everything was all right. Sorry," Hagrid blubbered, pulling out a tablecloth-sized handkerchief and blowing his nose with a sound like a foghorn. "Sorry, Harry, I carried ya. The night your parents, I carried ya out of that house myself. Flew ya to Privet Drive on Sirius's motorbike. Yeah, we're so small, just a little bundle, and, yeah, we're sleepin' through all of it, can ya believe that? And I gave ya to Dumbledore and he put ya on that doorstep and," another sob. "I should have kept ya. Should have said no. Should have taken ya myself. I've got a hut, it's not much, but it's warm and I'd have fed ya proper and, yet never have, Hagrid," Harry said, and his voice was steady in a way that shouldn't have been possible for a 10-year-old comforting a man 5 times his size. "It's all right." "It's not all right," Hagrid roared, which caused a vase of flowers to vibrate off the bedside table. Harry caught it. Seeker reflexes, though he didn't know what that meant yet. "They hurt ya. Those ruddy muggles hurt ya and I left ya there, you didn't know. I should have checked. Should have visited. Dumbledore said not to, said it'd draw attention, but I should have, Hagrid." Harry reached out and put his hand on one of Hagrid's enormous fingers. The size difference was almost comical, Harry's entire hand barely covered the first knuckle. "You came now. That counts." Hagrid stared at him through streaming eyes. Then he set down a slightly squashed cake he'd been clutching in his other hand, chocolate, homemade, dense enough to be classified as a weapon, and said, "Your mum would have been proud of ya, Harry. Your dad too. They were the best people I ever knew." Harry looked at the cake. At Hagrid's tear-streaked face. At the genuine, uncomplicated love pouring off this enormous man like heat from a furnace. "Tell me about them," he asked. Hagrid told him. For 2 hours, he talked, about James's pranks and Lily's laugh and the way they'd looked at their wedding and the day Harry was born. He talked about the Order of the Phoenix, carefully, some of that was still classified, and the war against Voldemort and the terrible night it ended. He talked about the motorbike ride, the cold November air, Harry sleeping in his arms. Harry listened to all of it. He filed it away in the same place he kept McGonagall's stories, a growing archive of his parents, built word by word, memory by borrowed memory, constructing the picture of 2 people he would never meet but who had loved him enough to die. When Hagrid left, he left the cake and a photo album. "Put it together myself," he said, wiping his eyes. "Wrote to everyone who knew M. Got photos. Thought ya might, well. Thought ya should have M." Harry opened the album after Hagrid was gone. The first photo showed a young couple waving at the camera. The man had Harry's untidy black hair and a grin that suggested he was about to do something he shouldn't. The woman had Harry's eyes, green, bright, alive with warmth, and she was laughing at something just out of frame. His parents. Moving, waving, laughing. Alive in a way that photographs had no right to be. Harry closed the album very carefully, held it against his chest, and sat in silence for a long time. Augusta Longbottom arrived the next day with a boy in tow. Augusta was a formidable woman, tall, thin, wearing a vulture-topped hat that should have looked ridiculous but somehow didn't, because Augusta Longbottom could have worn a traffic cone on her head and still made you feel like you were the one who was dressed wrong. She swept into room 417 with the authority of a battleship and the warmth of, well, a battleship with doilies. "Mr. Potter," she said crisply. "I am Augusta Longbottom. This is my grandson, Neville." The boy behind her was round-faced and anxious-looking, clutching a potted plant to his chest like a shield. He was about Harry's age, though taller and softer, with the look of someone who apologized for existing on a regular basis. "Hello," Neville said. Then, as if this had been too bold, he added, "Sorry." "What are you sorry for?" Harry asked. Neville thought about it. "I don't know. I'm just usually sorry." Harry considered this. "I know the feeling. Something shifted between them, a recognition, subtle but real. Two boys who'd spent their lives trying to be smaller, quieter, less visible. For different reasons, in different ways, but the result was the same. They knew what it felt like to take up space in a world that didn't want them. Augusta produced a tin of biscuits, shortbread again, apparently the go-to comfort food of elderly witches, and sat down with Dahlia to discuss the situation, in tones that made clear she considered the situation to be a personal affront. Neville hovered awkwardly by Harry's bed, still holding his plant. "What kind of plant is that?" Harry asked, because he'd learned at the Dursleys that the best way to get someone to relax was to ask about something they cared about. Neville's face transformed. The anxiety melted away, replaced by an enthusiasm so sudden and total that it was like watching a different person step into the same body. "It's a Mimbulus Mimbletonia," he said, holding it up. "It's really rare. Gran got it for my birthday. It's got all these defense mechanisms. Watch, if I poke it." He reached toward the plant, then stopped. "Actually, maybe not inside. It squirts stink sap. Covers everything in a 3-meter radius. Smells like, well, you can probably guess." "Maybe not inside," Harry agreed, grinning. "I brought it because, well, Gran said I should bring you something, and I didn't know what to bring. I don't know you. But I thought, plants are good. Plants don't judge you." "Plants are good," Harry said, and meant it. They talked. Carefully at first, the way you wade into cold water, testing the temperature, ready to retreat. Neville told Harry about growing up with his grandmother. About his parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom, Orrs, tortured into insanity by Death Eaters after the war. They were alive, technically, in a permanent ward at this very hospital, but they didn't recognize Neville. They didn't recognize anyone. "I visit them every month," Neville said quietly, his eyes on the Mimbulus Mimbletonia's gently pulsing leaves. "Mum gives me sweet wrappers. She collects them, Drobble's best blowing gum. I don't think she knows who I am, but she saves the wrappers and gives them to me every time, so I keep them. I've got a whole drawer full." Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, "My parents are dead, and yours might as well be, and people keep telling us how brave they were. Does it ever make you angry?" Neville looked up. Startled. Nobody had ever asked him that. "Yeah," he said. "Sometimes." "Is that bad?" "No. I think it's normal. I think we're allowed." Neville exhaled. A tension he'd been carrying for years, the weight of living up to two heroes he could never really know, loosened, just a fraction. "Gran says I'm not enough like my dad," he said. "She thinks I should be braver. More like a Gryffindor. What do you think?" "I think I'm just Neville. Neville seems all right to me." Neville stared at him. Then he smiled, a real smile, wide and surprised, as though he'd just received an unexpected gift. "Thanks, Harry. Thanks for the plant. Don't poke it." "I won't poke it." When Augusta collected Neville to leave, the boy looked back over his shoulder and gave Harry a small wave. Harry waved back. And something settled between them, not friendship, exactly, not yet, but the foundation for it. Two boys who understood each other's silence. The snake arrived on day 5. Harry was in the hospital corridor, taking a walk because Dahlia insisted on daily exercise and because he'd discovered that St. Mungo's was fascinating in a way that made his head spin. He'd passed a ward full of people covered in fur, failed transfiguration, a healer explained, a room where a woman's head had been turned into a pumpkin, seasonal hex, very common around Halloween apparently, and a supply closet where a broom was sweeping the floor entirely by itself. He was standing by a window, watching enchanted paper airplanes zoom through the atrium below, when a voice behind him said, "Harry Potter." He turned. The man standing in the corridor was tall, pale, and flawlessly dressed in black robes that probably cost more than everything the Dursleys owned combined. His hair was so blonde it was almost white, swept back from a pointed face that wore the expression of someone who had just smelled something unpleasant but was too well-bred to mention it. He carried a silver-topped walking cane that he didn't need, it was an accessory, not a mobility aid, and the silver snake head at its top had ruby eyes that seemed to track Harry's movements. Behind him, a boy Harry's age lingered. Same pale hair, same pointed face. Smaller, less polished, watching Harry with a mixture of curiosity and something that looked rehearsed. "Mr. Potter," the man said, inclining his head in a motion so precise it had probably been practiced in front of a mirror. "I am Lucius Malfoy. This is my son, Draco. We heard about your situation, and I wanted to express our sympathies in person." Harry looked at Lucius Malfoy. He'd been reading people his entire life. It was the skill the Dursleys had inadvertently given him, the ability to assess threat levels in a heartbeat, to spot the difference between a genuine smile and a dangerous one, to know when words meant what they said and when they were weapons in disguise. Lucius Malfoy's sympathy was a weapon. Harry knew it the way he knew his own name. "Thank you," Harry said carefully. "Dreadful business, simply dreadful. Muggles." Lucius said the word the way you'd say insects. "I have always maintained that wizarding children should be raised in proper wizarding households. This tragedy only confirms what many of us have been saying for years." "What have you been saying?" Lucius smiled. It was the smile of a man who was used to people following his lead and found the rare exceptions mildly amusing. "That our world has a duty to protect its own. Especially its most prominent members." His eyes flicked to Harry's scar. "I've taken the liberty of speaking with several members of the Wisengamot about your guardianship situation. The Malfoy family would be honored to offer you a home. Malfoy Manor has stood for 7 centuries. We have the resources, the connections, the standing in our community to give you the upbringing you deserve." Harry looked at him. Looked past the polished surface to what lay beneath, the calculation, the ambition, the way Lucius's eyes kept drifting to Harry's scar like a businessman eyeing a valuable acquisition. Harry had spent 10 years as a possession. He knew what it felt like to be owned. "That's very generous, Mr. Malfoy," Harry said, and his voice was polite in a way that Petunia Dursley had accidentally taught him, the cold, formal politeness of someone who has learned that manners can be armor. "But I've already been offered a home by Madame Bones. I'm happy with that arrangement." Lucius's smile didn't flicker, but something behind his eyes hardened. "Madame Bones is a fine woman, of course. But the Bones family, while respectable, hardly offers the same advantages as an alliance with one of the Sacred 28. A boy in your position needs powerful friends, Harry. The right connections can open doors that, I've had enough of people deciding what I need," Harry said. The words were quiet. Simple. But they landed in the corridor like a stone in still water, and the ripples spread. Lucius Malfoy went still. Behind him, Draco's eyes widened. This was not how people talked to his father. Nobody talked to his father like that. Nobody interrupted his father. Harry held Lucius's gaze. He was 10 years old and 4'2" and he weighed about as much as one of Lucius's boots, and he didn't blink. "Thank you for coming," Harry said. "It was nice to meet you, Draco." Draco, who hadn't spoken, opened his mouth, closed it, and managed a confused nod. Lucius's smile was gone now, replaced by the flat, assessing expression of a man recalculating. He'd come expecting a grateful, malleable orphan, a boy starved for affection and authority who could be shaped into a political asset. What he'd found was something else entirely. "Of course," Lucius said smoothly, recovering. "The offer remains open, should you change your mind. Come, Draco." He swept down the corridor, cane tapping against the floor in sharp, precise beats. Draco followed, but glanced back once, a quick, almost furtive look at Harry that held more curiosity than hostility. Harry watched them go. His hands were shaking, not with fear, but with the adrenaline of confrontation. He'd spent 10 years swallowing his words, biting back every retort, making himself small and silent and safe. Speaking up was terrifying. But it was also, he was discovering, necessary. The Waisengemot convened an emergency session on a Tuesday, which was unusual because the Waisengemot typically met on Wednesdays and considered any deviation from this schedule to be roughly equivalent to the collapse of civilization. The chamber was full. Every seat occupied, every gallery packed, every corridor outside buzzing with reporters and lobbyists and concerned citizens who'd been unable to get in. The story of Harry Potter had done what stories of abused children always do. It had forced people to confront an ugly truth about their society, and most of them were responding by looking for someone to blame rather than something to fix. Harry sat in a waiting room off the main chamber, wearing new robes that Amelia had purchased for him in Diagon Alley. They were simple, dark blue, well-fitted, with the Potter family crest embroidered on the breast pocket in gold thread. Amelia had insisted on the crest. "You're a Potter," she'd said. "That means something. Not because of fame, because your family fought for what was right, and you should carry that with you." Harry had touched the crest, a griffin rampant above two crossed wands, and felt something warm settle in his chest. A connection to something bigger than himself. A lineage. A belonging. Neville was in the waiting room too. His grandmother was inside, fighting for Harry's guardianship, and Neville had refused to sit in the gallery. "I want to be with Harry," he'd told Augusta, and the old woman had looked at her grandson with an expression that was, for the first time in Neville's memory, genuinely proud. "Nervous?" Neville asked. "Terrified," Harry admitted. "Me too. And I'm not even doing anything. You're here. That's something." Through the chamber doors, muffled but audible, voices rose and fell in heated debate. Harry caught fragments: his name, Dumbledore's name, phrases like, blood wards, and negligence, and, the welfare of the child, and, once, someone shouting, "This is a disgrace," followed by someone else shouting, "Sit down, Malfoy." The door opened. Amelia stepped out. She was in full DMLE dress robes, severe, authoritative, with the scales of justice badge gleaming on her collar, and her expression was the calm, controlled one she wore when she was angry but channeling it into productivity. "Harry," she said. "They want to hear from you." Harry stood up. His knees were unsteady, but his voice wasn't. "What do I say?" "The truth. That's all. Just the truth." She led him into the chamber. The noise died like a candle being snuffed. Harry had never been in a room this large. The Waisengemot chamber was a vast, circular space with tiered seating rising in concentric rings, like a Roman amphitheater. Hundreds of witches and wizards in plum-colored robes sat in their seats and stared at him. At the center of the floor, a single chair waited, facing the raised bench where Dumbledore sat as Chief Warlock, a position he hadn't been removed from yet, though the Prophet was running daily editorials arguing he should be. Harry walked to the chair. His footsteps echoed. He sat down, and the chair adjusted itself to his height, a small enchantment that was probably meant to be welcoming but only emphasized how small he was. He looked up at the Waisengemot. They looked down at him. Dumbledore spoke first, his voice magically amplified but gentle. "Mr. Potter. Thank you for agreeing to address the Waisengemot. You are not on trial. You are not required to answer any question you're uncomfortable with. You are here so that we may better understand your circumstances and make the best decision for your future. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Would you, in your own words, describe your life with your relatives?" Harry looked at Dumbledore. Those blue eyes, behind the half-moon spectacles, held something complicated, guilt and concern and a deep, abiding sadness that Harry could read even from the floor of the chamber. He turned to the Waisengemot. Took a breath. And told the truth. He didn't perform. He didn't embellish. He didn't cry. He'd spent 10 years learning not to cry, and a room full of strangers wasn't going to break that habit. He simply described his life, in a clear, steady voice that carried to every corner of the silent chamber. The cupboard. The dimensions, he'd measured it once, with a ruler he'd smuggled from school. 4 feet by 7 feet. The mattress on the floor. The spiders in the corners, he'd named them, because they were the closest thing he had to pets. The single bulb that flickered and went out, and the weeks Vernon took to replace it because why waste electricity on the boy? The meals. Cooking breakfast from age 5, bacon and eggs and toast for 3, whatever was left for him, which was usually a piece of dry toast or nothing. The list on the refrigerator, reasons Harry doesn't eat. Talking back. Looking at Dudley wrong. Being too slow with the chores. Breathing too loudly. Existing. The beatings. Vernon's hand across his face, the casual backhand, almost reflexive, the way you'd swat a fly. Vernon's fist, when he'd been drinking, less frequent but memorable. The time Harry's arm broke, he'd screamed, and Vernon had told him to shut up, and Petunia had wrapped it in a bandage and given him a paracetamol and sent him to his cupboard, and the bone had healed crooked because it was never set properly. The word. Freak. His name before he had a name. The word written on the chore list, on the cupboard door, in the air between every interaction. Listen here, freak. Get moving, freak. Don't you dare do any of your freakishness in this house, freak. Harry hunting. Dudley's game. Dudley and 5 or 6 friends, chasing Harry through the neighborhood. If they caught him, they beat him up. If they didn't catch him, Dudley told Vernon that Harry had started a fight, and Vernon beat him up instead. The game had no winning condition. That was the point. The chamber was silent. Not the silence of boredom, or indifference, or political calculation. The silence of 200 people who had just been forced to look at something they could not look away from and could not unsee. A witch in the 3rd row was crying quietly, her hand over her mouth. An old wizard near the back had closed his eyes and was gripping the armrests of his seat. Lucius Malfoy sat in his seat with his face carefully blank, but his fingers were white on the handle of his cane. Augusta Longbottom's expression could have been carved from granite. Dumbledore sat at the bench above it all, and he did not look away. He owed the boy that much, to hear every word, to feel every one of them land, to carry them for the rest of his life as penance for a choice he'd made in the name of the greater good. Harry finished. He sat in the chair in the middle of the Wizengamot and waited. Amelia spoke first. The record will show that these events occurred while Harry Potter was placed in the care of Muggle guardians by the authority of the Chief Warlock. The placement was made without oversight from the DMLE, without regular welfare checks from qualified professionals, and without the knowledge or consent of any other member of this body. I move that guardianship of Harry Potter be transferred immediately. The debate that followed was fierce but short. 3 parties had formally applied for guardianship: Amelia Bones, Augusta Longbottom, and Lucius Malfoy. Lucius's application was elegant and meticulously prepared. He cited the Malfoy family's wealth, their pure-blood lineage, relevant to the maintenance of magical traditions, their estate and its resources, and their deep concern for the welfare of the wizarding world's most important child. It was a performance, polished, persuasive, and utterly transparent to anyone paying attention. Amelia dismantled it in 3 sentences. Mr. Malfoy, you were tried by this body in 1982 for Death Eater activities and acquitted on the grounds of the Imperious defense. Your acquittal does not erase the charge. I would not place Harry Potter in the care of anyone whose loyalty during the last war remains a subject of legitimate debate. I trust the Wizengamot agrees. Lucius's face went white, then red, then carefully neutral. He withdrew his application with the venomous grace of a man who knows he's been outmaneuvered and is already planning his next move. Augusta offered to serve as secondary guardian, a safety net, an additional layer of protection. She did not want primary custody. She was honest enough to admit that raising one traumatized child was stretching her capabilities and she wasn't sure she had room for 2. But she would be there. She would watch. She would act if needed. The vote was decisive. Amelia Bones was granted full legal guardianship of Harry James Potter by a margin of 168 to 14, with 9 abstentions. The 14 dissenting votes came almost exclusively from the old pureblood faction, Malfoy's allies, who'd lost their play for control of the boy who lived and weren't happy about it. Dumbledore's role was debated separately. He retained limited magical oversight, specifically, the authority to design and maintain protective wards around Harry's new home. A new ward scheme would be created using Harry's own blood, willingly given, tied to the intent of protection rather than the grudging tolerance of a hostile relative. It was a compromise that satisfied no one completely, which Amelia privately considered a sign that it was probably fair. When the session ended, Harry stood up from the chair and walked to where Amelia was waiting by the door. She looked down at him, this small, battered, extraordinary boy who had just told his story to 200 strangers without flinching, and for the first and only time in her career, Amelia Bones was at a loss for words. Harry said, "Can we go home now?" Amelia put her hand on his shoulder. "Yes, Harry. Let's go home." Bones' manner was not what Harry expected. He'd expected something grand, a mansion, maybe, like the kind he'd seen in pictures. Instead, it was a large, comfortable farmhouse on the outskirts of a village called Ottery St. Catchpole, surrounded by rolling hills and wildflower meadows that hummed with bees in the summer heat. The house was old, 3 centuries, at least, but it wore its age well, all warm stone and climbing ivy and windows that caught the afternoon light. It was, Harry thought, the most beautiful building he'd ever seen. Amelia led him through the front door. The house smelled like beeswax and lavender and something baking in the kitchen. The walls were lined with photographs, magical ones, moving and waving, of Bones' family members spanning generations. They were a family of Aurors, mostly, with faces that ranged from stern to cheerful but all shared the same square Bones jaw and the same direct gaze. "Your room is upstairs," Amelia said. "Second on the left. Susan's is across the hall." She said it casually, the way you'd give directions. Not dramatically. Not as a grand gesture. Just, "your room." As though it were the most natural thing in the world for Harry Potter to have a room. Harry climbed the stairs. Found the door, oak, solid, with a brass handle. He turned the handle. Opened the door. The room was modest by most standards. A bed with a blue quilt. A desk by the window. A wardrobe. A bookshelf, empty, waiting to be filled. Pale walls, wooden floor, a rug with a pattern of interlocking stars. Harry stood in the doorway. He opened the door. Closed it. Opened it again. Closed it. Opened it. From across the hall, a voice said, "It's a door. It opens and closes. That's sort of its whole thing." Harry turned. The girl standing in the opposite doorway was his age, red-haired, freckled, with her aunt's direct gaze and an expression of amused skepticism that suggested she'd been briefed on Harry's fame and found it deeply unimpressive. "I'm Susan," she said. "You're Harry Potter. You're shorter than I expected." Harry, who had been told by Dahlia that Susan Bones was a lovely girl, very welcoming, bit back a laugh. "I've been malnourished. Give me a few months." Susan blinked. Then she grinned, a wide, surprised grin that completely transformed her face from skeptical to delighted. "Fair point. Dinner's in 20 minutes. Auntie made shepherd's pie. She's rubbish at cooking but she'd hex me if I told you that, so pretend it's good." "I will." "And Harry?" "Yeah. The door locks from the inside. If you want privacy, you can lock it. Nobody will unlock it without your permission. Not ever. Auntie's rule." Harry looked at the door. At the lock. At the key sitting in the keyhole, on his side. "Okay," he said, and his voice cracked, just slightly, on the single syllable. Susan, who was 10 years old and therefore not equipped to handle the emotional complexity of a boy discovering that he was allowed to have boundaries, did the only thing she could think of. She said, "The shepherd's pie is really bad, Harry. I'm not kidding. Be brave." Harry laughed. It was a real laugh, not the careful, measured laugh of a boy who'd learned that laughter could be used against him, but a genuine, startled, involuntary burst of sound that came from somewhere deep in his chest and surprised him almost as much as it surprised Susan. "I'll be brave," he said. The shepherd's pie was, in fact, terrible. Harry ate 3 helpings. The first week at Bones Manor was a process of discovery. Harry discovered that he was allowed to eat whenever he wanted. Amelia kept the kitchen stocked and accessible, and there was no list on the refrigerator of reasons he couldn't eat. He discovered this on the second morning, when he crept downstairs at dawn to cook breakfast, force of habit, and found Amelia already in the kitchen, making tea. "You don't need to cook, Harry," she said. "I want to help." "Then help. But because you want to, not because you're afraid of what happens if you don't." He stood in the kitchen, unsure, teetering on the edge of a lifetime of conditioning. Then he sat down at the table and let Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, make him scrambled eggs. They were better than his. He discovered that he was allowed to ask questions. At the Dursleys, questions were punished. "Don't ask questions," was rule number 1, beaten into him so thoroughly that he'd stopped asking by the age of 6. At Bones Manor, Amelia answered everything. "How does magic work?" "We're not entirely sure, that's what research is for." "Why can't muggles see magical buildings?" "Muggle-repelling charms, very advanced, very old." "What happened to my parents' money?" "It's in Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank." "You have a vault." "We'll visit when you're ready." He discovered that he was allowed to be angry. This discovery came courtesy of Andromeda Tonks, who began visiting twice a week for what she called sessions, and what Harry initially called talking to a stranger about my feelings, which sounds awful. Andromeda was Tonks's mother, the same dark hair, the same warmth, but steadier, calmer, with the quiet competence of a woman who had walked away from one of the most powerful pure-blood families in Britain and built a life on her own terms. She was a trained mind healer, and she was very, very good at her job. Their first session was in the garden. Andromeda suggested they walk while they talked, easier to think when you're moving, and they circled the property while Harry described, in halting, careful sentences, what his life had been like. He'd told the story before, to Dahlia, to Amelia, to the Wisengamot. Each telling had been factual, controlled, stripped of emotion. He'd reported his abuse the way a journalist would: "Here are the events, here are the details, here is the evidence." Andromeda didn't want the facts. She wanted the feelings. "When Vernon hit you," she said, as they passed the vegetable garden, "what did you feel?" "Nothing. I learned not to feel anything. If you feel things, they see it, and that makes it worse." "And before you learned that?" "When you were very small." Harry was quiet for a long time. They passed the orchard, apple trees, heavy with fruit. A gnome waddled across the path and disappeared into a hole. "Scared," he said finally. "I was scared. All the time. Every minute. Even when nothing was happening, I was scared of what might happen. I was scared when Vernon came home from work. I was scared when Dudley was bored. I was scared when Petunia looked at me, because she looked at me like I was something dirty on her floor. And now? Are you scared now?" "Sometimes. I wake up and for a second I think I'm back in the cupboard. Then I see the ceiling and the window and I remember. But the feeling takes a while to go away." "That's normal, Harry. That's your body remembering what your mind has moved past. It will get better." "When?" "I don't know. But it will." Their second session was harder. Andromeda asked about the word freak. How often it was used. How it made him feel. Whether he believed it. "I don't believe it anymore," Harry said, and his voice was steady. I know I'm not a freak. I'm a wizard. There's a whole world of people like me. But you believed it once. When I was little. Before I knew better. And when someone says the word now. Even someone who doesn't mean it. Even in passing. What happens in your body? Harry stopped walking. He stood in the middle of the garden path and concentrated, the way Andromeda had taught him, tuning in to his own physical response, noticing what his body was doing. My stomach drops, he said slowly. My shoulders come up. I make myself smaller. My hands, he looked at his hands. They were clenched. My hands make fists. But not to fight. I don't know. To hold on. To protect yourself. Yeah. Your body learned to survive, Harry. Every flinch, every habit, every instinct, those were the tools that kept you alive. They were good tools. They worked. But you don't need them anymore. Slowly, over time, we'll teach your body that it's safe. What if it doesn't believe you? Then we'll keep telling it until it does. Their third session was the one where Harry threw a vase. They'd been talking about Vernon, about the specific, grinding cruelty of a man who hated a child for existing, who punished every sign of magic as though it were a personal insult, who looked at a 10-year-old boy and saw nothing worth loving. He didn't hate me because I was bad, Harry said, and the words came slowly, dragged up from somewhere deep. He hated me because I was different. Because I could do things he couldn't. Because I was like my mum. Because, his voice cracked. Because I reminded him that the world was bigger than Privet Drive and his stupid drill company and his stupid normal life, and he couldn't stand it. Yes, Andromeda said. And Petunia. She hated me because my mum was special and she wasn't. She took it out on me because she couldn't take it out on my mum. Because my mum was dead and she couldn't fight a dead woman so she fought me instead. Yes. And nobody, his voice rose. Nobody stopped them. Dumbledore knew. Mrs. Figg knew. The teachers at school must have seen the bruises. The neighbors heard me, they must have heard me when Vernon, he stopped. Breathed. His hands were shaking. What are you feeling right now, Harry? Angry. Good. Good. You're allowed to be angry. You should be angry. What they did was wrong. What the people who should have helped you did, or didn't do, was wrong. You have every right to be furious. Something snapped. Not dramatically, not a magical explosion, not a burst of uncontrolled power. Just a boy who had never been told he was allowed to be angry finally giving himself permission. Harry grabbed the nearest object, a blue ceramic vase on the garden bench, and hurled it at the stone wall. It shattered. Pieces flew everywhere. A gnome shrieked and dove for cover. Harry stood there, chest heaving, staring at the broken vase, and immediately the old programming kicked in. The panic. The certainty that he'd done something unforgivable. That punishment was coming. I'm sorry, he gasped. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have, I'll clean it up, Harry. I'll fix it, I can fix it, please don't, Harry. Andromeda's voice was calm and steady and warm. Look at me. He looked at her. His eyes were wild, his whole body braced for impact. You are allowed to be angry, she said. You are allowed to break a vase. It was an ugly vase anyway, I never liked it. What you are not allowed to do is apologize for having feelings. Do you understand? Harry stared at her. The bracing, the flinching, the frantic apology, all of it slowly drained out of his posture, leaving something raw and exhausted behind. I don't know how to do this, he whispered. I don't know how to be normal. There's no such thing as normal, Harry. There's only you. And you're doing brilliantly. He didn't believe her. But he wanted to, and wanting was a start. The trial of Vernon and Petunia Dursley took place on a grey Thursday in a closed session of the Wisengamot. It was not a long trial. The evidence was overwhelming: Kingsley's report, Pye's medical diagnostic, the photographs of the cupboard, taken by Tonks, who had documented everything with the meticulous fury of a woman who intended to make the case airtight, the testimony of neighbors who'd noticed Harry's thinness and bruises but never reported them, and Harry's own statement, read into the record by Amelia. Vernon Dursley was brought in by Auror escort. He'd been held in a ministry holding cell since his arrest, not Azkaban, which was reserved for magical criminals, but a secure room in the basement of the ministry that was, by design, deeply uncomfortable without being cruel. He'd lost weight. His bluster had dimmed. Without the walls of number 4 around him, without the familiar geography of his power, the kitchen where he sat at the head of the table, the cupboard he could lock, the front door he could bolt, Vernon Dursley was just a fat, frightened man in a room full of people who could do things he didn't understand. He tried to bluster. "This is kidnapping. I'm a British citizen. I demand a solicitor. I demand to speak to the police. The real police, not you, you freaks." The word fell into the chamber and detonated. Amelia didn't react. Dumbledore didn't react. But the temperature in the room dropped several degrees, and every wand hand in the Wisengamot twitched. "Mr. Dursley," Amelia said, "you are charged under the Statute of Secrecy Welfare Amendment of 1807 with the abuse and neglect of a magical minor placed in your care. The evidence against you is extensive. You may offer a defense or remain silent." "I recommend silence." Vernon tried to offer a defense. It was incoherent, a rambling tirade about how the boy was unnatural, how things happened around him that shouldn't happen, how they'd taken him in out of the goodness of their hearts and he'd repaid them by being abnormal. He described Harry's accidental magic as though it were an assault, the teacher's wig, the school roof, the vanishing glass, and seemed to expect the Wisengamot to sympathize with his position. They did not. Petunia's testimony was different. She was brought in after Vernon, they'd been kept separate, and she sat in the central chair with her back straight and her hands folded in her lap and an expression that Dahlia, watching from the gallery, could only describe as prepared. Amelia asked her questions. Petunia answered them. "Did you know Harry was a wizard when he was placed with you?" "Yes. The letter explained it." "Dumbledore's letter." "Did you know his parents had died to protect him?" "Yes. And despite this, you chose to treat him as you did?" A long pause. Petunia's jaw worked. When she spoke, her voice was thin but steady, not the voice of a woman making excuses, but one who had spent 2 weeks in a cell staring at the ceiling and arriving at truths she'd spent a decade avoiding. "I hated my sister." The chamber was silent. "I hated her since we were children. She could do things I couldn't. She was special, and I was ordinary, and no matter how hard I tried, how perfect my marks were, how neat my room was, how well I behaved, I was always the other one. Lily's sister. The Muggle. When she went to Hogwarts and I couldn't." Petunia's voice cracked, just once, before she wrestled it back under control. "I wrote to Dumbledore. I begged him to let me come. He said no. Kindly. Gently. As though kindness and gentleness made the rejection easier to bear." She looked at Dumbledore. He met her gaze. Something awful passed between them, the shared memory of a letter from a desperate girl, handled with wisdom but not with understanding. "When Lily died, I thought I would feel free. No more comparisons. No more being the lesser sister. But then they left him on my doorstep. Her son. Her eyes. Her magic. Every time I looked at Harry, I saw Lily. I saw everything I wasn't and could never be. And she stopped. Breathed. I took it out on him. I know that now. I think I knew it then. Vernon hated him because he was afraid of magic. But I hated him because I was afraid of what he represented. The life I couldn't have. The world that didn't want me. Did you ever try to stop your husband from hurting him? No. Did you ever seek help for Harry's injuries? No. Did you, at any point, consider that what you were doing was wrong? Petunia was quiet for a very long time. Every night, she said. Every night, after Harry was locked in his cupboard and the house was quiet and Vernon was asleep, I would lie awake and think about Lily. About what she would say if she could see me. And every morning, I would get up and do it again. Because if I stopped, if I was kind to him, it would mean admitting that Lily's world was real, that it mattered, that I was wrong to resent it. And I couldn't do that. I wasn't strong enough to do that. The chamber sat with her words. They were ugly and small and pathetically human, not the grand villainy of a dark wizard, but the petty, grinding cruelty of a person who chose comfort over decency every single day for 10 years. The verdict was swift. Vernon Dursley, guilty. Sentenced to 5 years in a Muggle prison, his memory modified to believe the conviction was for financial fraud, the magical element stripped from his recollection. He would serve his time among Muggles and never know why his nephew's face haunted his dreams. Petunia Dursley, guilty, with mitigating factors. Suspended sentence. Lifetime ban on contact with Harry Potter. Memory modification to remove knowledge of the Wizarding World's specific institutions and locations, while leaving her awareness of magic's existence intact, a precise and, some argued, cruel piece of spellwork that ensured she would remember what she'd done but never be able to find the world she'd been jealous of. Harry watched from the gallery. Amelia had given him the choice, you don't have to be here. Nobody will think less of you if you aren't. I want to see it end, he'd said. He watched Vernon's defiance crumble into incomprehension as the sentence was passed. He watched Petunia stand and walk out of the chamber without looking back, not proud, not broken, just finished. Empty. He didn't feel triumphant. He'd expected to feel triumphant, or at least satisfied. Justice served. The bad people punished. The good guys win. Instead, he felt hollow. Like a room that had been cleared of furniture. Space where something used to be, and nothing yet to fill it. Amelia found him afterward, standing in the corridor outside the chamber, looking at the floor. Does it make me bad that I don't feel sorry for them? He asked. Amelia considered this with the seriousness it deserved. No. It makes you honest. Harry was quiet. Then, very softly, does it make me worse that I almost do? Amelia looked at this boy, 10 years old, abused, famous, scarred in ways both visible and not, and felt something shift in her chest. Not pity. Something fiercer. That, she said, makes you your mother's son. She put her hand on his shoulder. Harry leaned into it, just slightly, just enough, and they stood together in the corridor while the Wizengamot emptied around them and the gavel's echo faded into silence. Summer unfurled like a flag. Harry grew. Not metaphorically, actually, physically grew. The nutritional potions, the bone-strengthening drafts, the 3 square meals a day and the snacks between them, his body responded with the desperate gratitude of a starved thing finally fed. 1.5 inches in 3 weeks. Then another inch. His face filled out. Color crept into his cheeks. The bruises faded, the shadows under his eyes softened, and the sharp angles of his collarbone, visible through his shirt like the frame of a tent, gradually disappeared under new flesh. He was still small for his age. Would always be small, probably, the malnutrition had taken its toll, and some of that couldn't be undone. But he no longer looked like he was made of sticks and paper. He looked like a boy. He practiced magic. Not formal lessons, not yet. But Amelia taught him the basics, how to hold a wand, firm but not tight, you're directing it, not strangling it, how to channel intent, magic responds to what you mean, not what you say, how to produce sparks, just push, like breathing out, but through the wand. His wand was borrowed, an old spare from Amelia's collection, not a perfect match but serviceable. It would do until his trip to Ollivanders before school started. But even with a borrowed wand, the sparks came. Red and gold, streaming from the wand tip like tiny fireworks, and Harry laughed, actually laughed, the sound so foreign and unexpected that Susan dropped her book on the porch and stared. "They're beautiful," Harry said, watching the sparks dissipate in the summer air. "They're basic," Susan said from the porch. "You should see what Auntie can do with a wand. She can take down a dark wizard at 50 paces without breaking a sweat. Could your aunt teach me that? She'd probably teach you to walk before you run. What if I want to fly?" Susan considered this. "Then you're definitely a Gryffindor." Neville came over most afternoons. He and Susan had known each other for years, their families moved in the same circles, and the three of them fell into a dynamic that was effortless in the way only childhood friendships can be. Neville brought plants. Susan brought books. Harry brought an insatiable curiosity about the magical world and a willingness to try anything once, which led to several minor disasters including an incident with a garden gnome that Susan would bring up at every possible opportunity for years to come. They practiced wand movements in the garden, simple ones from the first-year textbooks Amelia had provided. Neville's borrowed wand produced more smoke than sparks, and Susan, who had been practicing basic charms since she was 8, corrected their technique with the cheerful authority of someone who enjoyed being right. "Your wrist is wrong," she told Harry, watching him attempt a levitation charm on a leaf. "You're flicking when you should be swishing. There's a difference." "Obviously there's a difference. Swish means you go," she demonstrated, a smooth, rolling motion. "And flick means, a sharp, precise snap. See?" Harry tried again. The leaf trembled, rose an inch, wobbled, and fell. "Better," Susan said. Again. He did it again. And again. And again, until the leaf rose smoothly to eye height and hovered there, spinning gently, and Neville applauded and Susan said, "Adequate," which Harry was learning was Susan speak for "excellent." In the evenings, Harry read. Amelia's library was extensive, not just defensive magic and aura manuals, but history, theory, magical creatures, astronomy. Harry devoured it all with the hunger of a boy who discovered that knowledge was power and intended to stockpile as much as possible. He read about his parents. James Potter, pure blood, heir to an old family, Gryffindor, head boy, Quidditch star, member of the Order of the Phoenix. Lily Potter née Evans, Muggle-born, brilliant, fierce, head girl, described by everyone who knew her as the best witch of her generation. They'd married young, had Harry at 20, and died at 21. 21. Barely more than children themselves. Harry looked at their photograph in Hagrid's album, young, laughing, alive, and tried to feel something other than the ache of missing people he'd never known. He couldn't. The ache was all there was. But it was, he thought, a good ache. The ache of something that mattered. He read about Voldemort, too. What little there was. The books were vague, they called him you-know-who or he who must not be named and described his rise and fall in broad, terrified strokes. A dark wizard of unprecedented power. Muggle-born, ironically, though he'd gone to great lengths to deny it. He'd built an army of followers called Death Eaters, waged a campaign of terror, and been destroyed, supposedly, when his killing curse rebounded off baby Harry Potter. Nobody knew how Harry had survived. Nobody understood what Lily's sacrifice had done, exactly, or why the curse had bounced back. It was a mystery, a miracle, and the foundation of Harry's fame, and the more Harry read about it, the more he suspected that nobody wanted to understand it, because understanding it would mean confronting the possibility that it was more complicated than a simple victory. He didn't know yet how right he was. The meeting happened on a Saturday evening, after Susan had gone to bed and Neville had gone home. Amelia called Harry into her study. It was a warm room, book-lined, fire-lit, with a desk covered in papers and a chair that was, Harry knew, enchanted to be exactly the right level of comfortable for whoever sat in it. Amelia was behind the desk. Dumbledore was in one of the armchairs by the fire. Harry paused in the doorway. He hadn't seen Dumbledore since the Wisengamot session, and the old wizard's presence in the house felt significant. Amelia didn't invite people to Bones Manor lightly. "Sit down, Harry," Amelia said. Her voice was gentle, which worried him. Amelia was not generally gentle. Amelia was direct and efficient and kind in a brisk, no-nonsense way that Harry found enormously comforting. Gentleness meant something difficult was coming. Harry sat. "There's something we need to tell you," Amelia said. "We've been debating when, and how, and Dumbledore wanted to wait," a sharp look at the old wizard. "But I believe in telling people the truth, especially when it's about their own bodies." Harry's hand went to his scar. Instinct. He'd been having headaches, not bad ones, just a low, persistent throb behind the scar that came and went without pattern. He'd mentioned it to Dahlia, who'd looked concerned and said she'd check with Healer Pie. "The scar," he said. "Not a question." Amelia exchanged a glance with Dumbledore. The old wizard leaned forward in his chair, his blue eyes tired but focused. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "when Voldemort attempted to kill you and the curse rebounded, something happened that we did not understand at the time. The healers at St. Mungo's discovered it during your diagnostic, and we have since confirmed it through independent research." Harry waited. His heart was pounding, but his face was calm. "Survival instinct, never show fear until you know what you're afraid of. Your scar contains a fragment of dark magic," Dumbledore said. "Specifically, it contains a piece of Voldemort's soul." The words hung in the room. The fire crackled. A clock ticked on the mantelpiece. "A piece of his soul," Harry repeated. "Yes. When Voldemort's curse rebounded, a fragment of his soul, unstable, damaged by the act of murder, broke away and lodged itself in the nearest living thing. You." Harry sat very still. He was aware of his own breathing, of the weight of his body in the chair, of the scar on his forehead that suddenly felt heavier than it ever had. "Is it alive? Can it think?" "It is dormant. It cannot control you or influence your thoughts. But it is, in a sense, alive. It feeds on a small amount of your magical energy. It is why your scar hurts sometimes, when Voldemort's emotions are particularly strong, or when his remaining spirit is near, the fragment resonates." "His remaining spirit? You said he was destroyed." "No," Dumbledore said, and his voice was heavy. "I said he was defeated. The truth is more complex. Because of the soul fragment, and possibly others like it, Voldemort cannot truly die. He exists as a wraith, a shadow, barely alive but unable to pass on. He is out there, Harry. Diminished, but not gone." Harry absorbed this. His mind worked quickly, another gift from the Dursleys, the ability to process terrible information without falling apart, because falling apart was a luxury he'd never been able to afford. "You said, possibly others. Other soul fragments?" "We believe so. The creation of one such object suggests the creation of more. We are investigating. Can you take it out? The one in me?" Dumbledore looked at Amelia. Amelia looked at Harry. "We're working on it," she said. "The best researchers in the Department of Mysteries are on it. But it's complicated, the fragment is integrated with your own magical signature. Removing it carelessly could hurt you. We need to find a way to do it safely. And if you can't, we will," Amelia said, and her voice was iron. "I don't accept failure on this. Not when it's you." Harry looked at the fire. The flames danced and popped and cast shifting shadows across the walls of the study. In the quiet, he could almost feel it, the fragment, the dark passenger, the uninvited guest behind his scar. He'd always known the scar was more than a scar. He'd always sensed something there, something that didn't belong to him. "Is that why I can talk to snakes?" he asked suddenly. Dumbledore went very still. "At the zoo," Harry continued. "Before the glass vanished. The snake talked to me. Or I talked to it. I don't know which. I understood it, and it understood me. Parseltongue, Dumbledore said quietly. The ability to speak to serpents. It is an extremely rare gift. And yes, Harry. It is likely connected to the fragment. Voldemort was a Parselmouth. The ability may have transferred with the soul piece. Harry considered this. A piece of the man who murdered his parents was living inside his head, giving him the power to chat with snakes. The absurdity of it threatened to overwhelm him, and for a moment he felt a hysterical laugh building in his chest. He pushed it down. Okay, he said. Okay. Amelia looked concerned. Okay. I've got a piece of a dark wizard's soul in my head. That's a lot. But it's dormant. It's not controlling me. And you're working on getting it out. So, okay. What do I do in the meantime? Amelia and Dumbledore both looked at him with expressions that were, for different reasons, deeply conflicted. Amelia was thinking that this boy's resilience was extraordinary and heartbreaking in equal measure. Dumbledore was thinking that Harry had just demonstrated more composure in the face of existential horror than most adult wizards could manage. In the meantime, Amelia said, you go to school. You learn magic. You make friends. You have the childhood you deserve. And you trust us to handle the rest. And if I can help, then we'll let you help. But Harry, she leaned forward. You are not a weapon. You are not a tool. You are not a chess piece. You are a child, and it is our job to protect you, not the other way around. Harry looked at her. Then at Dumbledore. The old wizard's eyes were wet. I would have told you eventually, Dumbledore said. I wanted to wait until I was older. Until I could handle it. Harry's voice was flat. That's what people always say. But the thing about growing up the way I did, you handle things or you don't survive. Dumbledore flinched. It was small, almost invisible, but Harry saw it. Good. He wasn't trying to be cruel, but he wanted the old wizard to understand, Harry Potter was not a child who could be sheltered. That option had been lost 10 years ago, in a cupboard under the stairs. I'll go to Hogwarts, Harry said. I'll learn everything I can. And when you find a way to get this thing out of me, I'll be ready. He stood up, nodded to both of them, and walked out of the study. His hands were shaking, but they didn't see that. He made it to his room, closed the door, locked it, the click of the lock a small, fierce comfort, and sat on the edge of his bed. A piece of Voldemort's soul. Inside him. Feeding on his magic. Connected to the monster who'd murdered his parents. Harry pressed his palm against his scar. It was warm. It was always warm. You don't get to have me, he whispered. You killed my parents and you broke my family and you ruined 10 years of my life, and you don't get to have me too. The scar pulsed once, faintly, and was still. August slipped by in a haze of preparation and growing confidence. Harry visited Diagon Alley for the first time, walked through the leaky cauldron and out the back and watched the bricks rearrange themselves into an archway, and the street beyond took his breath away. Color and chaos and magic, everywhere he looked. Shops selling cauldrons and owls and broomsticks and books and robes and things he couldn't identify. Witches and wizards bustling past, arguing about potion prices and Quidditch scores and the latest ministry scandal. People recognized him. Of course they did. The scar was visible, he'd never tried to hide it, because he'd never known it was something worth hiding, and the whispers followed him like a second shadow. Is that, Harry Potter, the boy who lived? He looks better than I expected. Did you read the article? Harry kept his head up and his face neutral and walked beside Amelia with the kind of composure that shouldn't have been possible for a boy his age but was, because composure was another survival skill. At Ollivander's, he got his wand. Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core. Ollivander, a pale, unsettling man whose silvery eyes seemed to see through people rather than at them, told Harry that the phoenix which had provided his feather had given one other, the feather in Voldemort's wand. Curious, Ollivander murmured. Very curious. What's curious? Harry asked. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. That much has always been clear. What is curious is why this wand chose you, when its brother did such terrible things. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. It felt right, warm, alive, an extension of his arm. His wand. His magic. His. Maybe it wants a chance to do something good, Harry said. Ollivander smiled. It was not a comforting smile. Perhaps. We shall see. He bought his school supplies. Robes, books, a cauldron, scales, files, a telescope. Amelia bought him an owl, a beautiful snowy owl with amber eyes that nipped his fingers affectionately and rode on his shoulder through the street. He named her Hedwig, after a witch he'd read about in a history of magic. At Flourish and Blotts, he bought extra books, defensive magic, dueling theory, wizarding history. Amelia raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. She'd noticed Harry's tendency to prepare, to arm himself with knowledge the way other children armed themselves with toys. It was a trait born of fear, but it would serve him well. In the garden at Bones Manor, on the last evening of August, Harry sat with Neville and Susan and watched the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and gold. Hedwig was perched on a fence post, watching a field mouse with predatory interest. The Mimbulus Mimbletonia sat between them, occasionally pulsing in a way that was either endearing or alarming, depending on your perspective. Tomorrow, Susan said. Hogwarts. Tomorrow, Neville echoed, and his voice held equal parts excitement and terror. Harry looked at his friends, his first real friends, his chosen family, the people who'd shown up when nobody else had and stayed because they wanted to, not because they were obligated. He thought about the year ahead, the castle, the classes, the magic, the mysteries. He thought about the scar on his forehead and the soul fragment behind it and the dark wizard who was not dead, not alive, somewhere in between, waiting. He should have been afraid. And he was, a small, cold knot of fear that he carried everywhere, the way he'd once carried the certainty that he'd be punished for existing. But the fear was smaller now. It had company. Beside it, growing every day, was something stronger, the knowledge that he was not alone, and would never be alone again. I'm ready, he said. Susan snorted. You're ready. You can barely levitate a leaf. I'm ready for the important stuff. The rest I'll figure out. Neville laughed. That's either brave or stupid. Probably both, Harry said. Professor McGonagall says all Gryffindors are. The sunset deepened. The stars came out. Hedwig took flight, a white shape against the darkening sky, and Harry watched her go and thought, this is mine. This life, these people, this world. Whatever comes next, this is mine, and nobody is taking it away. In Wiltshire, in a manor house that had stood for 7 centuries, Lucius Malfoy opened a hidden drawer in his study and withdrew a small black diary. The name Tom Marvolo Riddle was stamped on the cover in faded gold letters. The diary was warm to the touch, thrumming with a faint, dark vitality that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature of the room. Lucius turned it over in his hands. He'd been told to keep it safe, instructed, years ago, by the Dark Lord himself, before his fall. A contingency. An insurance policy. He hadn't understood what it was, exactly, and hadn't asked. One did not ask the Dark Lord to explain his toys. But the news from St. Mungo's had changed things. The boy who lived, rescued. Dumbledore humiliated. The political landscape shifting. And whispers from the Department of Mysteries, a spy's report, unreliable but suggestive, about something dark found in Potter's scar. Lucius didn't know what a Horcrux was. But he knew what leverage was, and he knew that the diary in his hands was connected to a power that most of the wizarding world believed extinct. He closed the drawer. Not yet. But soon. The diary pulsed once in the darkness, patient and aware, and waited for its time. Chapter 3. The halls of Hogwarts. Platform 9 3/4 was hidden behind a brick wall between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station, which Harry thought was either brilliantly practical or deeply inconvenient, depending on how you felt about running full speed at solid masonry. "Don't hesitate," Amelia said, standing beside him with the trolley. Hedwig hooted indignantly from her cage, clearly offended by the entire concept of public transportation. "If you slow down, you'll crash. Commit to it." "You want me to commit to running into a wall?" "I want you to commit to running through a wall. There's a difference." Harry looked at the wall. It looked extremely solid. Extremely bricky. The kind of wall that would win any argument with a 10-year-old skull. Susan, standing on his other side, sighed. "Oh, watch." She grabbed her trolley, walked briskly toward the wall, and vanished into it without breaking stride. The brick swallowed her whole, leaving not so much as a ripple. Harry blinked. "Your turn," Amelia said. He gripped the trolley. Took a breath. Ran. The wall wasn't a wall. It was a membrane, a threshold, a magic trick on a scale that defied comprehension. He passed through it the way you pass through a curtain, a moment of darkness, of pressure, of between, and then he was standing on a platform that hadn't existed 3 seconds ago, surrounded by steam and noise and color. The Hogwarts Express was a scarlet steam engine, gleaming under the glass roof of the hidden platform, and it was the most magnificent thing Harry had ever seen. Witches and wizards crowded the platform, parents hugging children, owls screeching, cats weaving between legs, trunks being levitated into carriages. A woman with red hair was wiping the face of a small girl who was crying about not being old enough to go. A pair of identical boys were levitating their brother's trunk onto the roof of a carriage while their brother shouted threats from below. "Harry!" Neville materialized from the crowd, round-faced and breathless, dragging a trunk that was almost as big as he was. Augusta Longbottom stood behind him, ramrod straight, adjusting her vulture hat with the air of a general surveying a battlefield. "Did you bring the plant?" Harry asked. "Gran wouldn't let me. She said it was a biohazard." "It is a biohazard, Neville. It's a rare biohazard. There's a difference." Amelia crouched down, a rare concession from a woman who didn't crouch for anyone, and looked Harry in the eye. She produced a small, rectangular mirror from her robes. It was about the size of a playing card, framed in brass, and when Harry took it, it was warm. "Two-way communication mirror," she said. "I have the other one. If anything happens, anything at all, you contact me. Not tomorrow, not when it's convenient. Immediately. Amelia, I'll be fine. I know you'll be fine. I raised you to be fine. But I also raised you for 2 months, and I've become accustomed to knowing where you are and whether anyone is trying to kill you." "Nobody is trying to kill me." Amelia's expression suggested she'd believed that when the evidence supported it and not a moment before. She stood up, brushed off her robes, and said, "Learn everything. Trust your instincts. Write to me." Then, in a gesture so quick Harry almost missed it, she pulled him into a hug. Brief. Fierce. The kind of hug that said you matter to me without saying anything at all. Harry hugged her back. 2 months ago, he'd flinched at being touched. Now he leaned into it. "Go," Amelia said, releasing him. "Before I decide to homeschool you." Harry grinned, grabbed his trunk, and headed for the train. He found a compartment near the middle of the train, empty except for Susan, who'd claimed a window seat and was already reading. Neville joined them, stuffing his trunk under the seat with the grunting determination of a boy who refused to ask for help. The train lurched. Moved. The platform slid past the window, and Harry watched Amelia raise her hand in a wave that was not emotional, not dramatic, just steady, the hand of someone who would be there when he came back. The landscape changed. London's grey sprawl gave way to suburbs, then to green fields rolling under a September sky. Harry settled into his seat and felt something uncoil in his chest, a tension he hadn't known he was carrying. He was going to Hogwarts. He was going to learn magic. He was going to be, for the first time in his life, exactly where he was supposed to be. The compartment door slid open about 20 minutes in. The boy standing in the doorway was tall for 11, with red hair, freckles, and a smudge of dirt on his nose. He wore robes that were slightly too short at the wrists, hand-me-downs, Harry recognized instantly, and carried an expression that combined hope, embarrassment, and the particular anxiety of someone who was trying very hard to act casual and failing spectacularly. "Is it all right if I sit here?" he asked. "Everywhere else is full." "Well, not full. But my brothers are in the other compartments, and if I sit with them, Fred and George will hex me and Percy will lecture me about OWLs, and I'd rather be hexed, honestly, but I'd also rather avoid both." "Sure," Harry said. "Sit down." The boy sat. Looked at Harry. Looked at Susan. Looked at Neville. Looked back at Harry. His eyes flicked to the scar, which was partially hidden by Harry's fringe but not entirely. "You're Harry Potter," he said. "Yeah. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." "Nice to meet you, Ron." Ron appeared to be struggling with an internal conflict, the desire to ask 1,000 questions about Harry's fame warring with the awareness that asking 1,000 questions about someone's fame was probably rude. The conflict lasted about 4 seconds. "Is it true you lived with Muggles? Like, actual Muggles?" "My dad's mental about Muggles. He works at the Ministry, Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. He's got a collection of plugs. Electrical plugs. He thinks they're fascinating." "What do they actually do?" Harry laughed. It was such a normal question, not about the scar, not about Voldemort, not about the abuse. Just a boy who wanted to know about plugs. "They connect things to electricity," Harry said. "Like, power. For lights and televisions and things." Ron's eyes went wide. "Electricity. Dad says that word. Never gets it right. What's a television?" And just like that, they were friends. It was that simple. Ron Weasley was funny and genuine and completely unimpressed by fame after approximately 5 minutes of acquaintance. He talked about his family, 6 siblings, 2 parents, a house called the Burrow that was held together by magic and stubbornness, with the cheerful exasperation of someone who loved them all but would die before admitting it. He talked about Quidditch with the reverence most people reserved for religion. He produced a pack of sandwiches from his bag, announced they were corned beef and he hated corned beef, and Harry bought the entire trolley when the food cart came past, and they ate chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and traded wizard cards until the floor was littered with wrappers. "I got Dumbledore again," Ron said, holding up a card. "I've got about 6 of him." Harry looked at the card. The tiny portrait of Dumbledore peered back at him over half-moon spectacles. "Complicated man," Harry said. Ron glanced at him. "Yeah. I read the Prophet stuff. About, you know. The Dursleys and everything. That was." He trailed off, looking uncomfortable. "It was bad," Harry said simply. "But it's over now. Amelia, Madam Bones, she's my guardian. She's brilliant. My dad says she's the best thing that's happened to the DMLE in 20 years. Scares the trousers off most of the Ministry, though. Good. That's sort of her job." The door slid open again. This time, the figure in the doorway was a girl with a cloud of bushy brown hair, an armful of books, and an expression of barely contained anxiety. "Has anyone seen a toad?" she asked. "A boy named Neville's lost one." Neville, sitting directly across from her, went red. "That's me. His name's Trevor. He keeps escaping." "Oh." The girl looked at Neville, then at the compartment's other occupants, and her eyes went wide. "You're Harry Potter. I've read all about you, you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century, most of which are fiction, Harry said mildly. I've read them too. The one that says I fought a dragon when I was 3 is particularly creative. The girl's mouth opened. Closed. They're not accurate. I was living in a cupboard when I was 3. Not a lot of dragon fighting opportunities. Something complicated crossed the girl's face, the collision of her trust in books with the reality of the person sitting in front of her. Harry watched it happen and recognized something familiar, a girl who lived in her head because the real world hadn't been kind enough to live in comfortably. The way she clutched her books, like armor. The way her eyes darted around the compartment, assessing threats. The way she spoke too fast and too much, filling silence before it could become judgment. He knew that girl. He'd been that boy. I'm Hermione Granger, she said, recovering. I'm Muggle-born. I didn't know anything about magic until I got my letter. I've been trying to learn everything I can, I've memorized all the textbooks already, but I know that's not the same as actually doing it. Sit down, Hermione, Harry said. She blinked. What? Sit down. We'll help you find the toad later. Ron's got Bertie Bott's beans, have you tried them? No. I haven't. Some of them taste like earwax. It's an adventure. Hermione Granger, who had been on the verge of spiraling into the kind of anxious performance that had made her deeply unpopular in Muggle school, sat down. She took a bean. It was strawberry. She took another. It was pepper. She coughed, and Ron handed her a pumpkin juice, and Susan looked up from her book long enough to say, "The trick is to never take the gray ones," and Hermione laughed, and the compartment felt a little more like home. The door opened a third time. This time, Harry didn't need introductions. Draco Malfoy stood in the doorway, flanked by 2 boys who were built like young trolls, thick-necked, slack-jawed, radiating a dull menace that was more bodyguard than friendship. Draco's eyes swept the compartment, cataloging its occupants with the practiced efficiency of his father. "Potter," he said. "We meet again." "Malfoy." Harry's voice was neutral. Not hostile, not warm. The same careful tone he'd used at St. Mungo's. "I heard you be on the train." "I wanted to." Draco glanced at Ron, at his second-hand robes and worn trunk, and something shifted in his expression. A sneer, half-formed, quickly suppressed but not quickly enough. "Introduce myself properly. Draco Malfoy." He extended his hand. Harry looked at the hand. He looked at Draco's face, the rehearsed confidence, the underlying uncertainty, the way his eyes kept checking whether Harry was impressed. He looked at the 2 boys behind Draco, Crabbe and Goyle, he'd learn later, and saw not friends but props. Set dressing for a performance. "We've met, Malfoy," Harry said. "At St. Mungo's. You didn't talk much then." Draco's cheeks colored. Your father made his offer. I declined. I appreciate you coming by, but I've already chosen my friends." He said it calmly. Without heat. The same quiet steel he'd shown Lucius, not confrontational, but immovable. He gestured at the compartment, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Susan. A Weasley, a Muggle-born, a nervous pure-blood, and an Auror's niece. Not the connections Lucius would have chosen. Not the right sort. Draco's hand was still extended. It hung in the air for 1 second, 2, 3, each one a small eternity of humiliation, and then dropped to his side. "You'll regret that, Potter," Draco said. The words were sharp, but his eyes, for just a moment, before the mask came down, looked something other than angry. They looked hurt. The particular hurt of a boy who'd been told he was special his entire life and had just been told he wasn't special enough. "Maybe," Harry said. "But they're my choices to make." Draco left. Crabbe and Goyle followed. The compartment was quiet for a moment. "Well," Ron said. "That was Malfoy." My dad says his dad's a piece of work. He's not wrong, Harry said. But Draco's not his father. Not yet, anyway. Hermione looked at Harry with an expression he'd come to recognize, the look of someone reassessing their assumptions. That was surprisingly diplomatic. You sound surprised. Most 11-year-olds would have been rude about it. I spent 10 years with rude people. I'd rather try something different. The train rolled on. Scotland appeared outside the windows, wild, green, mountainous, ancient. And as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, the castle came into view. Hogwarts. It rose from the landscape like a dream made solid, towers and turrets and battlements, windows blazing with golden light, reflected in a vast black lake that stretched before it like a mirror. It was impossible. It was magnificent. It was, Harry thought, the most magical thing he'd seen since he'd learned magic was real, and he'd seen a snake thank him in Portuguese. Wow, Ron breathed. Wow, Hermione whispered. Wow, Neville said. Susan looked up from her book, glanced out the window, and said, it looks better in winter. Snow on the turrets. Harry said nothing. He pressed his forehead against the cool glass and stared at the castle that would be his home for the next 7 years, and felt the last traces of the boy from the cupboard dissolve into something new. Something hopeful. Something beginning. The Sorting Hat was a ratty, patched, ancient thing that looked like it had been pulled from a bin and set on a stool as a joke. Then it opened a rip near its brim and started singing, and Harry revised his opinion sharply upward. The song was about the 4 houses, Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious, and it was delivered with the theatrical flair of an artifact that had been performing the same gig for a millennium and still found it entertaining. Harry listened, mapped the qualities to what he knew of himself, and began to worry. He was brave. Probably. Or at least stubborn, which might be the same thing. He was clever. He'd had to be. Cleverness at the Dursleys was a survival tool. He was loyal. To the people who'd earned it. And he was ambitious. Deeply, fiercely ambitious, in the way that only someone who'd spent 10 years being told he was nothing could be. He wanted to be something. He wanted to matter. All 4 houses had a claim on him. The Hat was going to have a field day. Bones, Susan. Professor McGonagall called, and Susan walked to the stool with the calm confidence of someone who'd known she was going to Hogwarts since she was 5. The Hat sat on her head for perhaps 10 seconds before shouting, Hufflepuff. Susan nodded, as though the Hat had confirmed something she already knew, and walked to the Hufflepuff table to moderate applause. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically sprinted to the stool, vibrating with nervous energy. The Hat took longer with her, nearly a full minute, during which Hermione's expression shifted through several phases of intense internal debate. Then, Gryffindor. Hermione's face split into a grin of pure relief, and she hurried to the Gryffindor table. Longbottom, Neville. Neville walked to the stool like a man walking to the gallows. The Hat dropped over his eyes. Another long sorting, 30 seconds, 40, a minute. Neville's hands were clenched in his lap. Then, Gryffindor. The relief on Neville's face was so vast it was almost comical. He was halfway to the Gryffindor table before he realized he was still wearing the hat and had to run back to return it, which earned a laugh from the hall and a smile from McGonagall that she quickly suppressed. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head. Slytherin. Draco strutted to the Slytherin table with the satisfied air of someone whose destiny had been confirmed. Crabbe and Goyle followed him shortly after, joining Slytherin as though the Hat hadn't needed to consider any other option, which it probably hadn't. Potter, Harry. The great hall went silent. Not quiet. Silent. The particular, breathless silence of 500 people simultaneously holding their breath. Whispers erupted like brushfire. Potter, did she say Potter? The Harry Potter? The one from the Prophet? And 500 pairs of eyes locked onto the small, dark-haired boy who walked to the sorting stool with his back straight and his expression carefully neutral. Harry sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. It dropped over his eyes, blocking out the hall, and a voice spoke directly into his mind. "Well, well, well. Harry Potter." The voice was ancient, amused, and uncomfortably intimate. Harry resisted the urge to pull the hat off. "Don't be alarmed. I've been inside more interesting heads than yours. Although." A pause. The hat seemed to be rifling through his thoughts, turning them over like pages in a book. "Actually, no. You are quite extraordinarily interesting. Let me see, courage, oh yes, plenty of that. Not the reckless kind, the earned kind, forged through suffering. I respect that. Loyalty, deep and fierce, but only to those who deserve it. Intelligence, sharp, practical, weaponized by necessity. And ambition." Another pause. Longer. "You want to matter. You want to be more than the boy in the cupboard. You want power, not to dominate, but to protect. To never be helpless again. Slytherin would serve you well, Mr. Potter." "Very well indeed." Harry's hands tightened on the edges of the stool. He thought of his parents, Gryffindors, both of them. He thought of Amelia, who fought for justice with every breath. He thought of Neville, who'd walked to this very stool terrified and come out a lion. "I want to be where I can do the most good," he thought. "Not the most for myself. The most good." The hat chuckled. "That, Mr. Potter, is the most Gryffindor thing you could possibly have said. Though I maintain Slytherin would have made you great. I'd rather be good." "Oh, you'll be great regardless." "But if you're certain," Harry was certain. "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Ron was on his feet, clapping. Hermione was beaming. Neville was pink with happiness. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down between Ron and Hermione, and the weight of 500 stairs settled on his shoulders like a cloak. He ignored it. He was good at ignoring attention, 10 years of practice. Across the hall, at the staff table, 2 people watched him with particular intensity. Minerva McGonagall's eyes were bright with an emotion she would deny under oath. And beside her, a man with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and eyes like tunnels stared at Harry Potter with an expression that could have curdled the milk in every jug on every table in the hall. Harry met those dark eyes for one moment. Something passed between them, a current, an acknowledgement, and then the man looked away. "Who's that?" Harry murmured to Ron. "Professor Snape. Potions. Head of Slytherin. Complete git." Harry filed this away. The man's expression hadn't been mere dislike. It had been something older. Something personal. The feast appeared, mountains of food, plates and goblets filling themselves, and Harry ate until he couldn't eat anymore, which was a sensation he was still getting used to. Ron ate more. Neville ate steadily. Hermione ate while simultaneously reading Hogwarts, a history, which Harry thought was either dedication or insanity. After dinner, the first years were led to Gryffindor Tower by a prefect named Percy Weasley, who was Ron's brother and who spoke about school rules with the reverence of a man discussing Holy Scripture. The common room was round and warm, hung with red and gold tapestries, with a fireplace large enough to stand in and armchairs deep enough to disappear into. Harry's dormitory was at the top of a spiral staircase. 4-poster bed, crimson curtains, a window overlooking the lake. His trunk was at the foot of the bed. Hedwig was in the orrery. His wand was on the nightstand. He lay in bed and listened to the castle breathe. It was alive, he could feel it, a deep, ancient hum of magic that permeated the stone, the air, the very fabric of the building. The walls whispered. The stairs shifted. Somewhere far below, the lake lapped against the foundations. Ron was snoring within minutes. Neville took longer, but eventually his breathing evened out. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, the other boys in the dormitory, were asleep before the lights went out. Harry stayed awake. Not from fear, from wonder. He was at Hogwarts. He was a Gryffindor. He had a wand, a bed, friends, and a castle full of magic to explore. His scar throbbed once, faintly. A reminder, the fragment was still there. The darkness was still real. Harry pressed his palm against the scar, breathed through the pain, and let it pass. Then he rolled over, closed his eyes, and fell asleep in a castle that, impossibly, already felt like home. Professor Severus Snape entered the potions classroom as though the very air had offended him and he was there to demand an apology. The dungeon went quiet. Not the respectful quiet of students settling in for a lesson, the wary quiet of prey animals detecting a predator. Snape swept to the front of the room, his black robes billowing behind him like shadows given form, and turned to face the class with an expression of such concentrated disdain that several students shrank in their seats. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class," he said. His voice was low, silky, and carried the way a blade carries, precisely, without wasted motion. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition. His eyes found Harry. Fixed on him. Locked in with the targeting precision of a hawk sighting a mouse. I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. A pause. Then, still looking at Harry, Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The class held its breath. Hermione's hand shot up so fast she nearly dislocated her shoulder. Snape ignored her. Harry looked back at Snape. He'd read the potions textbook twice, once for comprehension, once for retention. Amelia had warned him that Snape might be difficult. He was your mother's friend once, McGonagall had said, and your father's enemy, and people are complicated. The draught of living death, sir, Harry said. A sleeping potion. Snape's expression didn't change. Not a flicker of acknowledgement. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, sir. It counteracts most poisons. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. Silence. Hermione's hand was still in the air, quivering with the effort of not bursting. Ron was staring at Harry with open admiration. Neville, beside him, looked as though he was witnessing a miracle. Snape's lips thinned. The silence stretched. Then, fame clearly has its advantages. 5 points from Gryffindor for showing off. The injustice of it was so breathtaking that Hermione gasped. Ron went red. Even some of the Slytherins looked uncomfortable. Harry didn't flinch. He held Snape's gaze, those black, tunnel-deep eyes, and said nothing. He didn't argue. He didn't protest. He simply looked at Snape with the calm, steady expression of a boy who had endured far worse than petty cruelty from a teacher and was not going to give this man the satisfaction of a reaction. Something moved in Snape's eyes. Not respect, not yet. But a recalibration. He'd expected James Potter's arrogance. What he got was Lily's composure. And it unsettled him more than any retort could have. Well? Snape snapped at the class. Why aren't you writing this down? The lesson continued. Snape prowled the room like a predator, criticizing everyone except Draco Malfoy, whose potion he declared adequate, with the tone of a man bestowing knighthood. Neville's cauldron melted. Hermione's was perfect but earned no acknowledgement. Harry's was correct but uninspired. After class, walking up from the dungeons, Ron exploded. He took points for answering questions correctly. That's unfair, Hermione supplied. Mental. He's absolutely mental. He's not mental, Harry said quietly. He's angry. At me. Or at someone who looks like me. Ron frowned. What do you mean? He looked at me like he was seeing someone else. My dad, probably. McGonagall said they didn't get along. So he's punishing you because your dad was a Gryffindor? That's even worse. Harry shrugged. He'd spent 10 years being punished for things that weren't his fault. Snape was unpleasant, but he wasn't dangerous, not the way Vernon had been dangerous. He was just a bitter man with a grudge and too much power over children. But the look in Snape's eyes stayed with Harry. The anger, yes, but beneath it, something else. Something that looked like pain. Flying was different. Flying was everything. Madame Hooch lined them up on the lawn with school brooms, old, splintery, reluctant things that looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. Step up to the left side of your broomstick, she barked, her yellow hawk eyes scanning the class. Stick your right hand over it and say up. Up, the class shouted. Harry's broom leapt into his hand. Instantly. Eagerly. As though it had been waiting for him its entire miserable existence. Ron's rolled over. Hermione's twitched. Neville's didn't move. Up. Neville said again, more firmly. The broom rolled away from him. Hermione was murmuring theories about intent and magical resonance. Draco's broom was in his hand, and he was smirking. They mounted. Madame Hooch gave instructions, kick off, hover, lean forward to descend. Simple. Controlled. Neville's broom had other ideas. It happened fast, a wobble, a lurch, and suddenly Neville was 20 feet in the air and climbing, his face a mask of pure terror, his hands white-knuckled on the handle. The broom bucked. Neville slid sideways. The class screamed. Madame Hooch reached for her wand, Neville fell. The crack of his wrist hitting the grass was audible across the lawn. He crumpled, clutching his arm, and Madame Hooch was at his side in seconds. Broken wrist, she said, helping him up. Come on, boy, hospital wing. Everyone else, stay on the ground. If I see a single broom in the air, you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. She marched Neville away. The moment she was out of sight, Draco bent down and picked something up from the grass, a small glass ball filled with red smoke. Longbottom's Remembrall, Draco said, holding it up. His Gran sent it this morning. Stupid thing, never tells you what you've forgotten, just that you've forgotten something. He tossed it from hand to hand. Maybe if the fat lump had given this a squeeze, he'd have remembered to fall on his fat. Give it back, Malfoy. Harry's voice was quiet but clear. Draco turned to him. The playground dynamic was in play, Draco with his audience, Harry standing alone, and a stolen object between them. Harry had lived this scene 100 times with Dudley. He knew how it went. Draco grinned. Make me. He mounted his broom and kicked off. In 2 seconds, he was 30 feet up, the Remembrall glinting in his hand. Come and get it, Potter. Harry didn't think. He mounted his broom, kicked off, and flew. The world dropped away. The ground shrank. The wind caught his hair and his robes and his breath, and Harry discovered something fundamental about himself: he was born to fly. Not born in the metaphorical sense. Born in the physical, literal, bone-deep sense that some people are born to breathe underwater or run on open ground. The broom responded to his thoughts before he finished thinking them. He leaned, and the broom turned. He pressed forward, and the broom surged. He was not riding it, he was wearing it, the way you wear your own skin. He shot toward Draco. Draco's smirk faltered. He hadn't expected Harry to be good. Give it here, Malfoy, or I'll knock you off that broom. Draco looked at Harry's face and, for the first time, appeared to actually believe a threat someone had made. Have it your way, then. He threw the remembrall, high, arcing toward the castle wall. Harry didn't think. He dove. The dive was instinctive and impossible, 40 feet straight down at an angle that should have killed him, the broom screaming through the air, the ground rushing up, the remembrall a glint of glass and red smoke against the grey stone of the castle. He reached out. His fingers closed around the ball. He pulled up, just barely, the toes of his shoes brushing the grass, and came to a stop 6 inches above the ground, the remembrall safe in his hand. The class erupted. Ron was screaming. Hermione had her hands over her mouth. Even Draco looked grudgingly impressed, though he'd never admit it. Harry Potter. McGonagall's voice cut through the noise like a blade through silk. She was striding across the lawn, her face thunderous, and Harry's stomach dropped. He was going to be expelled. First week, and he was going to be expelled for, "Come with me." Now. He followed her into the castle, through corridors, past startled students, his heart hammering. She didn't speak. She stopped outside a classroom, opened the door, and said, "Excuse me, Professor Flitwick. Could I borrow Wood for a moment?" Wood turned out to be Oliver Wood, a 5th year with the build of someone who spent more time on a broom than on the ground and the slightly manic expression of a Quidditch captain who'd been losing for 3 years. "I found you a seeker," McGonagall said. Wood's face underwent a transformation so dramatic it could have been used to teach acting. "You're joking." "I never joke about Quidditch. But he's a 1st year, I watched him dive 50 feet and catch a glass ball one-handed. He's a natural. The best I've seen since," she stopped. Swallowed. "Since his father." Harry stood between them, processing. "I'm not expelled." "Expelled?" McGonagall stared at him. "Mr. Potter, you're going to be the youngest seeker in a century." Harry thought about this. Then he grinned, wide, surprised, the grin of a boy who'd just been told that the reckless thing he'd done wasn't a crime but a gift. "Brilliant," he said. McGonagall almost smiled. Almost. The thing about Hogwarts was that it refused to be boring. The castle was alive in ways that went beyond magic. The staircases moved. Harry learned this the hard way when a staircase he was climbing decided to redirect itself mid-step, depositing him in a corridor he'd never seen before. The portraits talked, gossiped, and occasionally shouted warnings. The ghosts drifted through walls and conversations with equal indifference. Peeves the poltergeist was a menace who seemed to consider Harry a particularly entertaining target, possibly because Harry never flinched, a response that confused Peeves so thoroughly he sometimes forgot to throw things. Classes were demanding and thrilling. Transfiguration with McGonagall was precise and exacting. She turned her desk into a pig on the first day, which set a standard the students spent the rest of the term failing to meet. Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick was chaotic and joyful. Flitwick fell off his stack of books with excitement when he reached Harry's name on the register. Herbology with Professor Sprout was Neville's kingdom. The boy who couldn't keep a broom in the air could coax reluctant seedlings to grow with a whisper, and Sprout beamed at him with the warmth of a teacher who'd found her star pupil. Defense against the dark arts with Professor Quirrell was odd. Quirrell was a nervous, stuttering man who wore a purple turban and smelled faintly of garlic. He'd supposedly had a brilliant career as a theoretical magical defense expert before taking a gap year to gain practical experience in Albania. He'd come back different, according to the older students, jumpy, pale, with a stutter that came and went. Harry's scar hurt in Quirrell's classroom. Not badly, not at first. A dull throb, like a headache building behind his forehead, that intensified when Quirrell was near and faded when he left. Harry noticed. He noticed everything, another Dursley gift, the hypervigilance of a child who'd survived by paying attention to details. He noticed that Quirrell's stutter vanished when he thought no one was listening. He noticed it one evening in the corridor outside the defense classroom, when he'd gone back for a forgotten textbook and heard Quirrell speaking in a low, fluent voice that bore no resemblance to the trembling mess he presented in class. The words were indistinct. Harry caught fragments, something about patience, and the dog, and the stone, and then Quirrell seemed to sense someone nearby and the stutter snapped back into place like a mask. Harry filed this away. He didn't tell Ron or Hermione yet, they'd want evidence, and his stutter disappears when he's alone wasn't exactly damning. But he watched Quirrell more carefully after that, and the more he watched, the more wrong the man felt. His scar agreed. Halloween came on a tide of pumpkins and candles and the smell of baked apples drifting through the castle. The great hall had been decorated magnificently, live bats swooping between floating jack-o'-lanterns, enchanted cobwebs sparkling in the candlelight, the ceiling showing a stormy sky that rumbled but didn't rain. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and tried to enjoy the feast. It was difficult. October 31st was, for the rest of the wizarding world, a celebration, the anniversary of Voldemort's defeat. For Harry, it was the anniversary of his parents' murder. Neville sat beside him, silent and steady. He didn't say anything about it, because Neville understood loss better than most and knew that sometimes the best thing you could say was nothing. Ron and Hermione were arguing. This was not unusual, they argued the way other people breathed, continuously and without apparent need for rest. Today's subject was the levitation charm, which they'd practiced in charms that afternoon. Hermione had corrected Ron's pronunciation, it's Leviosa, not Leviosa, and Ron had taken this personally. She's mental, Ron muttered to Harry as they left charms. No wonder she hasn't got any friends. He said it too loudly. Hermione, walking just behind them, heard every word. She pushed past them with her head down, and Harry caught the glint of tears before she disappeared around a corner. Ron, Harry said. What? That was cruel. Ron opened his mouth to argue, saw Harry's face, and closed it again. The expression Harry wore was one Ron had never seen before, not anger, exactly, but a cold, quiet disappointment that was somehow worse. It was the expression of someone who knew exactly what cruelty sounded like and had hoped not to hear it from a friend. I didn't mean, I was just, find her, Harry said. Apologize. But, now, Ron. Ron went. Harry watched him go and felt the weight of the day settle more heavily on his shoulders. 10 years ago tonight, his parents had died. A year ago, he'd been in a cupboard. Now he was in a castle full of magic, and his friend had just made a girl cry, and the world was complicated in ways that magic couldn't fix. The scream reached them during the feast. Professor Quirrell burst through the great hall doors, turban askew, face grey with terror, and screamed, "Troll! Troll in the dungeon! Thought you ought to know." Then he fainted. Pandemonium. Students screaming, teachers shouting, Dumbledore's voice cutting through the chaos like a thunderclap, silence. Prefects, lead your houses to the dormitories. Teachers, with me to the dungeons. Harry was on his feet, moving with the crowd, when the realization hit him like a bludger. Hermione didn't know. She was in the girls' bathroom, had been there since charms, crying. She didn't know about the troll. He grabbed Neville's arm. Hermione. Neville's eyes went wide. The bathroom. They ran. Against the flow of students, through corridors that were emptying as houses retreated to their common rooms. Ron caught up with them on the second floor, he'd been looking for Hermione already, guilt driving him faster than his legs could carry. She's not in the common room, Ron panted. She must still be, the smell hit them first. A stench so thick and foul it was practically visible, like a landfill in a heatwave, mixed with old socks and something that had died twice. Then the sound, heavy, dragging footsteps, the scrape of something large being pulled across stone. The troll came around the corner. It was 12 feet tall. Gray-skinned, lumpy, with arms like tree trunks and a head the size of a boulder, small for its body, which said unflattering things about its brain-to-mass ratio. It carried a club that was, essentially, a young tree, and it was heading directly for the girls' bathroom. "Oh no," Neville whispered. The troll reached the bathroom door. sniffed, grunted. Then it shouldered through the door, which splintered like matchwood, and the screaming started. Harry ran. He didn't plan. He didn't strategize. He heard Hermione scream and his body moved, the way it had moved when Dudley's gang cornered a smaller kid, the way it had moved when he dived for the remembrall, not courage in the storybook sense, but the simple inability to stand still while someone was in danger. The bathroom was destruction. Sinks ripped from the wall, water spraying everywhere, tiles shattered. Hermione was pressed against the far wall, eyes huge, frozen with terror. The troll raised its club. "Oi!" Ron shouted from the doorway, throwing a piece of pipe. It bounced off the troll's shoulder. The troll turned, confused, not hurt, barely annoyed, but momentarily distracted. Harry pulled his wand. He'd been practicing defensive spells all summer with Amelia, basic ones, first-year level, but drilled until they were reflex. He pointed his wand at the troll's face and shouted, "Vermilius." Red sparks erupted from his wand and hit the troll directly in the eyes. The creature roared, a sound that shook dust from the ceiling, and staggered backward, clawing at its face. Not hurt. Blinded. Temporarily. "Hermione, move!" Harry yelled. Hermione moved. She scrambled along the wall toward the door, and Neville grabbed her arm and pulled her through. The troll recovered faster than Harry expected. It swung its club blindly, a wild, lateral sweep that demolished 3 sinks and sent a wave of water crashing across the floor. Harry ducked. The club passed over his head close enough to ruffle his hair. "Ron!" The club. Ron understood immediately, or maybe he didn't understand but acted anyway, which amounted to the same thing. He raised his wand, performed the swish and flick that Hermione had been drilling into him all day, and shouted, "Wingardium Leviosa." The club left the troll's hand. Rose. The troll looked up, baffled, at its own weapon hovering above its head. Ron released the charm. The club dropped. 12 feet. Directly onto the troll's skull. The crack was enormous. The troll swayed, its tiny eyes crossing, and then toppled forward like a felled tree. The floor shook. Water splashed. Silence. Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione stood in the ruined bathroom, soaking wet, hearts hammering, staring at the unconscious mountain troll that now occupied most of the floor space. "Is it dead?" Hermione whispered. "Just knocked out," Harry said, checking. The troll was breathing, slow, rattling breaths that smelled like the inside of a rubbish truck. "It'll have a headache when it wakes up." Neville was leaning against the wall, pale but standing. His wand was out, he hadn't cast anything, but he'd been there. He'd run toward the danger, not away from it. He looked at Harry with an expression of quiet amazement, as though discovering something about himself he hadn't known was there. Footsteps in the corridor. McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst through the remains of the door. McGonagall took in the scene, the troll, the destruction, the 4 first years standing ankle-deep in water, and her face went through several rapid transitions. "What on earth, explain yourselves." Harry opened his mouth, but Hermione got there first. "It was my fault, Professor. I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them, and I thought I could handle it. Harry, Ron, and Neville came to find me. If they hadn't, I'd probably be dead." It was a lie. A smooth, effortless, self-sacrificing lie from a girl who had never broken a rule in her life. Harry stared at her. Ron stared at her. Neville stared at her. McGonagall stared at her. Then, "Miss Granger, I am deeply disappointed. 5 points from Gryffindor for your foolishness." She turned to the boys. "As for you 3, not many first-year students could take on a full-grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points each. To Gryffindor." She swept out. Quirrell lingered, looking at the troll with an expression that was, Harry noticed, and filed away, more calculating than afraid. Snape lingered too. He was looking at Harry with that same complicated expression from the first potions class, anger, pain, and something that might have been grudging acknowledgement that the boy was not, in fact, a carbon copy of his father. Harry noticed something else. Snape was limping. His right leg was injured, a dark stain on his robes near the ankle, partially hidden but visible if you knew where to look. Harry looked at the limp. Looked at Snape. Snape saw him looking, and his expression snapped shut like a door slamming. They filed out of the bathroom. In the corridor, soaking wet and shaking with adrenaline, Hermione turned to Ron. "Thank you," she said. "For coming to find me." "I'm sorry," Ron said. "For what I said earlier. It was cruel." "Yes. It was. I know. I'm sorry." "Really?" Hermione studied him. Then she nodded. "Apology accepted. But if you ever say something like that again, I'll hex you, and I've already memorized 6 jinxes." "Noted," Ron said weakly. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower together, for first-years who had just fought a troll and won, and something had solidified between them. Not just friendship. Trust. The particular, unshakable trust of people who have faced danger together and discovered they can rely on each other. Harry walked beside Neville, and Neville said, quietly, "I didn't do anything." "In the bathroom. I just stood there." "You ran toward a troll, Neville. Most people would have run away." "I was going to run away. My legs went toward it instead. That's what courage is. Your legs knowing what to do before your brain catches up." Neville thought about this. Then he smiled, small, private, the smile of a boy who had just learned something about himself that his grandmother had been waiting years to see. Harry's first Quidditch match was against Slytherin, and the entire school turned out to watch. The morning was cold and bright, November air sharp enough to bite, the sky a hard, brilliant blue. Harry ate breakfast in a state of controlled panic that he masked so well nobody noticed except Neville, who'd known Harry long enough to read the micro-expressions. The slight tightness around his eyes. The way he held his fork a fraction too firmly. "You'll be brilliant," Neville said. "What if I fall off?" "Then you'll fall off, and we'll visit you in the hospital wing, and Susan will say something sarcastic, and you'll get back on. Simple." Harry smiled despite himself. "When did you get wise?" "I've always been wise. I'm just also usually terrified, so people don't notice." Oliver Wood gave a team talk in the changing rooms that was part tactical briefing, part motivational speech, and part barely restrained mania. "This is it, team. We haven't won the cup in 7 years. 7 years. That's longer than most of you have been at this school. Today we change that." Harry put on his Quidditch robes, scarlet and gold, with Potter on the back, and felt the weight of them settle on his shoulders. Not the weight of fame. The weight of belonging. A team. His team. They walked onto the pitch. The crowd roared. Harry mounted his broom, a Nimbus 2000, a gift from McGonagall that had arrived at breakfast one morning in a long, thin package, and kicked off into the sky. Flying. God, flying. The pitch fell away beneath him and the wind took him and he was free, truly free, in a way that nothing else could match. The ground was complicated. The sky was simple. Up here, there were no cupboards, no scars, no fragments of Dark Lords. Just air and speed and the golden flash of the snitch. The game was brutal. Slytherin played dirty, elbows and body checks and strategic fouling that Madam Hooch caught about half the time. The Gryffindor chasers fought back with skill and determination. The Weasley twins were magnificent as beaters, redirecting bludgers with the casual precision of boys who'd been hitting things with bats since they could walk. Harry circled above it all, scanning for the snitch. The Slytherin seeker, a 5th year named Terence Higgs, shadowed him, which was the smart play. Harry was faster, but Higgs was experienced. Then his broom lurched. It was subtle at first, a stutter in the smooth flight, like a car hitting a pothole. Harry adjusted, leaned forward, and the broom steadied. Then it lurched again, harder, and his grip slipped. The broom was bucking, not obeying his commands, fighting him, trying to throw him off. Harry clung on. His knuckles went white. The broom rolled sideways, and for one horrible moment he was hanging by one hand, 60 feet above the pitch, the ground swinging sickeningly below him. The crowd screamed. The commentary faltered. In the stands, Hermione grabbed Neville's arm and pointed at the staff section, "Look at Snape. He's not blinking, he's jinxing the broom." She was wrong, but she had no way of knowing that. What she saw was Snape, lips moving, eyes locked on Harry's broom, which was accurate, because Snape was performing a counter-curse, not a jinx. The actual jinx was coming from 3 seats away, where Professor Quirrell sat with his hands hidden in his lap and his lips moving in a rapid, soundless incantation. Harry held on. The broom twisted, dropped, surged upward, rolled again. His muscles screamed. His shoulder joints burned. He'd been in pain before, much worse than this, and he was not going to let a broom beat him. Hermione moved. She left her seat, pushed through the crowd, circled beneath the stands to the staff section, and, with the decisive efficiency of a girl who had memorized 6 jinxes and was about to use a 7th, set fire to the hem of Snape's robes. The effect was immediate and unexpected. Snape broke eye contact to deal with the flames. But the jinx hadn't been coming from Snape, it had been coming from Quirrell, and when Hermione knocked over Quirrell's seat in her rush to reach Snape, the contact disrupted Quirrell's concentration. The broom stabilized. Harry felt the moment the curse lifted, the broom went smooth beneath him, responsive, his again, and he didn't waste a second. The snitch was 30 feet below, hovering near the Slytherin keeper's left ear. Harry dove. The dive was everything. Straight down, faster than falling, the wind tearing at his robes and his eyes and his scar. He reached out, fingers stretching, closing, and his hand wrapped around the snitch with a solid, golden certainty that sent a shockwave of jubilation through his entire body. He landed. The pitch erupted. Ron was screaming. Neville was crying. The Weasley twins hoisted Harry onto their shoulders, and the crowd chanted his name, and for one brilliant, shining moment, Harry Potter was just a boy who'd caught a ball and won a game. Later, in the common room, surrounded by celebration, Harry sat with Hermione and told her about Quirrell. Not Snape. Quirrell. Snape was doing the counter-curse, he said quietly, while Ron and the twins staged a dramatic reenactment of the catch. I felt it, when the jinx stopped, it wasn't because Snape broke eye contact. It was because you bumped Quirrell. Hermione frowned. But Quirrell's, he's pathetic. He's afraid of his own shadow. No. He isn't. I've heard him when he thinks he's alone. The stutters and act, Hermione. You're sure? My scar hurts around him. Not Snape. Him. Hermione chewed her lip. She was not a girl who accepted theories without evidence, but she was also not a girl who dismissed observable data. We need more information. We need to figure out what's on the 3rd floor. The thing Fluffy's guarding. Quirrell mentioned a stone, I heard him. If he's after something Dumbledore's protecting, then we need to find out what it is and who else knows. Harry nodded. He pulled out the 2-way mirror Amelia had given him and turned it over in his hands. He'd been debating this for weeks, whether to involve Amelia, whether to tell her about Quirrell. At the Dursleys, he'd learned never to ask adults for help. Adults didn't help. Adults hit you, or ignored you, or made promises they didn't keep. But Amelia wasn't the Dursleys. Amelia was the woman who'd fought the Wizengamot for his custody. The woman who told him he was allowed to be angry. The woman who'd made him scrambled eggs and given him a door that locked from the inside. He activated the mirror. Amelia's face appeared. Sharp, alert, despite the late hour. Harry. Everything all right? I need to tell you something. He told her. About Quirrell. About the stutter. About the scar pain. About the broom jinx and the third-floor corridor and the three-headed dog named Fluffy guarding something Dumbledore had hidden in the school. Amelia listened. Her expression didn't change, but her eyes hardened in a way Harry recognized, the look of a woman shifting from guardian mode to DMLE mode. The stone, she said. You're sure that's what he said? I'm sure. I'll look into it. Discreetly. Harry, do not go near Quirrell. Do not investigate the third floor. If your suspicions are correct, this is not something children should be handling. I know. I mean it. I know, Amelia. She studied him through the mirror. Then, softer, your first Quidditch match. How was it? Harry grinned. I caught the snitch. Amelia almost smiled. Of course you did. Good night, Harry. Good night. The mirror went dark. Harry set it down and looked out the common room window at the dark grounds. The lake shimmered under a half-moon. Somewhere out there, past the forbidden forest, past the boundaries of the school wards, the world was full of darkness and danger and things that wanted to hurt him. But in here, in this tower, in this castle, with his friends around him and an adult he trusted on the other end of a mirror, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in the cupboard. Something he hadn't felt at St. Mungo's, or at the Wisengamot, or even at Bones Manor in those first uncertain weeks. He felt ready. The duel with Draco happened on a Tuesday, which was an odd day for dramatic confrontation, but drama rarely consulted the calendar. It had been building for weeks. Draco's resentment had curdled from the initial sting of rejection into something harder and more public. He mocked Ron's poverty in potions. He called Hermione a mudblood in the corridor, a word so foul that Ron had to be physically restrained, and Neville, quiet, gentle Neville, had stepped forward with his wand out and his jaw set and told Malfoy to say it again. Malfoy didn't say it again. Not because he was afraid of Neville, he wasn't, not yet, but because something in Neville's eyes had startled him. The look of a boy who had nothing left to lose and was tired of being pushed. But Draco needed to prove himself. His father's letters were constant, demanding reports on Harry, on Dumbledore, on the political landscape of Hogwarts. Draco was 11 years old and already drowning under the weight of expectations he couldn't meet and a rivalry he hadn't chosen. He challenged Harry in the Great Hall, in front of witnesses. Lunch. 100 students watching. Potter. Wizard's duel. Tonight. Unless you're afraid. Where? Harry asked, not looking up from his shepherd's pie. Trophy room. Midnight. The trophy room is an obvious trap, Malfoy. Last time a Malfoy challenged someone to a midnight duel, they tipped off Filch and the challenger got detention. Draco went pink. That had, in fact, been exactly his plan. Fine. Where, then? The unused classroom on the 4th floor. And we get a teacher to observe. Secretly, so neither of us can cheat. A teacher? I'll ask Flitwick. He was a dueling champion. He'll keep it fair. Draco stared at him. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. You challenge, the other person either accepts blindly or backs down. You don't negotiate terms. Fine. Midnight. Flitwick. Harry went back to his pie. Hermione, beside him, said, "You're going to fight Malfoy." "I'm going to duel Malfoy." There's a difference. The difference being rules. Structure. Nobody gets expelled. And if he's better than you? Harry considered this. Then I lose, and I learn something. That's how dueling works. He asked Flitwick after charms. The tiny professor's eyes lit up like fireworks. A formal duel. Between first years? Oh, this is highly irregular, but pedagogically fascinating, the practical application of defensive theory in a controlled environment. Yes, Mr. Potter, I'll observe. Midnight, you said? I'll bring snacks. At midnight, Harry and Draco stood in the unused classroom on the fourth floor. Flitwick sat on a desk in the corner, legs dangling, eating a sandwich with the cheerful enthusiasm of a man who loved his job. Hermione had insisted on coming as Harry's second. Crabbe served as Draco's, which was roughly equivalent to bringing a boulder as your strategic advisor. Standard rules, Flitwick piped up. No unforgivables, obviously, no dark magic, no physical contact. First to disarm or incapacitate wins. Bow to your opponent. They bowed. Draco's bow was stiff and formal, trained, rehearsed. Harry's was looser, more natural. Begin. Draco was fast. He'd had formal dueling instruction since he was 8, the Malfoy family considered it a core skill, like riding a broom or sneering at servants, and his technique was precise. Flipendo. A knockback jinx, well aimed, rocketing toward Harry's chest. Harry sidestepped. Not dodged, sidestepped, a minimal movement that took him out of the spell's path without wasting energy. He'd learned economy of motion from Amelia, who drilled him on the principle every day for a month: don't move more than you need to. Save your energy. Make them work harder than you. Ricta Sempra. Draco followed up with a tickling charm, less elegant, more desperate. Harry shielded, Protego. And the charm splashed off the shield in a shower of silver sparks. A first-year casting a shield charm was unusual. A first-year casting one properly was extraordinary. Draco hesitated. That half-second of surprise was all Harry needed. He feinted left, Expelliarmus. And the disarming charm streaked toward Draco's wand hand. Draco dodged, barely, the spell grazing his sleeve. He fired back, Locomotor Mortis. And Harry twisted sideways, the leglocker curse passing close enough to make his robes flutter. They circled each other. Draco was breathing hard. Harry was breathing harder, his magical reserves were smaller, his stamina lower, the lingering effects of years of malnutrition showing in moments of physical stress. But his mind was clear. Draco attacked again, a rapid combination, knockback into stinging hex into disarming charm, technically proficient, the combinations his tutor had drilled into him. Harry blocked the first, dodged the second, and took the disarming charm on his shield again. Then he did something unexpected. He dropped his shield and fired two spells simultaneously, not sequentially, but overlapping, the wand moving in a figure eight that Amelia had taught him on the last day of summer. Expelliarmus. Locomotor Mortis. The disarming charm was the faint, wide, obvious, drawing Draco's shield to the right. The leglocker curse came from beneath it, low and fast, hitting Draco in the shins. His legs snapped together. He toppled sideways, arms windmilling, and his wand flew from his hand, not from the disarming charm but from the impact of hitting the floor. Silence. Flitwick applauded. Actually applauded, clapping his tiny hands together with the delight of a connoisseur witnessing something beautiful. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. The feint and strike combination, Mr. Potter, where did you learn that? My guardian taught me. Amelia Bones. Of course. Exceptional duelist. Remind me to send her a complimentary letter. Harry walked to Draco. The blond boy was on the floor, legs locked together, face flushed with humiliation. In the corner, Crabbe was staring with his mouth open, which was, to be fair, Crabbe's default expression. Harry held out his hand. Draco stared at it. The same hand he'd offered on the train, the same gesture, reversed. An offer of respect from the winner to the loser. Draco slapped it away. I don't need your pity, Potter. It's not pity. You're good. Your technique is better than mine. You just what? I had better training. That's not your fault. Draco's face went through something complicated. He wanted to be angry, anger was comfortable, anger was what Malfoys did when they lost, but Harry's words had been genuinely respectful, and Draco didn't know what to do with genuine respect from an adversary. His father didn't give respect to adversaries. His father destroyed adversaries. Undo my legs, Draco muttered. Harry cast the counter-curse. Draco stood, brushed off his robes, collected his wand, and walked out without another word. Crabbe lumbered after him. But at the door, Draco paused. He didn't turn around. He didn't say anything. He just paused, 1 second, 2, and then he was gone. Hermione let out a breath. That was tense, Harry supplied. I was going to say impressive, but tense works too. The combination at the end, where did Amelia teach you that? In the garden. She had me practice it on gnomes. Flitwick hopped off the desk, brushing crumbs from his waistcoat. 10 points to Gryffindor for exceptional practical spellwork. And 10 points to Slytherin for Mr. Malfoy's commendable technique. Don't tell either of them I said that. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower through the silent castle, Hermione beside him, the adrenaline fading into something quieter. He'd beaten Draco. Not through power, through preparation. Through the training Amelia had given him, through the instincts the Dursleys had forged in him, through the simple determination to never be helpless again. It wasn't enough. He knew that. Quirrell was still out there, still plotting, still after whatever was on the 3rd floor. The soul fragment was still in his scar. Voldemort was still alive, somewhere, in some form. But tonight, in a classroom at midnight, Harry had proven something to himself. He could fight. He could win. And when the time came, when the Real battle arrived, he would not be the boy in the cupboard. He would be ready. Christmas came to Hogwarts like a benediction. Snow buried the grounds under a thick white quilt. The lake froze solid. The castle's corridors were festooned with garlands and mistletoe and enchanted icicles that chimed when you walked past. Hagrid dragged 12 massive Christmas trees into the Great Hall, and Flitwick decorated them with living fairies and golden bubbles and tiny enchanted snowflakes that fell continuously but never reached the floor. Harry stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas. Amelia had offered to have him home. The invitation is permanent, Harry, always, but he wanted the full experience. His first real Christmas. Ron stayed too, because his parents were visiting Charlie in Romania. Neville went home to his grandmother. Hermione went home to her parents. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed and stared at them for a full minute before his brain accepted that they were real. Presents. For him. Not Dudley's broken cast-offs. Not the coins and tissues the Dursleys had wrapped in newspaper as a joke. Real presents, wrapped in real paper, with his name on them. A hand-knitted sweater from Molly Weasley, emerald green, with a golden H. Mom makes one for everyone, Ron said, pulling on his own maroon sweater with an expression of resigned tolerance. A box of chocolate frogs from Hermione. A carved wooden flute from Hagrid. A book on advanced defensive spells from Amelia, with a note, practice. Love, A. A Mimbulus Mimbletonia seedling from Neville, with a note, don't poke it. A box of Honeydukes fudge from Susan, with a note, Happy Christmas, short stuff. And one more. A package wrapped in plain brown paper, with no card, no note, no indication of who had sent it. Harry opened it. A cloak spilled out, shimmering, silvery, like liquid moonlight poured into fabric. It flowed over his hands and caught the light in ways that didn't make sense, shifting and rippling with colors that weren't quite colors. Blimey, Ron breathed. That's an invisibility cloak. Harry, those are really rare. Harry pulled it on. His body vanished. He looked down and saw nothing, just the floor beneath invisible feet. Ron's eyes were the size of dinner plates. A note fell out of the folds. Small, neat handwriting on cream parchment. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. Harry looked at the note. He knew the handwriting, he'd seen it on the letter that had been left on the Dursleys' doorstep, the letter Petunia had described at her trial. Dumbledore's handwriting. His father's cloak. Passed down, returned, another piece of a life he'd never known. Harry folded it carefully and held it against his chest, the way he held Hagrid's photo album, with reverence, with grief, with a fierce, protective love for people he could never meet. Christmas dinner was magnificent, turkey and pudding and crackers and wizard crackers that actually exploded with top hats and live mice and real-life miniature cannons. Harry ate until he was round. Ron ate until he was spherical. Fred and George set off fireworks indoors and somehow avoided detention, which Harry suspected involved bribery. That night, wearing his father's cloak, Harry went walking. He told himself he was exploring. The castle at night was different, quieter, stranger, the magic in the walls humming at a lower frequency. The portraits were mostly asleep, snoring in their frames. The suits of armor stood at attention in empty corridors. Moonlight came through the windows in silver columns, and Harry drifted through them like a ghost, invisible and weightless. He found the room by accident. A door he'd never noticed, in a corridor he'd never walked, in a part of the castle that felt unused and forgotten. He opened it. Inside was an empty classroom, dusty and dim, with desks pushed against the walls and a single object standing in the center of the room. A mirror. Enormous. Gold-framed. Old. Harry approached it. Across the top, carved into the gold, were words, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. He stood before the mirror and looked at his reflection. His reflection looked back. But it wasn't alone. Behind him, visible in the mirror, not in the room, stood two people. A man with untidy black hair and glasses and a grin that was equal parts mischief and joy. A woman with dark red hair and green eyes, his eyes, exactly his eyes, and a smile that held so much love it hurt to look at. His parents. They stood behind him in the mirror, and they were smiling, and his mother's hand was on his shoulder, and his father's arm was around her waist, and they were looking at him with an expression that said, "We see you, we know you, we love you, we always have." Harry's hand rose. He pressed it against the cold glass. His mother's reflection did the same, their palms meeting on either side of the mirror's surface. He stood there for a long time. He came back the next night. And the night after that. Each time, his parents were there. Each time, the ache in his chest grew, not sharper, but deeper, spreading like water into cracks, filling spaces he hadn't known were empty. On the third night, he wasn't alone. Back again, Harry. Dumbledore was sitting in one of the desks against the wall, legs crossed, wearing a paisley dressing gown and slippers that appeared to have small embroidered dragons on them. He looked as though he'd been there for some time, which he probably had. Harry didn't jump. He turned slowly. "How long have you been watching?" "Long enough." Dumbledore rose and walked to stand beside him. "I see you found the Mirror of Erist. What does it do?" "It shows us the deepest desire of our hearts. Nothing more, nothing less. The happiest man on earth would look into it and see only himself, exactly as he is. But for most of us." He gazed at the mirror. Whatever he saw, he didn't share. "It shows what we want most desperately and can never have. I see my parents. Yes. They're not really there. No. They are a reflection of your desire. Beautiful, but not real. And that is the danger of this mirror, Harry. Men have wasted their lives before it, starving, forgetting to live, unable to look away from a happiness they can never reach." Harry looked at his parents in the mirror. His mother waved. His father gave him a thumbs up. "I know they're not real," Harry said quietly. "I'm not going to waste away looking at a mirror." But I don't have many places where I can see them. No. You don't. They stood side by side, the old wizard and the boy, looking at reflections of things they'd lost. The silence was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of two people who understood grief, each in their own way. Did you know what they did to me? Harry asked. He didn't specify who. He didn't need to. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was stripped of its usual grandfatherly warmth, leaving something raw beneath. I knew they would not love you. I believed they would not harm you. I was wrong. That's not good enough. No. It isn't. More silence. In the mirror, Lily Potter touched her son's reflection's face. I've made many mistakes, Harry. Placing you with the Dursleys may be the worst. But the protection your mother gave you is real, and it may yet save your life. The question is whether the protection justified the cost. A pause. Heavy. I no longer believe it does. Harry turned to face Dumbledore directly. Those blue eyes, usually so confident, so certain of their own wisdom, held something he'd never seen in them before, doubt. I'm not going to forgive you, Harry said. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I would not ask you to. But I understand why you did it. The wards. The protection. Voldemort's followers. You were trying to keep me safe. Trying. Yes. You failed. Yes. Don't fail again. It was not a request. It was a command, delivered by a 10-year-old boy to the most powerful wizard in Britain, and it landed with the weight of absolute moral authority because the boy had earned it in a cupboard, earned it in bruises and hunger and years of silent suffering. Dumbledore held Harry's gaze. Then he inclined his head, not a nod, but a bow. Shallow, formal, and genuinely meant. I will do my very best, Harry. You have my word. Your word is what put me in that cupboard. Then I will earn a better word. Starting now. Harry looked at him for a long time. Then he turned back to the mirror. His parents were still there, still smiling, still impossibly alive behind the glass. I'm going to move the mirror tomorrow, Dumbledore said gently. It doesn't do to dwell on dreams, Harry, and forget to live. But before it goes, take a moment. Say what you need to say. He left. His slippers made soft sounds on the stone floor, and then the door closed, and Harry was alone with his parents' reflections. He pressed his hand against the glass one last time. His mother's eyes, looked back at him. I'm okay, he told them. I've got a home now. Friends. People who care about me. I'm learning magic. I'm going to be all right. He swallowed. I miss you. I don't even know you, and I miss you so much it feels like a hole in my chest. But I'm okay. And I'm going to make you proud. His mother's reflection smiled. His father's reflection put his arm around his mother and gave Harry a look of such fierce, uncomplicated pride that Harry had to close his eyes. When he opened them, the mirror was just a mirror. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower in the dark, invisible under his father's cloak, and climbed into bed, and didn't dream. January brought cold and clarity. Harry, Hermione, and Ron pooled their information. The third-floor corridor. Fluffy. Hagrid's accidental mentions of Nicholas Flamel, and Dumbledore, and the stone. Hermione found Flamel in a book Ron had given Harry for Christmas, the chocolate frog card for Dumbledore, which listed his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. From there, it was textbook research. Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone. An object that could produce the elixir of life and turn base metals into gold. The only one in existence. Hidden at Hogwarts, guarded by Dumbledore's enchantments, and a three-headed dog. So someone's trying to steal a stone that makes you immortal, Ron said, with the tone of someone who found the whole thing personally offensive. And Quirrell's in on it. Quirrell's after it, Harry corrected. I don't think he's working alone. The stutter, the turban, the way my scar hurts around him, there's something else going on. Something bigger. He contacted Amelia through the mirror. She confirmed, the Philosopher's Stone was real, it was at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore had arranged its protection at Flamel's request after an attempted break-in at Gringotts. She'd investigated Quirrell discreetly, his background checked out on paper, but his year in Albania was poorly documented. Albania, Amelia said, and her voice was careful. The same country where the remnant of Voldemort is believed to be hiding. The words hung between them. You think Quirrell met Voldemort in Albania, Harry said. I think it's possible. I'm sending Kingsley to investigate. In the meantime, Harry, I need you to promise me something. What? If Quirrell makes a move, if anything happens that suggests he's going after the stone, you do not engage. You contact me. You contact Dumbledore. You contact McGonagall. You do not handle this yourself. I promise. He meant it when he said it. He truly did. February. March. April. The weeks slid past in a rhythm of classes and Quidditch practices and quiet, steady preparation. Harry practiced defensive spells every evening. Not the first-year curriculum, he'd moved beyond that within weeks. Amelia sent him books through the post, and he worked through them methodically, shield charms, stunning spells, theoretical only, he didn't have the power for those yet, basic wards, counter curses. Hermione joined him, because Hermione could not resist the opportunity to learn something new, and Ron joined because Ron went wherever Harry and Hermione were, and Neville joined because Neville had quietly decided that he was done being the boy who stood in the background. They practiced in an empty classroom on the 7th floor. Hermione's theoretical knowledge was encyclopedic. Ron's instincts were sharp, he thought strategically, seeing patterns and opportunities that the others missed. Neville's power was raw and inconsistent, but when he connected, the results were startling. He hit a knockback jinx during practice one evening that sent a desk sailing across the room and through a window. Sorry, Neville said, looking at the shattered glass. Don't apologize, Harry said, grinning. That was brilliant. It was supposed to move 6 inches. Moving 6 inches is technique. Putting it through a window is power. We can work on the technique. The castle noticed them. Not the students, the castle itself. Harry could feel it sometimes, when he was walking alone through the corridors late at night under the invisibility cloak. The magic in the walls responded to him, doors opened more easily, stairs rearranged themselves in his favor, the room of requirement, which he'd stumbled upon by accident and hadn't told anyone about yet, always seemed to provide exactly what he needed. Dumbledore noticed too. He watched Harry during meals, during the rare moments when their paths crossed in the corridors. Not intrusively, Dumbledore was too subtle for that. But watchfully. With the expression of a man who was beginning to realize that the chess piece he'd placed on the board 10 years ago had developed its own strategy. Snape noticed. This was the one that surprised Harry most. Snape continued to be terrible in potions, docking points, sneering, deliberately humiliating Neville, which Harry privately added to a mental list of things he would address when he had the leverage to do so. But outside of class, Snape was different. Harry caught him watching. In the Great Hall, at meals. In the corridors, between classes. The same complex expression, anger and pain and something else, something that looked like the early stages of a crisis of conscience in a man who had been very certain of his convictions for a very long time. Snape never spoke to Harry outside of potions. Never acknowledged the watching. But Harry felt it, and he understood, with the emotional intelligence of a survivor, that Snape was fighting something. Some internal battle that had Harry at its center. The scar headaches got worse. Not dramatically, not debilitating. But more frequent, more pointed, the throb behind his forehead sharpening into something that felt almost like a voice. Not words. Not yet. But a presence. A pressure. The fragment stirring, not waking, but shifting in its sleep. Harry told Amelia. She told Croaker. Croaker said the fragment was responding to Voldemort's increased activity. The closer the wraith came to achieving something, the more agitated the fragment became. It was a barometer of dark intent, and the needle was rising. Harry didn't tell his friends about the fragment. Not yet. He wasn't ready. The knowledge sat in his chest like a stone, cold, heavy, permanent, and he carried it alone because some weights were too heavy to share and some truths were too dark to speak aloud to people you loved. At night, sometimes, he pressed his hand against his scar and felt the faint pulse of something that wasn't him. Something alien. Something patient. You don't get to have me, he thought, repeating the words like a prayer. The scar pulsed. It didn't agree. Spring bled into summer. Exams came and went. Harry scored well, Hermione scored perfectly, Ron scored better than he expected, and Neville passed everything except potions, which nobody blamed him for. And then Hagrid let slip about the dragon egg. It happened in Hagrid's hut over tea and rock cakes that could have been used as building materials. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had been visiting. They visited often, because Hagrid was one of those rare adults who treated children as people rather than smaller, less important versions of people, and Hagrid had been excited. More excited than usual, which was saying something for a man whose baseline emotional state was cheerfully overwhelming. "Won it off a stranger in the pub," Hagrid said, beaming. "Down in the village. Hooded fella, wouldn't show his face. Played cards. I won a dragon egg." "Hagrid," Hermione said carefully, "dragon breeding is illegal." "Well, yeah, technically, not technically. Actually. Very actually. But it's a Norwegian ridgeback, Hermione. They're beautiful. I've always wanted a dragon, ever since I was a kid." The stranger in the pub, Harry interrupted. What did he want to know? You said you played cards. People who offer dragon eggs in card games usually want something. Did he ask you questions? About Hogwarts? About what you do here? Hagrid's face went through a slow process of recollection, followed by an even slower process of realization, followed by the expression of a man who has just realized he's made a catastrophic mistake. He asked about what kind of creatures I look after. And I might have mentioned Fluffy. I said I was good with animals, all kinds, even a three-headed dog's no trouble if you know how to handle him. How do you handle Fluffy? Harry asked, very quietly. Well, yeah, just play him a bit of music. Falls right asleep. I told the fella. Hagrid stopped. The color drained from his face. I shouldn't have said that, he whispered. No, Harry agreed. You shouldn't have. He stood up. Hermione, Ron, we need to go. Now. They left Hagrid's hut at a run. Harry's mind was racing, the pieces falling into place like tumblers in a lock. Quirrell. The stranger in the pub. The dragon egg, offered as bait. And now Quirrell knew how to get past Fluffy. Music. Just play him music. Harry pulled out the mirror as they ran across the grounds. Amelia. No response. He tried again. Nothing. The mirror stayed dark. Amelia was unreachable, which never happened unless she was in a high-security situation. He switched tactics. I need to find Dumbledore. They ran to McGonagall's office. Harry hammered on the door. McGonagall opened it, looking startled. Professor, I need to speak to the headmaster. It's urgent. Professor Dumbledore left for the ministry an hour ago. He received an urgent summons from the minister himself. Harry's stomach dropped. The summons is fake. It's a trick to get Dumbledore away from the castle. Quirrell is going after the Philosopher's Stone tonight. McGonagall stared at him. Mr. Potter, that is a very serious accusation. I know. And I'm making it because it's true. Quirrell knows how to get past Fluffy, Hagrid told him by accident. My scar has been burning since we left Hagrid's hut. Professor, someone needs to guard the third-floor corridor. Right now. Mr. Potter, the stone is protected by enchantments placed by 6 members of the Hogwarts staff. No one can. Quirrell is one of those 6 members, Professor. He designed one of the protections. He knows how to get past it. And if he's working for who I think he's working for, the other protections won't stop him either. McGonagall's face went through a rapid series of calculations. She was not a woman who acted on impulse, she assessed, she considered, she decided. But she was also not a woman who ignored evidence, and the intensity in Harry's voice was not the intensity of a child playing games. I will check the third-floor corridor myself, she said. And I will attempt to reach the headmaster. In the meantime, Mr. Potter, you and your friends will return to Gryffindor Tower and stay there. Is that understood? Yes, Professor. I mean it, Harry. It was the first time she'd called him by his first name. The weight of it settled on both of them. I understand, Harry said. He went back to Gryffindor Tower. He sat in the common room. He waited. His scar burned. He pulled out the mirror. Tried Amelia again. Nothing. Tried a third time. Nothing. 15 minutes passed. 20. 30. The common room emptied as students went to bed. Ron and Hermione sat with him, watching, waiting. Neville came down from the dormitory in his pajamas, saw their faces, and sat down without asking questions. Harry's scar spiked. A sharp, hot lance of pain that made him gasp and press both hands to his forehead. For 1 second, just one, he saw something through the pain. A flash of image, like a photograph taken with lightning, a dark corridor, a door, a shadow moving. Quirrell. Going through the trapdoor. Right now. Harry stood up. He's going. Right now. I can feel it. He grabbed Susan's arm as she came down the stairs from the girls' dormitory. She'd been studying with a Hufflepuff friend and was returning through the interconnected common rooms. Susan, I need you to find a teacher. Any teacher. And keep trying the mirror to reach Amelia. Can you do that? Susan looked at his face and didn't argue. Go. I'll find someone. Harry turned to Ron, Hermione, and Neville. I promised Amelia I wouldn't handle this myself. I promised McGonagall I'd stay in the tower. He paused. I'm about to break both promises. You don't have to come. Ron stood up. Don't be stupid. Hermione stood up. If you think I'm letting you go alone, you're mental. Neville stood up. He was shaking. His face was white. But he stood up. Okay, Harry said. He pulled the invisibility cloak from his bag. Let's go. They left Gryffindor Tower at a run, for first years heading into the dark, and the castle watched them go with the patient, ancient awareness of a building that had seen this story play out before and knew exactly how it ended. Chapter 4, The Dark Lord's Shadow. The third-floor corridor was empty. Harry had expected guards, enchantments, some sign that McGonagall had heeded his warning. Instead, silence. Darkness. The faint, musty smell of a corridor that students had been warned away from all year, and the distant sound of something large breathing behind a closed door. She didn't come, Ron whispered. Or she came and Quirrell was already past. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak off. It was difficult to move quickly with 4 people under it, and stealth was no longer the priority. The doors unlocked. Hermione pointed her wand at the lock. It's been opened from the inside. Recently. The residual magic is still warm. Neville was staring at the door. The breathing behind it was deep, rhythmic, and came in triplicate, 3 sets of lungs, 3 throats, 3 mouths full of teeth that could snap a person in half. Fluffy's behind there. Music puts him to sleep, Harry said. Quirrell would have brought something, an enchanted harp, maybe. And when the music stops? Then we'd better move fast. Harry opened the door. Fluffy was enormous. 3 heads, each the size of a dustbin, connected to a body that filled the room like a living boulder. 6 yellow eyes, each the size of a saucer, blinked sleepily in the wan light. At the dog's feet, an enchanted harp sat playing itself, a soft, lilting melody that kept all 3 heads drooping, drool pooling on the stone floor in puddles large enough to wade through. The trapdoor was visible beneath one of Fluffy's massive paws. "We need to move his paw," Ron said. "His paw that's attached to his leg that's attached to a 3-headed dog that eats people. He's asleep. He's asleep now. What happens when the harp stops? Then we'll already be through the trapdoor. Come on." They edged around Fluffy's flank. The smell was extraordinary, dog, but amplified to a scale that made Harry's eyes water. Neville stepped in a puddle of drool and made a face that would have been funny under any other circumstances. Harry crouched by the trapdoor, gripped the iron ring, and pulled. The trapdoor swung open. Below it, darkness. Absolute, complete, the kind of darkness that doesn't just hide things but contains them. "I can't see the bottom," Hermione whispered. "Neither can I. But Quirrell went through here, so there must be something to land on." "That's not reassuring." "I know. I'll go first." Harry sat on the edge of the trapdoor, legs dangling into the void. The harp behind them continued to play, but its tempo was slowing, the enchantment wearing thin. Fluffy's left head twitched. A rumble built in one of the dog's throats, low and dangerous. Harry dropped. The fall was longer than expected, 10 feet, 12, 15, and then he hit something soft. Not hard ground. Not stone. Something yielding and organic that cushioned his landing and then, immediately, began to move. Tendrils. Thick, ropey, alive. They wrapped around his ankles, his wrists, his chest, tightening with a muscular insistence that was less aggressive than inevitable. The plant was pulling him down, drawing him into itself, and the more he struggled, the tighter it gripped. "Devil's snare." Neville's voice came from above, followed by the sound of 3 more bodies dropping through the trapdoor. Ron hit the plant and immediately began thrashing. Hermione landed beside him and went rigid. Neville dropped last, hit the tendrils, and went absolutely still. "Stop moving!" Neville shouted. "Everyone stop. It's Devil's snare, it constricts when you struggle. You have to relax." "Relax?" Ron's voice was 2 octaves higher than usual. A tendril was wrapping around his throat. "I'm being eaten by a plant and you want me to relax?" "It likes the dark and damp," Neville said, and his voice was calm, genuinely calm, not the forced calm of someone performing composure, but the natural authority of a boy who understood plants the way Harry understood flying. "Hermione, fire. Blue fire. It hates warmth and light." Hermione didn't hesitate. "Incendio." Blue flames erupted from her wand. The devil's snare recoiled as though it had been struck, tendrils unwinding, retreating, releasing its prey with a vegetable shriek that was more felt than heard. They dropped through the loosened mass and landed on hard stone, gasping. Ron lay on his back, clutching his throat, staring at the ceiling. "I hate plants. I hate all plants. Every plant. Forever." Neville brushed a tendril off his shoulder. "Plants are just misunderstood. That one understood me perfectly well. It was trying to kill me. It was trying to eat you." "There's a diff, Neville," Harry said, getting to his feet. "Brilliant. Thank you." Neville flushed. "It's just herbology." "No. It was the right knowledge at the right moment. That's not just anything." They moved on. The corridor was narrow, stone-walled, sloping downward. Their footsteps echoed. The air was cold and still and smelled of earth and age, and somewhere ahead, a faint sound was growing, a rustling, clicking, fluttering sound, like 1,000 tiny wings. The chamber they entered was tall and bright, lit by torches that burned with a cold, blue light. The ceiling was high, cathedral high, vaulting into shadows, and it was full of birds. No. Not birds. Keys, Hermione breathed. They're keys. With wings. Hundreds of them. Thousands, maybe, small, jewel-bright, winged keys that fluttered and darted through the air in a cloud so dense it looked like a metallic storm. Below them, on the far side of the chamber, was a heavy wooden door with an old-fashioned iron lock. And in the center of the room, hovering at shoulder height, was a broomstick. Harry looked at the door. Looked at the keys. Looked at the broom. "We need to find the right key," he said. "It'll match the lock, old, probably silver, maybe with damaged wings if Quirrell already caught it once and it got away." He grabbed the broom. It wasn't a nimbus, it was old and stiff, a school broom pressed into service, but it was a broom, and Harry was a seeker, and the principle was the same: find the small, specific thing among the chaos. He kicked off. The keys scattered, swirling around him in a blinding, clicking vortex. Wings battered his face, his hands, his glasses. He ignored them. He was scanning, eyes sweeping the cloud, looking for the anomaly, the one key that didn't move like the others. There. Silver. Large. Old-fashioned. One wing bent, fluttering unevenly, struggling to keep up with the flock. Quirrell had caught it and released it, and it was damaged. Harry dove. The key saw him coming and bolted, fast for an injured thing, weaving through the flock, using the other keys as cover. Harry followed, leaning into turns that would have thrown a lesser flyer, accelerating through gaps in the swarm, his hand outstretched. The key jinked left. Harry anticipated, not followed, anticipated, and was there when it arrived. His fingers closed around the cold metal body, wings beating furiously against his palm, and he brought the broom down in a smooth arc that landed him beside the door. "Here." He tossed the key to Hermione. She caught it, fitted it into the lock, and turned. The door opened. The next room was dark. Harry stepped through, wand raised, and the torches blazed to life. He was standing on the edge of a giant chessboard. The pieces were massive, life-sized, carved from black and white stone, standing on their squares like patient soldiers. The black pieces were on the near side. The white pieces faced them across the board. Beyond the white pieces, another door. "We have to play our way across," Ron said. His voice had changed. The nervousness was gone, replaced by something focused and intent. Ron Weasley in front of a chessboard was a different person, sharper, more confident, the strategic mind that hid behind the jokes and the self-deprecation coming fully online. "I'll be a knight," Ron said, walking forward. He touched the black knight, and it moved aside, making room. Ron mounted the stone horse. "Harry, take the bishop." Hermione, castle side rook. Neville, king side rook. They took their positions. The white pieces stirred. They were not gentle opponents. When the first white pawn moved, its stone sword swept through the square with enough force to shatter the black pawn it captured. Stone fragments sprayed across the board. "They're playing for real," Hermione whispered. "Then so are we." Ron's jaw was set. His eyes were moving across the board with the rapid, calculating focus of someone who could see 10 moves ahead and was already planning the 11th. Harry, move to c5. Harry moved. The game began. It was brutal. The white pieces played aggressively, sacrificing pawns for position, pressing the attack on multiple fronts, exploiting every opening. Ron countered with a defensive structure that Harry recognized from their common room games, a web of interlocking pieces that protected each other while slowly, methodically, tightening around the white king. But the white side was good. Better than good. The enchantment was playing at master level, and Ron, brilliant, instinctive Ron, was fighting for every square. Pieces fell. The Black Queen was taken by a white bishop in a move that made Ron physically flinch. A white knight smashed through their pawn screen. The board was narrowing, the positions compressing, and Harry could see Ron's face changing as the endgame approached, the lines deepening, the focus intensifying, the realization dawning. "Ron," Harry said. "What is it?" Ron was quiet for a long moment. His eyes moved across the board. Then he looked at Harry. "I have to sacrifice myself." "What?" "The knight." "Me. If I move to h3, the White Queen takes me. But it puts her out of position, and Harry, you can move 3 squares to the left and checkmate the king." "Ron, no, it's the only way. I've been running the variations. There's no other line that works. There has to be, there isn't." Ron's voice was steady. Not brave in the heroic sense, brave in the quiet, certain sense of someone who had done the math and accepted the result. "Harry, listen to me. You have to go on. You have to get to the stone before Quirrell does. That's what matters. Not me. You matter, I know. But this is chess, and in chess, sometimes you sacrifice a knight to save the king. Move to e4 after the queen takes me. Checkmate in 1. Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. They'd been friends for 4 months, which was nothing and everything. 4 months of chocolate frogs on the train and shepherd's pie in the great hall and chess games by the fire and the particular, irreplaceable bond of boys who made each other laugh. "Don't get killed," Harry said, and his voice cracked. Ron grinned. The same grin he'd worn on the train, open, fearless, genuinely happy. "It's a chess set, not a war. I'll be fine. Probably. Go on." He moved. The stone horse carried him to h3. The White Queen turned. She was massive, 10 feet tall, stone crown gleaming, stone sword raised. She struck. The sound was enormous. Ron was thrown from the horse, hit the stone floor, and didn't move. Hermione screamed. Neville started forward, but Harry caught his arm. He said checkmate in 1. e4. Harry moved. 3 squares to the left. The White King's crown fell at his feet. The remaining white pieces withdrew. The door beyond the board opened. "Go," Harry said to Hermione and Neville. "Stay with Ron. Get him to the hospital wing." "Harry, you can't go alone, Hermione. Ron needs help. I need to go forward." "Both things are true." Hermione's eyes were bright with tears she refused to shed. She looked at Harry, really looked, past the scar and the fame and the boy who lived mythology, and saw what Amelia had seen, what McGonagall had seen, what Dumbledore had seen, a boy who ran toward danger because he couldn't bear to stand still while people were in trouble. "Be careful," she said. "I will. I mean it. If you die, I'll kill you." Harry almost laughed. "Noted." He turned to Neville. Neville was standing beside Ron's unconscious form, his wand drawn, his face white but set. He looked up at Harry with eyes that held none of the fear that had defined him for most of his life. Something had burned it away, the troll, the chess game, the simple act of choosing to run toward a 3-headed dog instead of away from it. The Neville who'd boarded the Hogwarts Express 5 months ago could never have stood here. This Neville could. "He killed my parents' minds, Harry," Neville said quietly. "He killed your parents' bodies. But you're the one he marked. You're the one who has to face him. Neville, go. I'll take care of Ron. Hermione and I will get help." "And Harry," Neville's jaw tightened. "Finish it." Harry nodded. He turned, walked through the door, and left his friends behind. The next chamber was Quirrell's own protection, and it was already solved. the troll that should have guarded this room was unconscious on the floor, a larger cousin of the one they'd fought on Halloween. Quirrell had dealt with it on his way through. Harry stepped over its massive arm and continued. The chamber beyond was small and dim. A table stood in the center, holding 7 bottles of different shapes and sizes, and a sheet of parchment covered in elegant script. Snape's protection. A logic puzzle. Harry read the parchment. It was a riddle: poison, wine, and 2 bottles that would let you move forward or backward through the enchanted fire barriers that blocked both doors. 3 of the 7 bottles were poison. 2 were wine. 1 moved you forward. 1 moved you back. He read it twice. Then he began to work through the logic. Hermione would have solved it faster, she was better at this, the orderly, sequential reasoning that turned clues into answers. But Harry was not stupid, and he was not hasty, and the Dursleys had taught him patience the hard way. He eliminated options one by one, cross-referencing the clues, narrowing the field. The smallest bottle. That was the one that moved you forward. He picked it up. There was barely a swallow left, Quirrell had drunk most of it. Just enough for one more person. Enough to go forward, but not to come back. Harry looked at the tiny bottle. Looked at the black fire blocking the door ahead. 1 way forward. No way back. He drank. The potion was ice, cold that started in his throat and spread through his body like a winter river, numbing and clarifying at the same time. He walked through the black fire. It licked at his robes, at his hair, at his skin, and he felt nothing. The flames parted around him like curtains, and he stepped through into the final chamber. The room was large, circular, and lit by a ring of torches that burned with a purple-white flame. At its center stood the mirror of Eriste. And before the mirror, his back to Harry, stood Professor Quirrell. He wasn't stuttering. He wasn't twitching. He stood straight and still, staring into the mirror with an expression of focused concentration that bore no resemblance to the nervous wreck he performed in class. His turban was unwound slightly, a loose end trailing over one shoulder like a serpent's tail. "Ah," Quirrell said, without turning around. "Potter. I wondered if you'd come." His voice was smooth. Cultured. Not the stammering mess of the classroom but the voice Harry had heard in the corridor months ago, fluent, confident, cold. "You know," Quirrell continued, still facing the mirror, "I expected Dumbledore's protections to be more challenging. The troll was mine, of course. The potions puzzle was clever, Severus always had an elegant mind. But the chess set? The flying keys? Children's games. They slowed you down," Harry said. His wand was in his hand. His heart was hammering, but his voice was steady, that old survival trick, the cupboard skill, the ability to sound calm when everything inside was screaming. They did. Enough for you to catch up, apparently. Quirrell turned. His face was different without the stutter, harder, sharper, the nervousness stripped away to reveal something lean and predatory beneath. "You're remarkably persistent for an 11-year-old. I've had practice." Quirrell studied him. Those dark eyes held none of the fear they'd shown all year, only calculation, and something else. Something that moved behind them like a shadow behind glass. "I see the stone," Quirrell said, gesturing at the mirror. "I can see myself presenting it to my master. But I can't reach it. The mirror shows me what I want, but it won't give it to me." He turned back to the mirror, frustration tightening his jaw. Dumbledore's final trick. The mirror gives the stone only to someone who wants to find it but not use it. A philosophical trap. Very Dumbledore. "Your master," Harry said. "Voldemort." The name fell into the room and the torches flickered. Quirrell flinched, not at the name, but at the pain that followed it. His hand went to his turban, pressing against it as though something beneath was stirring. "Do not speak the name," Quirrell hissed. Then, in a different voice, higher, colder, a voice that seemed to come from somewhere other than Quirrell's mouth, let me speak to him. Quirrell went rigid. Master, you are not strong enough, I am strong enough for this. Quirrell closed his eyes. His hands rose to his turban and began to unwrap it. The purple fabric fell away in loops and coils, revealing the back of Quirrell's head. Which was not the back of a head. It was a face. Chalk white. Skull-like. Pressed into the back of Quirrell's skull as though growing from it, or consuming it. The eyes were red, narrow, slit-pupilled, and they burned with an intelligence that was vast and ancient and utterly without mercy. The nose was flat, 2 slits, like a snake. The mouth was a thin line that curved upward in something that was not quite a smile. Harry Potter, said the face of Lord Voldemort. The scar exploded. Not throbbed. Not ached. Exploded, a white-hot lance of agony that drove through Harry's forehead and into his brain like a spike. He gasped. His vision went white. His knees buckled, and he caught himself on the edge of a desk, gripping it with both hands while the world tilted and spun. The fragment. The soul piece behind his scar. It was resonating, vibrating in sympathy with the source, the main soul, the dark thing that wore Quirrell's body like a suit. Harry could feel it, a dark, thrumming connection, like a string pulled taut between his forehead and the face on the back of Quirrell's head. Yes, Voldemort breathed, and the sibilance was serpentine, inhuman. You feel it, don't you? The connection. The piece of me that lives inside you. Harry forced his eyes open. Forced himself to stand. The pain was immense, but he'd lived with pain, a decade of it, Vernon's fists and Petunia's cruelty and the endless, grinding ache of being unwanted. Pain was familiar. Pain was survivable. He straightened up and looked into those red eyes and did not look away. I know about the fragment, Harry said. His voice was rough. Strained. But steady. The healers found it. They told me what it is. Did they? Voldemort's lipless mouth curved. And what did they tell you, boy? That it's a parasite? A curse? An accident? A piece of your soul? My soul? Yes. A piece of me, living inside you, since the night I killed your parents. You've carried me for 10 years, Harry Potter. I've been with you in that cupboard. I've been with you in the dark. Every time your scar hurt, every time you felt that presence behind your eyes, that was me. Watching. Waiting. The words were calculated. Designed to terrify. And they did. Harry felt the cold of them slide through his veins like venom. But he also heard what Voldemort wasn't saying. The fragment was dormant. Passive. It hadn't been watching, it had been sleeping. Voldemort was lying, wrapping truth in terror, trying to make Harry feel invaded, violated, owned. Harry had been owned before. By Vernon. By Petunia. By people who told him he was worthless and expected him to believe it. He didn't believe it then. He didn't believe it now. You didn't watch, Harry said. You didn't wait. You left a piece of yourself behind by accident, because you're too broken to hold your own soul together. And you've been hiding in the back of a man's head for a year because you're too weak to exist on your own. The red eyes blazed. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. Brave words, Voldemort whispered. Your father was brave too. He stood in my way, wandless, and told me to take him instead of you. It took me 2 seconds to end him. Your mother begged, not for her own life, never for herself, she begged for yours. I offered her a chance to step aside. She chose death. Each word was a blade, precisely aimed. Harry's jaw tightened. His eyes burned. She chose to save me, Harry said. That's not the same as choosing death. The result is the same. She is dead. Your father is dead. And the protection she gave you, the love magic, the sacrificial shield, it has kept you alive for 10 years. But it cannot save you from what you carry inside your own head. Voldemort's eyes gleamed with something that looked almost like triumph. The fragment is mine, Harry. A piece of my immortality. It connects us. It binds us. You are my Horcrux, a living vessel for my soul. And as long as it exists inside you, I cannot truly die. Every wizard who has tried to destroy me has failed, because they didn't know the secret. But you know it now. You carry the knowledge and the proof. You are my insurance policy, Harry Potter. My guarantee of eternal life. The words hung in the chamber like smoke. The torches flickered. The mirror of Eriste reflected nothing, its surface dark, waiting. Harry stood in the final chamber beneath Hogwarts and felt the weight of what Voldemort had told him settle onto his shoulders like iron. A Horcrux. A vessel. A guarantee. As long as the fragment existed, Voldemort couldn't die, and the fragment existed inside Harry's skull, woven into his magic, tangled with his soul. He was not just a boy who'd survived. He was a prison. For one terrible moment, the despair was total. Voldemort was right, the connection was real, the fragment was there, and Harry couldn't remove it himself. He was 11 years old and he was standing alone in front of the darkest wizard in history, and the monster in front of him was also the monster inside him, and there was nowhere to run. Then the moment passed. It passed because Harry Potter had spent 10 years learning one thing above all others, that despair was a luxury he couldn't afford. In the cupboard, despair meant giving up. In the Dursleys' house, despair meant becoming what they said he was. Despair was what Vernon wanted. Despair was what Voldemort wanted. And Harry was done giving people what they wanted. You didn't make me, Harry said. His voice was quiet. Clear. Absolute. My mum did. My dad did. Amelia raised me. Neville stood beside me. Ron sacrificed himself on a chessboard so I could be here. You didn't make any of that. You killed my parents and you broke my family and you left a piece of yourself in my head, but you didn't make me. I made me. And I'm not your anything. Voldemort stared at him. The red eyes were unreadable, ancient, alien, the eyes of something that had been human once and had discarded its humanity like a snake shedding skin. Touching, Voldemort said. Use the boy. Get me the stone. Quirrell moved. He spun, faster than Harry expected from a man carrying a parasite on the back of his skull, and raised his wand. Petrificus totalis. Harry threw himself sideways. The curse hit the wall behind him in a shower of sparks. He rolled, came up on one knee, and fired back, Expelliarmus. But Quirrell batted it aside with a shield charm that was casual, effortless, the work of a fully trained wizard against a first-year student. You cannot win this fight, boy, Quirrell said. His voice was his own again, calm, professional, the voice of a man doing a job. I am not a troll. I am not a schoolyard bully. I am a wizard of considerable ability, enhanced by the power of the greatest sorcerer who ever lived. Surrender the stone, and you might survive the night. I don't have the stone. Then face the mirror and get it for me. No. Quirrell's expression hardened. He raised his wand. The duel, if it could be called that, was brutally one-sided. Quirrell was an adult wizard with decades of training and the amplifying influence of Voldemort's will. Harry was an 11-year-old with 4 months of formal magical education and a summer of basic defensive drills. The gap in power was an ocean. But Harry had advantages Quirrell didn't expect. He was fast. The reflexes that made him a natural seeker translated to dueling. He dodged curses by instinct, moving before his brain finished processing the threat. He was small, which made him a difficult target. And he was creative in a way that formal training couldn't replicate, because formal training taught you to fight by the rules and Harry had learned to survive by breaking them. Quirrell fired a stunning spell. Harry dropped flat, letting it pass over him, and cast a tripping jinx at Quirrell's feet, a spell so basic no trained duelist would think to guard against it. Quirrell stumbled. In the half-second he was off balance, Harry hit him with the stinging hex he'd used on the troll, Urtica. Directly in the eyes. Quirrell screamed. His hands went to his face. Harry ran, not toward the door but toward the mirror, because he'd realized something in the middle of the fight, a flash of insight that cut through the chaos like lightning. Quirrell wanted the stone but couldn't get it from the mirror. Voldemort wanted the stone but couldn't touch the mirror. The mirror gave the stone only to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Harry didn't want to use the stone. He wanted to keep it away from Voldemort. He wanted to protect it, the way his mother had protected him, not for personal gain, but because it was the right thing to do. He stood before the mirror. His reflection looked back at him. Not his parents this time, just himself. Thinner than he should be, smaller than he should be, scarred, battered, brilliant-eyed. His reflection smiled. Then it reached into its pocket, pulled out a blood-red stone the size of a fist, and winked. Harry felt a weight appear in his real pocket. Heavy. Warm. The Philosopher's Stone, transferred from mirror to reality by the simplest magic of all, pure intent. He has it. Voldemort shrieked. He has the stone. Seize him. Quirrell recovered. The stinging hex had blinded him temporarily, but he blinked it away with a muttered countercharm and lunged at Harry, not with magic but with his bare hands, grabbing Harry's wrist with a grip that was iron-hard and desperate. The reaction was immediate. Quirrell screamed. Not the scream of pain, the scream of destruction. His hand, where it touched Harry's skin, blistered. The skin blackened, cracked, peeled away from the muscle beneath like paper burning from the center outward. Smoke rose from the contact point. The air smelled of scorched flesh. Harry felt it too, a searing, white-hot agony that raced up his arm from Quirrell's grip, different from the scar pain, more physical, more immediate. His mother's protection. The love magic that lived in his blood, activated by the touch of the man who carried Voldemort's soul. Quirrell released him, staggering backward, staring at his ruined hand with an expression of blank horror. The fingers were charred stumps. The palm was gone. Seize him. Voldemort screamed. Do not let him escape. Quirrell lunged again. Both hands this time, reaching for Harry's throat, for the stone, for anything he could grab. Harry didn't pull away. He grabbed back. Both hands. Fingers interlocking with Quirrell's, palm to palm, skin to skin. The agony was beyond anything Harry had ever experienced, beyond Vernon's fists, beyond the scar's burn, beyond the psychic scream of the fragment resonating with its master. His blood was on fire. His bones were on fire. His magic was on fire, pouring through his hands and into Quirrell's body and burning. Quirrell screamed and screamed and screamed. His face was blistering, cracking, the flesh dissolving under Harry's grip. His body was failing, coming apart, the mortal shell unable to withstand the collision of Lily Potter's love magic and Voldemort's dark presence. And through the pain, through the fire, through the connection that blazed between them like a wire carrying too much current, Harry saw something. He saw through Voldemort's eyes. A forest. Dark. Ancient. Trees like pillars, their canopy blocking the sky. A shape that moved between them, formless, wraith-like, clinging to shadows, feeding on rats and small creatures, the barest flicker of life sustaining the barest flicker of existence. This was Voldemort. Not the Dark Lord of legend, not the conqueror, not the monster who'd brought the wizarding world to its knees. Just a shadow. A whisper. A thing that should have died and couldn't, because it had shattered its soul into pieces and hidden them in the world like a coward burying treasure. Harry saw the loneliness. Decades of it. The isolation, the degradation, the endless hunger of a being that had traded its humanity for immortality and gotten the worst possible version of both. Voldemort was not alive. He was not dead. He was trapped in between, and the horror of that prison was etched into every fragment of his shattered soul, including the one in Harry's scar. The fragment screamed. Harry felt it, the soul piece behind his scar, responding to the proximity of its source, vibrating like a tuning fork struck against metal. For 1 second, the fragment and the wraith were aligned, connected, a circuit of dark magic completing itself through Harry's body. Then Quirrell crumbled. It happened all at once, the body gave way, the flesh turning to ash, the bones collapsing inward, the scream cutting off mid-note. Quirrell disintegrated under Harry's hands, falling away like a sandcastle in a wave, and where a man had stood there was only ash and a turban and the fading echo of a scream that would follow Harry into his nightmares for years. The wraith tore free. It erupted from the ash, a dark, shrieking, formless thing, shaped like smoke and hatred and the memory of a face. It hung in the air for 1 heartbeat, 2, and then it dove through Harry. The sensation was indescribable. Cold, absolute cold, the cold of vacuum, of void, of the space between stars where nothing lives and nothing grows. The wraith passed through Harry's body like a wind through a hollow tree, and as it did, the fragment in his scar reached for it. Harry felt the pull, felt the piece of Voldemort's soul straining toward the main body, trying to rejoin, to reconnect, to make itself whole. He pushed back. Not with magic, with will. With the same stubborn, iron determination that had kept him sane in the cupboard, that had kept him from breaking under Vernon's fists, that had made him stand up every time life knocked him down. "You don't get to have me." The wraith screamed, a sound that existed outside hearing, inside the skull, in the space where the soul lives, and ripped through the wall and was gone. The fragment subsided. The connection severed. The scar throbbed once, twice, and went quiet. Harry stood in the chamber, alone, surrounded by ash and silence and the empty gaze of the mirror of Eriste. The Philosopher's Stone was still in his pocket, warm and heavy. His hands were shaking. His legs were shaking. Everything was shaking. He looked down at the ash that had been Quirrell. At the turban. At the empty shoes. A man had died. Harry had killed him. Or his mother's protection had killed him. Or Voldemort had killed him, the way he killed everything he touched. The lines blurred, and Harry couldn't sort them, and the ash was still warm, and the smell of it was in his nose and his mouth and his lungs. Harry's knees gave out. He hit the stone floor. The Philosopher's Stone rolled out of his pocket and came to rest against the base of the mirror, glowing faintly red in the torchlight. The world went dark. He woke in the hospital wing. Sunlight. White sheets. The smell of healing potions, sharp, herbal, underlaid with the clean scent of magical antiseptic. A ceiling he recognized from hundreds of stories, vaulted, ancient, the hospital wing of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Everything hurt. Not sharply, dully, the way you hurt after a high fever breaks, your whole body exhausted from the fight. His hands were bandaged. His scar throbbed with a low, persistent ache. His throat was raw. He turned his head. Amelia Bones was sitting in the chair beside his bed. She was in full DMLE robes, which meant she'd come straight from work. Her monocle was slightly askew, which had never happened before and which Harry would have found alarming if he'd had the energy for alarm. Her face was drawn, tired, and fierce in the way that meant she'd been fighting someone on his behalf and had won but hadn't enjoyed it. 3 days, she said. What? You've been unconscious for 3 days. I've been here for most of them. Susan's been here for the rest. Neville sat in that chair for 6 hours yesterday and wouldn't leave until McGonagall threatened to petrify him and carry him to his dormitory. Harry processed this. Ron. Concussion. Broken arm. He's been out of the hospital wing for a day and a half and has already told the story of the chess game to everyone who'll listen and several people who won't. He's added a bludger to the story. I'm told it gets more elaborate each time. Harry almost smiled. Hermione. Fine. She's read every book on Horcrux theory she can find, which is extremely few, because I've had the restricted books confiscated. She's angry about that. I don't care. Neville. Physically fine. Emotionally, Amelia paused. He told me what he said to you. Before you went forward alone. About his parents and yours. Harry closed his eyes. He was brave. He was. They all were. I'm furious with every single one of you, and I've never been prouder in my life. Amelia's voice cracked, just barely, just at the edges. She covered it with a cough. Dumbledore's been here. He wants to talk to you. I told him he could wait until you were awake and I'd decided whether to let him within 50 feet of you. Let him come. Harry, I need to talk to him too. There are things I need to know. Amelia studied him. Then she nodded, rose, and walked to the door. She paused with her hand on the frame. Harry. When I gave you that mirror, when I told you to contact me if anything happened, what exactly was the point of that exercise? Harry looked at his bandaged hands. The mirror wasn't working. I tried. You were unreachable. I was dealing with a dark creature attack in Diagon Alley. Coordinated. Deliberate. Designed to pull me away from communication at the exact moment you'd need me. Her voice was tight. It was orchestrated. The summons for Dumbledore, the attack in the alley, someone planned this. Someone wanted you alone. Voldemort. Through intermediaries. Lucius Malfoy is the prime suspect for the Ministry summons. We can't prove it yet, but we will. She gripped the doorframe. You almost died, Harry. I know. If your mother's protection hadn't activated, if Quirrell's body hadn't been destroyed by the contact, I know, Amelia. She was quiet for a moment. Then, don't do it again. I can't promise that. I know you can't. That's what terrifies me. She left to find Dumbledore. Harry lay in the hospital bed and stared at the ceiling and felt the stone's absence in his pocket. Someone had taken it, presumably Dumbledore, presumably for safekeeping, and felt the fragment's presence in his scar, still there, still dormant, still his whether he wanted it or not. He flexed his bandaged hands. The burns were healing. Magical medicine was extraordinary. What would have been permanent damage in the Muggle world was a week's recovery in the Wizarding one. But the pain lingered as a memory, and the smell of ash lingered as a ghost, and Quirrell's final scream lingered as a sound Harry would hear in quiet moments for a very long time. Dumbledore arrived 20 minutes later, looking as though he hadn't slept in 3 days, which he probably hadn't. He sat in the chair Amelia had vacated. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The hospital wing was quiet. Madame Pomfrey had cleared the other beds, giving them privacy with the particular determination of a woman who recognized that some conversations were above her pay grade. The stone, Harry said, has been returned to Nicholas Flamel. He and Perenelle have decided to destroy it. Harry blinked. Destroy it? But, the elixir of life, they'll die. They will. They have enough elixir to set their affairs in order, and then they will die, as all things must. Nicholas is 665 years old. He tells me he's rather looking forward to the rest. Harry thought about this. About a man who'd lived for centuries choosing to die rather than let his creation be used for evil. It was noble. And sad. And the kind of choice that most people never had to make. Voldemort, Harry said, is gone. For now. The wraith that fled Quirrell's body has retreated, presumably to Albania, presumably to the same shadow existence it's maintained since 1981. He will try again, Harry. Not today, not tomorrow. But he will try. Because of the Horcruxes. Dumbledore went very still. You know that word. Amelia told me. And Voldemort, when he talked to me through Quirrell, he called me a living Horcrux. He said I was his guarantee of eternal life. The silence that followed was the heaviest Harry had ever experienced. Dumbledore's face, usually so controlled, so carefully managed, showed its age. Every year. Every line. The weight of a century of choices, good and bad, pressing down on him like the stone ceiling above. He was partially correct, Dumbledore said slowly. The fragment in your scar is a Horcrux, or functions as one. As long as it exists, Voldemort's soul is anchored to this world. He cannot fully die. How many others are there? I don't know. Not yet. But I have been researching, and Croker's team in the Department of Mysteries has been researching, and we believe there are several. Voldemort was obsessed with the number 7. He may have intended to create 6 Horcruxes, splitting his soul into 7 pieces. One in you. The rest hidden, protected, waiting. And the one in me. Can you get it out? We are working on it. Croker believes it's possible. There are ancient rituals, healing magic of extraordinary complexity and power. But the risk is significant. The fragment is woven into your magical signature. Removing it carelessly could kill me. I know. Amelia told me. We will find a way, Harry. I swear to you. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old wizard's eyes were wet. Not twinkling, wet. The half-moon spectacles reflected the sunlight from the hospital wing windows, and behind them, those blue eyes held a desperation that Harry had never seen before. Dumbledore was afraid. Not of Voldemort, of failing Harry again. I believe you, Harry said. Dumbledore's breath caught. You do. You let me down once. You know it. I know it. But you came to the mirror and told me the truth about it. You gave me my father's cloak. You built protections around the stone that worked, the mirror worked, exactly as you designed it. You're not perfect. You're not infallible. But you're trying, and you're smart, and you actually care, and right now I need every ally I can get. Something broke in Dumbledore's expression, not dramatically, not visibly, but a structural shift, like an internal wall coming down. The carefully maintained grandfatherly persona, the twinkling-eyed performance, the mask of wisdom and serenity, it cracked, and what showed through was simpler. A man. Old, brilliant, deeply flawed, carrying guilt like a physical burden, and desperate to do right by a child he had wronged. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice was raw. Don't thank me. Help me. Find the Horcruxes. Find a way to get this thing out of my head. And when Voldemort comes back, because he will, be ready. I will. We will, Harry corrected. All of us. Amelia, Kingsley, the Order, whoever is willing to fight. This isn't your war alone, and it isn't mine. It belongs to everyone. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Then, very quietly, he said, You know, Harry, I once told you that the mirror of Erist shows us the deepest desire of our hearts. I have looked into that mirror many times over the years. Would you like to know what I see? Harry waited. I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. Despite everything, the pain, the fear, the weight of Horcruxes and prophecies and the memory of a man crumbling to ash under his hands, Harry laughed. It burst out of him, unexpected and genuine and slightly hysterical, and Dumbledore's lips twitched, and for one moment the hospital wing held something rare and precious, 2 people who understood the value of absurdity in the face of darkness. One can never have too many socks, Dumbledore said gravely. Another Christmas has come and gone and I didn't get a single pair. People will insist on giving me books. Harry shook his head, still smiling. You're a very strange man, Professor. I have been told. Rest now, Harry. Your friends will be here shortly, and I suspect Mr. Weasley's version of the chess game has grown to include a dragon by now. Dumbledore stood, paused, and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder, lightly, briefly, with the careful tenderness of someone who knew they hadn't earned the right to this gesture but was offering it anyway. Then he left, and Harry lay back against the pillows and closed his eyes, and for the first time since the chamber, the scar was quiet. They came in a wave. Ron first, arm in a sling, face alight with the particular glow of a boy who has survived something dangerous and is determined to enjoy the story for the rest of his natural life. Harry. You're awake. Brilliant. Did Dumbledore tell you about the stone? Did he tell you about Quirrell? Listen, you won't believe what happened after we left you. Hermione got Neville and me back up through the trapdoor, and McGonagall was there, and Dumbledore was there, and, Ron, let him breathe, Hermione said, appearing behind Ron with a stack of books and an expression of intense relief that she was trying very hard to disguise as academic interest. Harry, I've been reading about love-based protection magic, and the mechanism by which your mother's sacrifice interacted with Quirrell's possession state is genuinely unprecedented. The closest historical parallel is Adalbert Waffling's 1743 treatise on Hermione, Harry said gently. Sorry. I'm glad you're alive. I'm glad too. Neville came last. He stood in the doorway of the hospital wing and looked at Harry, and Harry looked at him, and something passed between them that didn't need words. They'd walked into the dark together. They'd made choices that couldn't be unmade. They were different now, both of them, in ways they were still discovering. Neville sat down on the edge of Harry's bed. How bad was it? Bad. How bad? Harry told them. All of it, the mirror, Quirrell's transformation, Voldemort's face, the temptation, the fight, the burning, the ash. He told them about the fragment in his scar, because they'd earned the truth and because he was tired of carrying it alone. The room was very quiet when he finished. Ron broke the silence first. So you've got a piece of you-know-whose soul in your head. Yeah. And he can't die as long as it's there. Yeah. And they're working on getting it out. Yeah. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, well. That's mental. Yeah. Are you all right? Harry looked at his friend, at Ron's freckled, earnest, open face, at the genuine concern in his eyes, at the sling on his arm that he'd gotten because he'd volunteered to be hit by a stone chess queen so that Harry could move forward. No, Harry said. But I will be. Hermione's hand found his. Neville's hand found his other one. Ron, limited by the sling, put his good hand on Harry's shoulder. They sat like that for a long time. For children in a hospital wing, holding onto each other, carrying a weight that no 11-year-old should have to carry and carrying it together because together was the only way it could be borne. The Wisengamot session was closed. Sealed. Classified at the highest level. Amelia presented the evidence, Quirrell's possession, Voldemort's survival, the attempted theft of the Philosopher's Stone, the coordinated diversions that had pulled both Dumbledore and Amelia away at the critical moment. She laid it out with the precision of a master prosecutor, fact upon fact, evidence upon evidence, building a case that was impossible to dismiss. Cornelius Fudge tried to dismiss it anyway. Preposterous, the minister blustered, his lime-green bowler hat clutched in his hands like a security blanket. You know who, returned. Amelia, I respect your judgment, but this is fear-mongering. The man is dead. He's been dead for 10 years. This was clearly the work of Quirrell alone, a disturbed individual, acting independently, a disturbed individual with a second face on the back of his head, Cornelius. A face that multiple witnesses, including Harry Potter, identified as Voldemort. Fudge flinched at the name. Half the Wisengamot flinched at the name. The boy is 11, Fudge said. Children are impressionable. He was traumatized. He could have. Harry Potter walked through 6 layers of magical protection, confronted an adult wizard possessed by the darkest sorcerer in modern history, and destroyed the vessel through a magical defense mechanism tied to his mother's sacrifice. He was not impressionable. He was not confused. He was, unfortunately, the only person standing between Voldemort and the means to restore his body. Because the adults whose job it was to protect him were elsewhere, pulled away by coordinated diversions that I believe were arranged through agents still operating within our institutions. Her gaze swept the chamber. Landed, briefly, on Lucius Malfoy. Lucius's expression was perfectly composed, politely attentive, mildly concerned, the mask of a man who had spent 20 years perfecting the art of appearing innocent. "Madam Bones," he said smoothly, "surely you're not suggesting that members of this body were complicit in. I'm suggesting that the ministry summons that pulled Dumbledore from Hogwarts originated from a source within this chamber. I'm suggesting that the dark creature attack in Diagon Alley that disrupted DMLE communications was coordinated to coincide with Quirrell's attempt. And I'm suggesting that anyone who wishes to dismiss the evidence of Voldemort's survival is either uninformed, afraid, or protecting their own interests." The chamber was silent. "I move that a task force be established," Amelia continued. "Dedicated to investigating the threat of Voldemort's return and identifying any remaining agents or infrastructure that could facilitate it. Funded by the Ministry, staffed by the DMLE, and reporting directly to the Wizengamot. This is not a request. This is a warning." The vote was close. Fudge lobbied against it, quietly, desperately, because acknowledging Voldemort's survival meant acknowledging that his ministry was inadequate to the threat. Lucius lobbied against it, quietly, strategically, because a task force investigating Voldemort's agents would inevitably investigate former Death Eaters, and Lucius Malfoy had a great deal to hide. But Amelia had allies. Augusta Longbottom voted yes with the ferocity of a woman whose son and daughter-in-law had been tortured by Death Eaters. Griselda Marchbanks voted yes with the authority of the Wizengamot's most senior member. Tiberius Ogden voted yes. Dumbledore voted yes. The task force was approved by a margin of 12 votes. It was not the landslide Amelia wanted, but it was a foundation. A beginning. Something to build on. After the session, in the corridor outside the chamber, Lucius Malfoy passed Amelia with a nod that was precise and cold. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second, long enough for each to acknowledge what the other was. Predator recognizing predator. The war hadn't started yet, not officially, not publicly. But the first shots had been fired, and both of them knew it. Lucius went home to Malfoy Manor. He sat in his study, poured himself a brandy, and opened the drawer. The diary was warm. Warmer than before. The faded gold name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, seemed to shift in the firelight, the letters rearranging themselves almost imperceptibly before settling back. Lucius had received instructions. Not from the Wraith, the Wraith was gone, fled to Albania, too weak to communicate. But from older instructions, given before the fall, sealed in a letter that Lucius had opened only after Voldemort's defeat and had kept hidden for a decade. "If I should fall, the diary must reach Hogwarts. It must be placed in the hands of a student. Any student. The diary will do the rest." Lucius didn't know what the diary would do. He didn't care. His position was eroding, Amelia's task force would be sniffing at his heels within months. He needed a distraction. He needed Dumbledore destabilized. He needed chaos. The diary could provide chaos. Not yet. Not this year. But next year, when the attention had faded, when the vigilance had softened, when Harry Potter was just another student and the Wizengamot had moved on to other concerns, Lucius would find a way to get the diary into Hogwarts. He closed the drawer. Drank his brandy. Stared into the fire. The diary pulsed in the darkness, patient and aware, and began to dream. The hospital wing was quiet on the last evening. Harry was sitting up, nearly healed, reading a letter from Susan that was equal parts congratulations and mockery. "You fought a Dark Lord and won. Very impressive. You also nearly died, which is very stupid. Please stop nearly dying. It upsets the owls." When the door opened. Snape. The potions master stood in the doorway like a man who had been arguing with himself about whether to enter and had lost the argument. His black robes hung like shadows. His face was, as always, unreadable, but his eyes were different. The ice was still there, the hostility, the reflex anger that surfaced whenever he looked at James Potter's face. But beneath it, visible only because Harry had spent a lifetime learning to read what people hid, there was something else. Snape walked to Harry's bedside. He didn't sit. He stood, looking down at Harry with an expression that Harry had seen once before, on Petunia's face, at her trial. Regret. They were silent for a long time. The hospital wing windows showed the last light of a June sunset, painting the white walls in shades of gold. "I knew your mother," Snape said. His voice was different. Not the silky, cutting instrument of the classroom, rougher, older, stripped of performance. The voice of a man speaking without his armor for the first time in a decade. "I know," Harry said. "McGonagall told me." "Did she tell you that I loved her?" Harry went very still. "She was my best friend," Snape said, and each word seemed to cost him something. "Before Hogwarts. We grew up near each other, she was Muggle-born, I was half-blood, and we were the only magical children in a Muggle world. I told her what she was. I showed her the magic. We went to Hogwarts together." He paused. His jaw worked. "And then I destroyed it. I chose the wrong path, the wrong friends, the wrong ideology, the wrong side. I called her a name, the worst name you can call a Muggle-born witch, and she never forgave me. She was right not to. I joined the Death Eaters. She married your father. And when the Dark Lord targeted her, when I realized what he intended to do, I went to Dumbledore. I begged him to protect her. But he couldn't. He couldn't. She died, and your father died, and you survived, and I have spent every day since then living with the knowledge that I am the reason she is dead." The words fell into the hospital wing and lay there, heavy and raw and irrevocable. Harry stared at Snape, at this bitter, complicated, cruel man who had been making his life difficult all year, and saw, for the first time, the shape of the tragedy beneath. A boy who'd loved a girl. A friend who'd betrayed a friend. A man who'd switched sides too late to save the person he'd switched for, and who had been punishing himself, and everyone who reminded him of what he'd lost, ever since. "You hate me because I look like my dad," Harry said. "I hate you because every time I look at you I see James Potter, who had everything I wanted and didn't deserve it. And then I see your eyes, your mother's eyes, and I remember that she chose him over me, and she was right to, and I will never be the man she wanted me to be." "You could be." Snape's head snapped up. "What?" "You could be the man she'd want you to be. Not the man she'd fall in love with, you can't change the past. But the man she'd respect. The man who protects her son because it's right, not because it's penance." Snape stared at him. The ice in his eyes cracked, not melted, not dissolved, but cracked, the way lake ice cracks in spring, letting light through from beneath. He didn't speak. He couldn't. Whatever he'd expected from Harry Potter, arrogance, resentment, the righteous anger of a wronged child, it wasn't this. It wasn't grace. It wasn't understanding. It wasn't Lily's eyes looking at him with something other than disappointment. Snape reached into his robes, withdrew a small glass vial filled with purple liquid, and set it on the nightstand. "Dreamless sleep," he said. "You'll need it tonight." He turned and walked out of the hospital wing. His robes billowed behind him. His footsteps echoed on the stone floor, sharp, precise, each one a little faster than the last, as though he was trying to outrun something he couldn't name. Harry watched him go. Then he picked up the vial, turned it over in his hands, and set it back down. He wouldn't need it tonight. But the gesture, the giving of it, the acknowledgement of Harry's pain from a man who had spent the entire year pretending Harry didn't deserve compassion, that, he would keep. The end-of-year feast was subdued. Dumbledore addressed the school, carefully, without specifics, explaining only that Professor Quirrell had been removed from his position due to circumstances that are under investigation, and that the third-floor corridor was no longer out of bounds. He awarded last-minute house points, 50 to Ron, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 50 to Hermione, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 50 to Neville, for standing firm when it would have been easier to turn back, and 60 to Harry, for pure nerve and outstanding courage. Gryffindor won the House Cup. The hall erupted. Harry smiled and cheered and pretended to be happy about house points, when what he was actually happy about was the fact that his friends were alive and beside him and the year was over and he was going home. Home. Not Privet Drive. Bones Manor. The farmhouse with the climbing ivy and the wildflower meadows and the door that locked from the inside. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of Hogsmeade Station on a Saturday morning in late June, trailing steam across a sky so blue it hurt to look at. Harry sat in the same compartment where it had all started, window seat, with Ron sprawled across from him and Hermione reading beside Ron and Neville dozing in the corner, the Mimbulus Mimbletonia on his lap pulsing gently. Susan had found them before departure, squeezing into the compartment with a box of sandwiches from the Hufflepuff common room and a look of profound satisfaction. "Survived your first year, then?" "Barely," Harry said. "Barely counts. How's the scar?" Harry touched his forehead. The scar was quiet, quieter than it had been all year. The fragment was dormant, settled, as though exhausted by the encounter in the chamber. It would wake again. Harry knew that. But for now, it slept. "It's fine. And the piece of you-know-who in your head?" "Susan." "What?" "If you can't joke about the parasitic soul fragment of a Dark Lord living in your forehead, what can you joke about?" Ron snorted. Hermione looked disapproving. Neville opened one eye and said, "She's got a point," and went back to sleep. Harry looked out the window. Scotland rolled past, mountains and lochs and forests, wild and ancient, the landscape that had cradled Hogwarts for 1,000 years. The castle was behind them now, growing smaller in the distance, its towers catching the morning light. He'd go back in September. He'd learn more magic, grow stronger, prepare for what was coming. Because something was coming, he could feel it, the way you feel a storm building on the horizon, the pressure dropping, the air going still. Voldemort was out there. The Horcruxes were out there. And the fragment in Harry's scar was a clock ticking toward a confrontation that couldn't be avoided. But that was September. That was the future. Right now, in this compartment, in this moment, Harry was an 11-year-old boy on a train with his friends, heading home. He pulled out Hagrid's photo album and opened it to the first page. His parents waved at him. James Potter, with his ridiculous hair and his crooked glasses and his grin that said "I'm about to do something brilliant and stupid." Lily Potter, with her green eyes and her fierce smile and her hand reaching toward the camera, toward Harry, as though she could bridge the gap between the photograph and the world. "I'll make you proud," Harry said, quiet enough that only Neville, sitting beside him, not quite asleep, could hear. Neville didn't say anything. He just nodded. The train rolled on. The compartment was warm. Outside, the countryside blurred past, green fields and blue sky and the endless, impossible promise of a world that was bigger and stranger and more beautiful than anything Harry had imagined in the cupboard under the stairs. Ron produced a pack of chocolate frogs and began distributing them. Hermione protested that it was too early for chocolate. Susan ate 3 in rapid succession and dared anyone to judge her. Neville got a Dumbledore card and held it up with a wry expression that made everyone laugh. Harry unwrapped his frog. It jumped out of the packet and attached itself to the window, and he peeled it off and bit its head off and watched the chocolate melt on his tongue and felt, amid the laughter, the warmth, the noise and chaos of friendship, a peace that he hadn't known existed. It wouldn't last. He knew that. The storm was building. The Horcruxes waited. Somewhere in Albania, the shadow of Voldemort stirred and plotted and dreamed of blood and resurrection. Somewhere in Wiltshire, Lucius Malfoy turned a diary over in his hands and made plans that would bring darkness back to Hogwarts. Somewhere in the depths of the Department of Mysteries, Saul Croaker studied the runes of an ancient ritual that might, just might, be able to extract a fragment of soul from a living host without killing the host in the process. The war wasn't over. It hadn't even started. Harry was marked, literally, magically, spiritually, and the mark would draw trouble to him like lightning to iron. But Harry Potter was no longer the boy in the cupboard. He was no longer the child who flinched at raised hands and apologized for existing and ate scraps from his relative's table. He was a wizard. A Gryffindor. A seeker. A friend. A fighter. A survivor who had looked the darkest wizard in history in the face and told him, "You don't get to have me." He had a home. He had a family, not of blood, but of choice. He had allies and mentors and a guardian who would burn the world down before she let anyone hurt him again. And he had this, a train full of friends, a summer ahead, and the certain knowledge that whatever came next, he would not face it alone. Harry Potter looked out the window at the Scottish countryside rolling by, green and gold and infinite, and let himself smile. The train carried him south, toward home, and the world turned, and the future waited, and for one golden afternoon between the darkness behind and the darkness ahead, everything was exactly as it should be. In a hidden room in the Department of Mysteries, Saul Croaker set down his quill and stared at the diagram he'd been working on for 3 months. An ancient ritual. Goblin designed, wizard adapted, tested exactly once in recorded history, on a cursed ring in Constantinople in 1453, moments before the city fell. The ring had been cleansed. The host had survived. 1 data point. 1 success. No failures on record, which meant either the ritual was perfect or the failures hadn't survived to be recorded. He looked at the diagram. Looked at the notes. Looked at the photograph of Harry Potter that Amelia had given him, a boy, smiling, holding an owl on his shoulder in the Garden of Bones Manor. "I'll find a way," Croaker said, to no one. To the empty room. To the boy in the photograph. To the weight of what he carried and the impossible precision of what had to be done. He picked up his quill and went back to work. In a forest in Albania, in the deepest dark, in the space between trees where sunlight never reached, something that used to be the most feared wizard alive clung to the shadows of a dying oak and felt, for the first time in months, the faint pulse of the connection. The boy. The fragment. The heartbeat that was not his own but was, in some essential way, of him. Proof that he existed. Proof that his soul endured. Proof that death, which had come for him on that Halloween night in Godric's Hollow, had been cheated. The wraith that was Voldemort had no eyes, no mouth, no body. But it had patience. It had rage. And it had a plan, forming slowly, painfully, in the ruins of a mind that had once been the most brilliant at Hogwarts. The boy was strong. Stronger than expected. The mother's protection still held. But protections faded. Children grew. And the world was full of servants, some faithful, some frightened, some who didn't even know they served, who could be used, manipulated, pointed at a target. The diary. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. The boy. 6 anchors. 6 pieces of immortality. As long as even one survived, Lord Voldemort could not die. And the boy would survive. The boy had to survive, because the boy was the anchor Voldemort hadn't intended to make, the accident that had become essential, the flaw in the design that had become its foundation. The wraith stirred. Drew a thread of life from a passing rat. Felt itself grow, imperceptibly, stronger. "I will return," it thought. Not hoped. Not wished. Knew. With the absolute certainty of a being that had dedicated its existence to the conquest of death and had, so far, succeeded. "I will return, and the boy will learn what it means to carry my soul. And by then, it will be too late." The forest was silent. The shadows deepened. And somewhere far to the south, on a train racing through the English countryside, a boy with a lightning bolt scar pressed his hand to his forehead, felt a distant pulse of cold, and turned back to his friends with a smile that was real and fierce and full of light. Whatever was coming, Harry Potter would be ready. And whoever came for him next would find out what that meant. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.